The Sixth Patriarch S. Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. The Sixth Patriarch S. Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra, with the commentary of Tripitaka Master Wat. English translation by the Buddhist Text Translation Society. Buddhist Text Translation Society. Dharma Realm Buddhist University. Dharma Realm Buddhist Association. Burlingame, California, USA. The Sixth Patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. Published and translated by Buddhist Text Translation Society. 1777 Murchison Drive, Burlingame, CA 940104504. Copyright 2001 Buddhist Text Translation Society. Dharma Realm Buddhist University. Dharma Realm Buddhist Association. First edition, Hong Kong, 1971. Second edition, USA, 1977. Third edition, USA, 2001. 111090500504021098765432. ISBN 0年8月8139-316-9. Printed in Malaysia. Addresses of the Dharma Realm Buddhist Association branches are listed at the back of this book. Library of Congress Cataloging, in Publication Data. Huimen, 638713. 来自泰式法北欧天津 English. The Sixth Patriarch S. Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra, with the commentary of Venerable Master Suan Wat. English translation by the Buddhist Text Translation Society. P. 公分 Includes index. Originally published, San Francisco, Sino-American Buddhist Association, 1977. ISBN 0年8月8139-316-9. Out paper. E. Zen Buddhism, Early Works to 1800. I. Suan Wat, 1908. 2. Suan Wat, 1908. 来自法北欧天津区 and she. English. 3. Buddhist Text Translation Society. 4. Title. BQ 9299 H854 L 613,202 294.385的 C 212,010,3745 The 8 Guidelines of BTTST. Editor, as Introduction 11. Biography of the Venerable Master 14. Tripitaka Master Wat as Introduction XXI. Translator as Introduction XXIII. Reviewer as Preface XXVI. Forward. E. Introduction. 3. The 5 previous Chinese patriarchs. 9. A general introduction. 31. Chapter I Action and Intention 51 Chapter 2 Prajna 115 Chapter 3 Doubts and Questions 169 Chapter 4 Concentration and Wisdom 203 Chapter Visiting in Chapter N 217 Chapter 6 Repentance and Reform 221 Chapter 7 Opportunities and Conditions 261 Bhikshupahai 266 Bhikshupatiye 269 Bhikshupchiti 284 Bhikshupchi Chapter N 292 Contents Bhikshupchita 299 Bhikshushinsu 309 Payana Master YJ 312 Payana Master Student 316 Payana Master Chief Wang 322 One Member of the Sangha 328 Bhikshutan Pian 330 Master Volume S Verse 335 Chapter 8 Sudden and Gradual 337 Bhikshupchi Chapter E 354 Bhikshushan Way 363 Difficult Questions 369 Chapter 9 Proclamations 371 Chapter X Final Instructions 379 General Index 431 People and Places Index 441 The 8 Guidelines of BTTS The 8 Guidelines of the Buddhist Text Translation Society A volunteer must free herself from the motives of personal fame and profit. A volunteer must cultivate a respectful and sincere attitude free from arrogance and conceit. A volunteer must refrain from aggrandizing his her work and denigrating that of others. 4. A volunteer must not establish herself as the standard of correctness and suppress the work of others with his or her fault finding. 5. A volunteer must take the Buddha mind as his her own mind. 6. A volunteer must use the wisdom of Dharma, selecting vision to determine true principles. 7. A volunteer must request virtuous elders in the 10 directions to certify his her translations. 8. A volunteer must endeavor to propagate the teachings by printing sutras, shastra texts, and Vinaya texts when the translations are certified as being correct. Happily dwelling conduct. Happily dwelling conduct is the Bodhisattva conduct, and the Bodhisattva conduct is itself the happily dwelling conduct. One happily dwells in the doors of practice cultivated by Bodhisattvas, both one as body and one as mind reside in the states of cultivation of the Bodhisattva way, and do so happily, since that is what one likes to do. 11. Editor, as introduction. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra, is the fundamental text of chapter and Buddhism. It relates the life and teachings of Master Huineng, the great master, the sixth patriarch, as set down by one of his disciples. During the 7th and 8th centuries under the Tian dynasty, Master Huineng taught the doctrines of no thought and of sudden enlightenment, which, as expounded in this text, continue to be the heart of chapter and wherever it is practiced. As such, these are the only teachings of a Chinese high monk which are regarded by Buddhists as a sutra, that is, as a sacred text equal to those compiled by the earlier South Asian masters. Interest in Buddhism in general and in chapter and in particular is now swiftly growing in the West, especially in America. Translations and retranslations of many of the Central Buddhist texts have been appearing in consequence. A good deal of confusion has been an unfortunate byproduct, because chapter and is so foreign to traditional Western thought. The rendering of chapter and teachings into a Western language requires, even in the most literal translation, the virtual invention of a new vocabulary of concepts, and each new translation has tended to present a distinctly different rendition of the central Buddhist ideas. To elucidate them, commentaries are often added by the translators. But all of these translations and commentaries have been written by scholars who are not Buddhists, while that kind of non-membership is hardly important to a translator of ordinary 12. Philosophical writings. It becomes a severe stumbling block for the translator of chapter and teachings. For chapter and is not a system of thought at all, but a special kind of moral and psychological work, and at a particular personal transformation which the Buddhists call enlightenment. Only one who through difficult practice has undergone that transformation can hope to teach chapter and authoritatively and translate and comment on the sayings of other masters without having to resort to guesswork about what the sayings mean. Fortunately for students of the way, an effort to establish an authoritative Buddhist canon in English has now been undertaken by Tripitaka Master Sulan Hua and his American disciples. Master Hua stands in the direct line of Orthodox Buddhist leadership as it has been handed down from the time of Shakyamuni Buddha. The present translation of the Sixth Patriarch's Sutra, here presented in its second edition, was the first work of Master Hua to appear in America. The first edition appeared in 1971. The translation itself was carried out under the Master's supervision by the Buddhist Text Translation Society, composed of the Master's disciples who are scholars both of the Chinese language and of Buddhism. With his Western readers in mind, the Master has provided a running commentary to the sutra text. The commentary was first spoken in a series of lectures in 1969. The Master's short and witty manner of making the most difficult concepts plain, already well known to Buddhists on both sides of the Pacific, has been rendered in English by his disciples with an eye to retaining the lively spoken style of the original. In his commentary, Master Hua's method is to read a few lines from the sutra text and then expound upon their meaning, or expand on the doctrines in question, often by reference to 13 contemporary American problems. This style of exposition follows the tradition of lecturing sutras that has existed in China for many centuries. Until the appearance of this volume in its first edition, there had been in the West little or no record or even description of the verbal teachings of Buddhism. The present volume serves as a rare example of Buddhism in action, as it has survived intact through the centuries. Yukasakaku Ojorans, Buddhist Text Translation Society, San Francisco, 1977. 14. Biography of the Venerable Master. Discovering and perfecting the method to extricate living beings from the most fundamental problem of human existence, that of birth and death, has been the primary focus of the Venerable Master Sulan Hua's life. On the 16th day of the third lunar month in 1908, his mother saw Amitabha Buddha emitting a light which illumined the entire world, and when she awoke from this dream she gave birth to the Venerable Master. A rare fragrance lingered in the room following her dream and throughout the birth. The Master's initial awareness of death came at 11 years old when he saw a lifeless infant the realization that death and birth follow upon one another without cease, and that both bring suffering, pain and sorrow, awakened a profound sense of compassion in the Master and prompted his immediate resolution to leave the home life and learn to bring an end to the cycle of birth and death. He honored his mother as wishes that he remains at home to serve his parents until their deaths. However, the following year on Guanyin Bodhisattva's birthday, he dreamed that an old woman wearing a patchwork robe and a stream of beads appeared to guide him through a wilderness in which he was lost. She radiated compassion as she led him over the road, which was gutted with deep and dangerous holes. He knew that if he had tried to traverse this road alone, it would have been difficult if not impossible to reach safety, but as she guided him, the road became smooth and safe and he could see clearly. 15. In all directions ahead was his home. Glancing back on the dangerous road, he saw many people following him, old and young, men and women, sangha and scholars. Who are those people? He asked. Where did they come from and where are they going? They have affinities with you, she said, and they also want to go home. You must guide them well and show them the way so that you may all arrive at Nirvana. I have important work to do elsewhere, and so I shall leave you now, but soon we shall meet again. The Master asked her name and where she lived. You will find out when you arrive home, she said. There is no need to ask so many questions. Suddenly she whirled around and disappeared. The Master led the people safely home and woke from his dream feeling extremely happy. During that same year he began going to his parents 3 times each, in the morning and evening, 12 both a day. Then he thought, the world is bigger than just my father and mother, and he began to bow to the heavens, to the earth, to the emperor, and to his teachers as well. He also bowed to his Master, even though he had not yet met him. The Master knew that without the aid of a good knowing advisor, it is impossible to cultivate, and he felt that he would meet his Master soon. He also bowed to the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Pratyeka-Buddhas, and Arhats, and to all the good people in the world to thank them for all the good deeds they had done. He bowed on behalf of the people they had helped. Evil people are to be pitied, he thought, and he bowed for them, asking that their karmic offenses might be lessened and that they might learn to repent and reform. When doing this, he thought of himself as the very worst offender. Each day he thought of new people to bow for, and soon he was bowing 837 times in the morning and 837 times in the evening, which took about 3 hours a day in all. The master did let others see him bow. He rose at 4 in the morning, washed his face, went outside, lit a stick of incense, and bowed, regardless of the weather. If there was snow on the ground, he would just bow in the snow. In the evening, long after everyone was asleep, he went outside and bowed again. He practiced this way every day for 6 years. During these years his filial devotion became known far and wide, and he was referred to as filial Sampai. Nor did his filial devotion end at the death of his parents. On the day his mother was buried, he remained behind after the ceremonies were completed to begin a 3-year vigil beside her grave. Shortly after, he left his mother's grave long enough to go to 3 Conditions Temple at P. Infant Station south of Harbin to receive the Shamanara precepts from Great Master Chapter N.G. He then returned to his mother's grave and built a 5x8 hut out of 5-inch sorghum stalks, which kept out the wind and rain, but actually set up little distinction between inside and outside. He commenced to observe the custom of filial piety by watching over his mother's grave for a period of 3 years. Clothed only in a red robe, he endured the bitter Manchurian snow and blazing summer sun. He ate only 1 meal a day when there was food, and he simply did not eat if no food was offered to him. He never lay down to sleep. At the side of the grave, the master read many sutras. When he first read the Lotus Sutra, he jumped for joy. He knelt and recited it for 7 days and 7 nights, forgetting to sleep, forgetting to eat, until eventually blood flowed from his eyes and his vision dimmed. Then he read the Shurangama Sutra, thoroughly investigating the great samadhi and quietly 17. Cultivating it, the 3 stoppings, the 3 contemplations, neither moving nor still. The master relates of this experience. I began to obtain a single-minded profound stillness and penetrate the nominal state. When I read the Abhidhamsaka, the enlightenment became boundless in its scope, indescribable in its magnificence, unsurpassed in its loftiness, and ineffable in its clarity. National Master Chapter, in Lian said, opening and disclosing the mysterious and subtle, understanding and expanding the mind and its states. exhausting the principle while fathoming the nature, penetrating the result which includes the cause, deep and wide and interfused, vast and great and totally complete. It is certainly so. It is certainly so. At that time I could not put down the text and bow to and recited the great sutra as if it were clothing from which one must, not part or food which one could not do without for even a day. And I vowed to myself to see to its fast circulation. When his filial duties were completed, the master went into seclusion in Amitabha cave in the mountains east of his hometown. There he delved deeply into dhyana meditation and practiced rigorous asceticism, eating only pine nuts and drinking spring water. The area abounded with wild beasts, but they never disturbed the master. In fact, wolves and bears behaved like house pets. Tigers stopped to listen to his teaching, and wild birds gathered to hear the wonderful Dharma. After his stay in the mountains, the master returned to 3 Conditions Monastery where he helped the Venerable Master. 18. Chapter N.G. and the Venerable Master Chapter N.Gen to greatly expand the monastery, while simultaneously devoting his time to the propagation of the Dharma. For more than 3 decades in Manchuria, the master adhered strictly to ascetic cultivation, diligently practiced dhyana meditation, and worked tirelessly for the expansion and propagation of the Dharma. During those years, he visited many of the local Buddhist monasteries, attended intensive meditation and recitation sessions, and walked many miles to listen to lectures on the sutras, in addition to lecturing on the sutras himself. He also visited various non-Buddhist religious establishments and obtained a thorough grounding in the range of their specific beliefs. In 1946, the master made a major pilgrimage which took him to Puto Mountain to receive the complete precepts in 1947. Then in 1948, after 3,000 miles of travel, the master went to Nan Wang Monastery and bowed before the Venerable Master Hsuu, the 44th Patriarch from Shakyamuni Buddha. At that first meeting, the Venerable Master Yun, who was then 109 years old, recognized the Master to be a vessel worthy of the Dharma and capable of its propagation. He sealed and certified the Master as spiritual skill and transmitted to him the wonderful mind seal of all Buddhas. Thus the Master became the 45th generation in a line descending from Shakyamuni Buddha. The 19th generation in China from Bodhidharma, and the 9th generation of the Wei Yan lineage. Of their meeting, the Master has written, "The noble Yun saw me and said, 'Thus it is.' I saw the noble Yun and verified, 'Thus it is.' The noble Yun and I both thus universally found that all beings will also be thus." 19. The mind-to-mind transmission is performed apart from the appearance of the spoken word, apart from the mark of the written word, apart from the characteristic of the conditioned mind, apart from all such appearances. Only sages who have genuine realization understand it. Ordinary people have no idea what is happening. It is a mutual recognition of the embodiment of the principle of true suchness. Nearly 8 years later, in May of 1956, the Venerable Yun sent to the Master a document entitled, "The Treasury of the Orthodox Dharma, the Source of Buddhas and Patriarchs." The document bears the seals of Yun Chu Monastery and of the Venerable Yun. It serves as tangible and public certification of the transmission of the mind-to-mind seal from the Venerable Yun to the Master, which took place during their initial meeting. In 1948. In 1950, the Master resigned his post at Nan Hua Monastery as the director of the Nan Hua Institute for the Study of the Vinaya, and journeyed to Hong Kong, where he lived in a mountainside cave in the New Territories. He stayed in the cave until the large influx of Sangha members fleeing the mainland required his help in establishing new monasteries and temples throughout Hong Kong. He personally established 2 temples and a lecture hall, and helped to bring about the construction of many others. He dwelt in Hong Kong for 12 years, during which many people were influenced by his arduous cultivation and awesome manner to take refuge with the Triple Jewel, cultivating the Dharma, door of recitation of the Buddha as name, and to support the propagation of the Buddha Dharma. In 1962, the Master carried the Buddha as Dharma banner farther west to the shores of America, where he took up residence. In San Francisco, sat in meditation, and waited for past causes to ripen and bear their fruit. In the beginning of the year 1968, the XX Master declared that the flower of Buddhism would bloom that year in America with 5 petals. In the summer of that year, the Master conducted the Shurangama Sutra Dharma Assembly, which lasted 96 days. 5 of the people who attended that Session left the home life and became pictures and pictionaries under the Master's guidance. Since that time, more than 20 people have left the home life under his guidance. 1968 The Master has delivered complete commentaries on the Heart Sutra, the Diamond Sutra, the Sixth Patriarch's Sutra, the Amitabha Sutra, the Sutra of the Past Thousand Offers, Store Bodhisattva, the Great Compassion Heart Haroni Sutra, the Dharma Flower Sutra, the Sutra in 42 sections, the Sramanurapanaya and others. In June of 1971, the Master commenced a Dharma assembly on the King of Sutras, the Avatamsaka. With such tireless vigor, the Master has firmly planted the roots of Dharma in Western soil so that it can become self-perpetuating. He has spent many hours every day explaining the teachings and their application to cultivation, steeping his disciples in the nectar of Dharma that they might carry on the Buddha's teachings. The miraculous events that have taken place in the Master's life are far too numerous to relate in this brief sketch. This is but a brief outline of how the Master has worked with selfless devotion to lay the foundation of the Buddha's teaching on Western soil. XXI Tripitaka Master. What as introduction? All of the sutras are guides to use in cultivating the way. They may be spoken by the Buddhas, the Bodhisattvas, the Patriarchs, and also by Arhats, transformation beings, and gods. Although they all serve the same purpose, the doctrines within them differ. The sutras spoken by the Buddha were translated from the Indian languages into Chinese, and thus worked their way into Chinese society. In China, then, all the sutras are translations, with the sole exception of this present work, the Sixth Patriarch's Sutra, which was spoken by the great Chinese Master, the Sixth Patriarch. The great Master was originally an illiterate peasant. When he heard the sentence of the Vajra Diamond Sutra, which said one should produce that thought which is nowhere supported, he experienced an awakening and went to Huangmei to draw near to the Fifth Patriarch, the great Master Hong Zhen. The Fifth Patriarch transmitted to him the wonderful Dharma, using the mind to seal the mind, which has been handed down in unbroken patriarchal succession. The Sixth Patriarch inherited this mind-sealed Dharma door and proceeded to carry out the wisdom life of the Buddha in his speaking of the Sixth Patriarch's Sutra. Now it has been translated into English, and the mind seal Dharma, door of the Buddha has thereby been transmitted in perpetuity to the West. It is hoped that Westerners will now read, recite, and study it, and all become Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Xiexian, XXII, or patriarchs. This is the main objective of this translation. May all who see and hear it quickly accomplish the Buddha way. Wherever this sutra is transmitted, the orthodox Dharma may be found right in that place, causing living beings quickly to accomplish Buddhahood. Such is the importance of this new translation. The sutra is indeed a treasure trove. It is the true body of the Buddha, the compassionate father and mother of all living beings. It can give rise to limitless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and patriarchs. May all in the West who now read this sutra realize Bodhi and accomplish the Buddha way. The sutras contain the precious wisdom of the Buddha. There are some, let us call them, garbage-eating scholars who claim that the Shurangama Sutra was not spoken by the Buddha. This is most certainly not the case, and I have made the following vow: if the Shurangama Sutra is false, I will fall into the uninterrupted hells forever. Chapter Empire Shenzhen, San Francisco, August 1977. XXIII. Translator as introduction. This is the second edition of the first commentary to the sixth Patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra ever to express the essence of the sixth Patriarch as heart. Since the time the great Master spoke this sutra, no other commentary has revealed his basic principles, the Dharma of his heart. Tripitaka Master Suan Huan as commentary unfolds the heart Dharma, the mind, seal before the reader. If you wish to understand the wonderful meaning of this sutra, you should study this commentary, for within it are set forth the limitless, inexhaustible, profound principles of the Buddha Dharma. Among Western and Eastern peoples it is the flower of wisdom, the real fruit of Bodhi. Furthermore, this translation has been prepared by the Buddhist Text Translation Society of the Sino-American Buddhist Association. Each of its members, Bhikshus, Bhikshunis, Upas aka Upas IKAs, many of whom hold Master S and Doctor S degrees, have read the manuscript with care over a period of several years to ensure its accuracy. Essentially, the mind seal cannot be spoken or expressed in writing, but in his commentary the Master has done just that, using numerous analogies and expedient devices to cause people to understand what they have never understood before. Tripitaka Master Huang was born in northern China, and after his mother, as dead, he practiced filial piety by sitting beside her grave for a period of 3 years. He built a small grass hut to keep out the wind and rain, and sat there in meditation. If food was brought to him, he ate. If no food was brought, he did not. The master later traveled south to Canton, where he was appointed by the Venerable Master Hsu Yun to serve as head of the Phanaya Academy at Nan Huang Monastery, the temple of the 6th Patriarch. He later received in transmission the Dharma of Master Hsu Yun and became his Dharma successor. Since arriving in America, the Master has turned the great Dharma wheel, lecturing on such sutras as the Shunyama Sutra, the Lotus Sutra, the Earth Door Bodhisattva Sutra, the Phaedra Sutra, and the Heart Sutra, and others. He teaches an ever-growing number of American disciples, many of whom have left home to become bhikshus and bhikshunis. In San Francisco, the Master has founded Gold Mountain Monastery, where he is lecturing on the Abhidhamsaka Sutra. He has also founded the International Institute for the Translation of Buddhist Texts. He has made the solemn vow that wherever he goes, the orthodox Dharma will prevail and the Dharma ending age shall not set in. Most recently, the Master established the City of 10,000 Buddhas near Talmadge, California, a vast complex of 237 acres and 60 buildings, to serve as a center of world Buddhism. The City of 10,000 Buddhas now holds Dharma Realm Buddhist University, of which the Master is president, and soon to be established are many programs to benefit living beings in many ways. The Master upholds firmly the orthodox Dharma, for the Dharma he teaches proceeds from direct and authoritative transmission, and he works unceasingly for the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. This lively commentary constitutes the first authentic transmission to the West of the mind, seal of all Buddhas, which has passed in unbroken patriarchal succession from Shakyamuni Buddha to the present day. We present this XXV volume as the foundation for the flourishing of the Buddha Dharma in the West. Bhikshanai Henyin, Buddhist Text Translation Society 斜线 Co-Chairperson, Primary Translation Committee, International Institute for the Translation of Buddhist Texts, San Francisco, August 1977. XXVI Reviewer as preface. When the fifth patriarch transmitted the Dharma to the sixth patriarch, he said to him, "Do not speak too soon, for the Buddha Dharma arises from difficulty." Centuries later in northern China, Tripitaka Master Suan, what then known as filial sampai, was practicing filial piety. He cultivated and meditated for 3 years beside his mother's grave. His only protection from the northern winds and rains was a 5-foot square hut made from stalks of sorghum dung, together in an A-frame which left both ends exposed to the elements. One time while cultivating there, a miracle happened. Filial sampai saw the great master, the sixth patriarch, come to his hut. He entered through one of the openings and talked to the filial sam just like an ordinary person. Filial sampai thought that he was real, forgetting at that time that the great master had entered nirvana over 1,000 years ago. The sixth patriarch said to the filial sam, "In the future you can go to America. You will meet this person and that person. 5 schools will divide into 10 to teach and transform living beings. 10 will become 100. 100 will become 1,000. And so forth to endless numbers. XXVII. In abundance, abundance, abundance. Endless abundance, numbers incalculable, as grains of sand in the river Ganges. This marks the true beginning of the proper Dharma in the West." After they had talked, when the great master moved to leave, the filial sam rose to escort him. They walked together a few steps and suddenly the sixth patriarch was gone. It was then that filial sampai realized, oh, the sixth patriarch entered nirvana hundreds of years ago, but nonetheless, I met him today. Several decades after this miracle, following years of difficulty and hard cultivation, in a cold and tiny temple in San Francisco's Chinatown, Tripitaka Master Suan Hua began transmitting the Dharma of the mind, seal of all patriarchs. He continues to do so every day. Those who recognize him listen to it, consider it, and cultivate it. In this commentary on the sixth patriarch's sutra, the Master says, "You will succeed only if you do not fear suffering." The Buddha Dharma arises from difficulty, the more difficult, the better. So now you must endure suffering. This is difficult, but you can do it, for it is the opening of your wisdom. Pictionihand Chapter IH Buddhist Text Translation Society 斜线 Co. Chairperson Primary Translation Committee, International Institute for the Translation of Buddhist Texts, San Francisco, August 1977, XXIX, NAMWO Original Teachers Sakyamuni Buddha, XXX, 28th Patriarch Arya Bodhidharma, the first Patriarch in China, XXXI, 29th Patriarch Great Master Wei Ko, the second Patriarch in China, XXXII, 30th Patriarch Great Master Sen TSN, the third Patriarch in China, XXXIII, 31st Patriarch Great Master Ta HSIN, the fourth Patriarch in China, XXXIV, 32nd Patriarch Great Master Han Zhen, the fifth Patriarch in China, XXXV, 33rd Patriarch Great Master Wei Nen, the sixth Patriarch in China, first for opening a sutra. The unsurpassed, profound, and wonderful Dharma is difficult to encounter in hundreds of millions of years. I now see and hear it, receive and uphold it, and I vow to fathom the Tathagata as true meaning. Forward. The sixth Patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra has been explained in America before, but I do not know how well it has been done. Some lecturers simply read the text aloud, and since each sutra has its own special interpretation, merely reading it aloud does not reveal the meaning. The Buddha Dharma flourish in China, but only the teachings of the sixth Patriarch, the illiterate Patriarch, were made into a sutra. It was recorded by the Master as disciple Fa Haiyun. Although his transcription may not mirror the Patriarch's exact words, the meanings expressed are correct. I hope that everyone will study the Buddha Dharma with his true mind, and not hold the opinion that it is very easy. It is only by regarding the Buddha Dharma as extremely important that you will be able to comprehend the principles which I explain. Dharma Master Fa Hai was a room-entering disciple of the sixth Patriarch. That means that the sixth Patriarch had transmitted the wonderful mind, seal, Dharma to him, and he was therefore privileged to enter the Patriarch's room. Introduction. The sixth Patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform, is the specific title of this sutra, and the word sutra is a general term for all discourses given by the Buddha. In order to clarify their content, sutra titles are classified into 7 types, according to their reference to person, dharma, and analogy, as follows. A. 3 single, 3 of the 7 types of titles refer to only one of the categories of person, dharma, or analogy, and so they are called the 3 single. For example, the Buddha speaks of Amitabha Sutra is a title established solely by reference to person. Both the Buddha and Amitabha are persons, for only a person can cultivate and realize Buddhahood. The Buddha is a person, and people are just Buddhas. In Chinese, when we write the word Buddha, the symbol for person stands on the left-hand side. The Mahaparinirvana Sutra is a title established by reference to the Dharma, Nirvana. Nirvana is a Sanskrit word which in Chinese is composed of 2 characters, yapi, and which may be explained as not produced and not destroyed. San. The Brahmanet Sutra is a title established by reference to analogy. In this sutra, the Buddha explains the precepts. If you keep these precepts, you will give forth light, like the great net in the heaven of the Brahma king. But if you carelessly break the precepts, the 6th patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra, 4. Commit the grave offense of knowing and yet deliberately violating Dharma. Your light then flows into the 3 evil paths, the hell beings, animals, and hungry ghosts, where there is not the slightest trace of merciful treatment. 3 double titles established by reference to person and dharma. Person and analogy, or dharma and analogy, are called the 3 double. For example, 4. The Wonderful Dharma Lotus Flower Sutra is a title established by reference to dharma and analogy, since the wonderful dharma is analogous to the lotus flower. 5. The Lion Roar of the Thus Come One Sutra is a title established by reference to person and analogy. Thus, Come One is the first of 10 honorific titles given to every Buddha and therefore represents a person. The Lion Roar is analogous to his speaking the Dharma. 6. The Sutra of the Questions of Manjushri is a title established by reference to a person, the Bodhisattva, Manjushri of great wisdom, and the Dharma he requested, Prajna. C. Completing 1. The 7th classification contains references to person, dharma, and analogy. 7. The Great Universal Buddha Flower Adornment Sutra, Avatamsaka Sutra, refers to the Buddha as a person, great and universal as a dharma, and flower adornment as an analogy. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra is a Chinese, not an Indian sutra, and its title is not classified according to the 7 topics mentioned above. This sutra is classified according to person, dharma, and a place. The sixth introduction. 5. Patriarch is a person, the Dharma Jewel is a dharma, and the platform is a place. I will now explain the specific title of this sutra. The sixth patriarch. Master Huainan of Nanhua Temple, who spoke the sutra at the beginning of the 8th century AD, was the sixth Chinese patriarch. He lived 6 generations after Bodhidharma, who brought the Mahayana teaching to China from India and who became the first Chinese patriarch. Bodhidharma was also the 28th Indian patriarch, and so from the time of Shakyamuni Buddha, the great master Huainan is counted as the 33rd generational patriarch. Dharma. Dharma is a method. It is like a rule and model or a pattern. If one cultivates according to this method, that is, practicing Dharma jewel. The Dharma is like a precious jewel. Platform. The platform is the place where this sutra was spoken. This Dharma seed may be raised above the ground by 3, 5 or 9 feet, but never more than 10 feet. In front of it sits a small table which holds sutras. Dharma masters speak. Dharma administer the 3 refuges and transmit precepts. From the Dharma seat, which Dharma protectors, good spirits, and numerous diamond, treasury bodhisattvas stand take turns protecting One formally becomes a Buddhist only when one has received the 3 refuges, transmitted in a traditional ceremony by a qualified member of the Sangha. They are refugee, the Buddha, the Dharma, the teachings, and San, the Sangha, Buddhist monks and nuns of the past, present and future. San. Bodhisattva is a Sanskrit word. Bodhi means enlightenment and sattva, being. They do not enter nirvana but choose instead to remain in the world and save living beings. Thus bodhisattvas are enlightened beings who enlighten other beings. Diamond, treasury, refers to a division of Dharma, protecting bodhisattvas. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 6. Sutra. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform is the specific name of the sutra, and the word sutra is its general name. Sutra is a Sanskrit word which means a tali, above, It tallies with the true principle of all Buddhas, and below with the opportunities for teaching living beings. Above, it tallies with true suchness, the miraculous principle of all Buddhas, and below, it tallies with the living beings who need the teaching. Thus, a sutra tallies with both the principle and the opportunity. The word sutra has 4 additional meanings. Stringing together. The principles of the Buddha Dharma are linked together by the sutras just like beads are strung together on a string. Attracting, creating the opportunities for teaching living beings. A sutra attracts living beings just like a magnet attracts iron filings. All living beings who wish to study the Buddha Dharma will be drawn to the principles in the sutras, like iron filings to a magnet. Permanent. From antiquity to the present, a sutra does not change. Not one word can be deleted, not one meaning can be added. Not increasing or decreasing, a sutra is permanent, unchanging. 4. Method. A sutra is a method respected by living beings in the 3 periods of time. In the past, living beings relied upon this method to cultivate and attain Buddhahood. In the present, living beings depend upon it to move from the position of foolish common people to that of Buddhahood. In the future, living beings will also cultivate according to this method. A sutra is a method, then, venerated throughout the 3 periods of time. Introduction. 7. The word sutra has many more meanings. For example, a sutra is like a bubbling spring, principles flow from it like water, bubbling up out of the earth. It is also like a carpenter's chalk line, which makes a perfectly clear, straight guide. But if you understand the first 4 meanings, you understand the basic meanings. To explain a sutra correctly, one must first outline it according to the 5 profound meanings of the TENTAI school. Explaining the name according to the 7 kinds of sutra titles explained previously. This sutra is established by reference to person, dharma, analogy, and place. Discriminating the substance. This sutra takes the real mark as its substance. The real mark is without a mark, and yet there is nothing which is not marked by it. 7. Clarifying the principle. The principle of this sutra is the realization of Buddhahood. If you cultivate According to this sutra, you can realize the Buddha position. 4. Discussing the function. This sutra's function is to lead you to understand the mind and see your own nature. If you understand the mind, you have no worries. If you see your own nature, you have no cares. No longer do you quit worrying about one problem only, to begin worrying about another, and when that one is solved, find yet another one coming to take its place. If 4. The real mark denotes true reality, devoid of external appearances, attachments, and discriminations. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 5. You understand the mind and see your own nature, then everything is easy. 5. Determining the teaching mark. This sutra is like sweet dew, the heavenly elixir of immortality. Drink it once and you will never die. The sutra is also like ghee, a clarified butter with the most miraculous and subtle of tastes. Ghee is also used to describe the sutras spoken by Shakyamuni Buddha during the Dharma flower and lotus nirvana periods of his teaching. 5. The TNTAI school, systematized by the great master G.I. 538-597, is one of the great teaching schools of Chinese Buddhism. It takes as its basic text the wonderful Dharma Lotus Flower Sutra, and divides the Buddha's teaching into 5 periods. Each period is represented by an analogy to a milk product. Period milk product. Avatamsaka, 21 days, whole milk. Agama, 12 years, coagulated milk. Vapoya, 8 years, curdled milk. Prajna, Patamita, 22 years, butter. Lotus flower, Nirvana, 8 years, clarified butter, ghee. The original Dharma of the Avatamsaka is like fresh milk. With each new teaching, it becomes richer and purer, yet it is still the same basic substance. Dharma food. 9. The 5 previous Chinese patriarchs. It was Tec being the 6th patriarch. Many people wished to kill him and his disciples as well. For this reason, after the great master obtained the Dharma, he went into hiding, dwelling among hunters for 16 years. Even after establishing his Dharma platform at Nanhua Temple, followers of other religions tried to kill him, and so the great master hid inside a big rock. He sat there in meditation, and although they set the mountain on fire, he was untouched by the flames. The rock could still be seen when I was at Nanhua Temple. who wanted to kill him. In general, it wasn't you and it wasn't me. On the other hand, if you consider the insane things we have done in past lives, it might well have been you, or it could have been me. But in this life it wasn't you or me, and so there is no need to worry about having broken precepts in this case. As I told you, the Great Master is counted as the sixth patriarch from the first patriarch, Bodhidharma, who was the 28th Indian patriarch. Bodhi means enlightenment, and Dharma means law. When Bodhidharma set sail from India, fulfilling Shakyamuni Buddha as prediction that the Mahayana teaching would be transmitted to China during the time of the 28th Patriarch, the Bodhidharma already existed in China, yet it was as if it were not there at all. Although there were men who studied, there were few who lectured or recited the sutras, and repentance ceremonies were seldom. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra, practiced cultivation was superficial. Scholars debated and argued, but none of them truly understood. The principles in the sutras must be cultivated, but at that time in China they were not cultivated because everyone feared suffering. Now, in America, it is just the same. People sit in meditation. However, as soon as their legs begin to ache, they wince and fidget and then gently unbend them. People are just people, and nobody likes to have aching legs. While still in India, Patriarch Bodhidharma sent two of his disciples, Fo and Yakshay, to China to transmit the sudden enlightenment Dharma door. But no one, not even Chinese Bhikshus would speak to them. So they went to Lu Mountain, where they met the great Master Yuan Kun, who lectured on mindfulness of the Buddha. Master Yuan asked, "What Dharma do you transmit that causes people to pay you so little respect?" Fo and Yakshay could not speak Chinese, so they used sign language instead. Raising their arms in the air, they said, "Watch. The hand makes a fist and the fist makes a hand. Is this not quick?" Master Yuan replied, "Quick indeed. Bodhi, enlightenment, and affliction," they said, "are just that quick." At that moment, Dharma Master Yuan became enlightened. Realizing that originally Bodhi and affliction are not different, for Bodhi is affliction and affliction is Bodhi, he made offerings to Liu, the Mahayana or Great Vehicle teaching, stresses the salvation of all beings. 6 all beings possess the Buddha nature and may realize Buddhahood. It is called great in comparison with the Hinayana or lesser vehicle whose followers pursue personal salvation. 7. A bhikshu is a Buddhist monk. Introduction. The 5 previous Chinese patriarchs, Shi Fot Yashi, and shortly thereafter, the 2 Indian bhikshus died on the same day, in the same place. Their graves may still be seen at Lu Mountain. Patriarch Bodhidharma saw that the roots of the Mahayana, the great vehicle Buddha-dharma, were ripe in China. Theory. Neither the distance nor the hardship of travel, he took the Dharma there. The Chinese called him barbarian because he talked in a way that no one understood. When children looked up at the bearded Bodhidharma, they ran away in terror. Adults feared that he was a kidnapper and so told their children to stay away from him. Patriarch Bodhidharma went to Nanjing where he listened to Dharma Master Shen Kuang explain the sutras. When Shen Kuang spoke, the heavens rained fragrant blossoms and a golden petaled lotus rose from the earth for him to sit upon. However, only those with good roots, who had opened the 5 eyes and the 6 spiritual penetrations, were able to see that. Now, isn't this wonderful? After listening to the sutra, Bodhidharma asked Dharma, Master, what are you doing? I am explaining sutras, Shen Kuang replied. Why are you explaining sutras? I am teaching people to end birth and death. Oh, said Bodhidharma, exactly how do you do that? In this sutra which you explain, the words are black and the paper is white. How does this teach people to end birth and death? Dharma Master Shen Kuang had nothing to say. How did he teach people to end birth and death? He fumed in silence. Then, even though heavenly maidens ran down flowers and the Ba opened through cultivation, the 5 eyes are the Buddha eye, the Dharma eye, 3, the flesh eye, 4, the heavenly eye, and 5, the wisdom eye. The 6th patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 12. Earth gave forth golden lotuses. Dharma Master Shen Kuang got angry. This is what I mean when I say that the Buddha Dharma existed in China, but it was as if it were not there at all. When angry, Dharma Master Shen Kuang used his heavy iron beads to level opposition. In response to Bodhidharma's question, he raved with anger and raged like a tidal wave, smashing a mountain. As he whipped out his beads, he snapped You are slandering the Dharma and cracked Bodhidharma across the mouth, knocking loose 2 teeth. Bodhidharma neither moved nor spoke. He had expected such a vicious reply. There is a legend about the teeth of holy men. You must not ask about the principle, however, because it is too inconceivable. The legend says that if a sage's teeth fall to the ground, it won't ran for 3 years. Patriarch Bodhidharma thought, if it does ran for 3 years, people will starve. I have come to China to save living beings, not to kill them. So Bodhidharma did not let his teeth fall to the ground. Instead, he swallowed them and disappeared down the road. Although he had been beaten and reviled, Bodhidharma could not go to the government and file suit against Dharma Master Shen Kuo. Those who have left home have to be patient. How much more so must a patriarch forbear? Bodhidharma then met a parrot imprisoned in a wicker cage. This bird was much more intelligent than Dharma Master Shen Kuo. Recognizing Bodhidharma as the first patriarch, the bird said, "Mine from the west, mine from the west. Teach me a way to escape from this cage." Introduction. The 5 previous Chinese patriarchs. 13. Although Bodhidharma had received no response from people, this parrot recognized him. Hearing the bird ask plea for help, Bodhidharma whispered a secret expedient teach this bird how to end suffering. He said, "To escape from the cage. To escape from the cage. Put out both legs. Close both eyes. This is the way to escape from the cage." The parrot listened attentively and said, "All right. I understand," and stuck out his legs, closed his eyes, and waited. When the bird's owner came home from work, he always played with his parrot. But this time when he looked in the cage, he was shocked. The owner was on the verge of tears. Couldn't he have been more upset if his own son had died? He pulled open the cage door and scooped up the bird, which lay still and quiet in his hand. The body had not yet chilled. The owner looked with disbelief at the little body. He peeked at it from the left and right. It didn't even quiver. Slowly, he opened his hand. P-H-O-R-T-T. The bird broke loose from his hand and flew away. Not like the parrot, we are in a cage. How do we escape? You may say, I am really free. If I want to eat, I eat. If I want to Drink, I drink. I do not have to follow rules. I can do anything. Don't you think you are quite so clever? This is not freedom, it is just confusion. To be free, you must be free of birth and death. And then, if you wish to fly into space, you can fly into space, and if you wish to drop into the earth, you can drop into the earth. If the sixth patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 14. You can do this, you are truly independent. Like the parrot, you are free. As I explain the sixth patriarch Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra, I do not lecture well. This is not polite talk, it is true. Some lecture well, yet do not dare explain. After I have lectured, you of true eloquence may follow. When you have opened your wisdom, you will understand. In his great anger, Dharma Master Shen Kuang knocked out 2 of Bodhidharma as thieves. He thought he had won a great victory because the barbarian put forth no opposition. But not long after, the ghost of impermanence, wearing a high hat, paid a call on Master Shen Kuang. Your life ends today, said the ghost. King Yongma, the king of the dead, has sent me to escort you. Master Shen Kuang said, what? Must I die? When I speak, the Dharma flowers fall from the heavens and the earth bubbles forth golden lotuses, yet I still have not ended birth and death. Tell me, is there a person in this world who has ended birth and death? There is, came the reply. Who? asked Shen Kuang. Tell me, and I'll follow him to study the way. He is that black-faced picture whose teeth you just knocked out. King Yongma goes to him every day. Please, old ghost, speak to King Yongma on my behalf. I want to follow that picture. I am determined to end birth and death. Can you allow me some more time? All right, said the ghost. Since you are sincere, King Yongma will wait. Dharma Master Shen Kuang was delighted. He was so quick to rush after Bodhidharma that he forgot to thank the ghost of impermanence. In fact, he even forgot to put on his shoes. He ran. Introduction: the 5 previous Chinese patriarchs. 15. Until he met the parent whom Bodhidharma had freed, and suddenly he understood, originally it is just this way. I need only act dead. I need only be a living dead person. Bodhidharma walked on, ignoring the barefoot Dharma Master following behind. Arriving at Bear Azir Mountain in Loyang, the patriarch sat down to meditate facing a wall. Dharma Master Shen Kuang knelt close by. For 9 years, Patriarch Bodhidharma sat meditating and Dharma Master Shen Kuang knelt beside him, seeking the Dharma. Earlier, when I spoke this public record, an 11-year-old child asked me, during the 9 years he knelt, did he eat or not? I replied, how could anyone kneel for 9 years without eating and still live? When the patriarch meditated, Shen Kuang knelt, and when the patriarch ate, Shen Kuang ate. But this is not recorded in the books. While the patriarch was sitting, many people came to bow to him and were received as his disciples. One day a great snow fell, and it rose in drifts as high as Shen Kuang's waist, and yet he continued to kneel. Finally, Patriarch Bodhidharma asked him, why are you kneeling here in such deep snow? I want to end birth and death, replied Shen Kuang. When I was lecturing sutras, I was unsuccessful. Please, Patriarch, transmit this Dharma to me. What do you see falling from the sky? Asked Bodhidharma. Snow, said Shen Kuang. What color is it? Asked Bodhidharma. It is white, of course. When red snow falls from the sky, said Bodhidharma, I will transmit the Dharma to you. You knocked out 2 of my teeth, and I have been most compassionate in not taking revenge. Do you really expect me to give you the Dharma? This was the test Patriarch Bodhidharma gave to Master Shen Kuang. The 6th Patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 16. How did Shen Kuang complete the test? Cultivators of the way carry a knife to protect the substance of their precepts. A true cultivator would rather cut off his head than break a precept. Shen Kuang drew his precept knife, and with one slice, cut off his arm and thus passed his test. His blood flowed onto the new fallen snow. He scooped up a bucket full of crimson snow, dumped it before Bodhidharma, and said, Patriarch, do you see? The snow is red. Bodhidharma said, so it is, so it is. He had tested Shen Kuang's sincerity, and now the Patriarch was extremely happy. My coming to China has not been in vain. I have met a person who dares to use a true mind to cultivate the way, even forsaking his arm in search of the Dharma. The Patriarch then spoke the Dharma door off, using the mind to seal the mind. 9. It points straight to the mind to see the nature and realize Buddhahood. While hearing this Dharma, Shen Kuang did he think about the pen in his arm, and before that he had thought only of making the snow turn red. But now he once again produced this cursive thought. My arm really hurts, he said. My mind is in pain. Please, Patriarch, quiet my mind. Find your mind, said Bodhidharma. Show it to me and I will quiet it for you. Dharma Master Shen Kuang searched for his mind. He looked in the 10 directions, north, east, south, west, in the intermediate points, and up and down. He also looked in the same 7 places that the Venerable Amanda looked when 9. IHSIN refers to the mind, to mind transmission of Dharma passed through each generation from the time of Shakyamuni Buddha onwards. Introduction. The 5 previous Chinese patriarchs. 17. Shakyamuni Buddha asked him the same question in the Shuripumma Sutra. That is, he looked inside his body. He looked outside his body. 3. He looked for it hidden somewhere in his sense organs. 4. He looked where there was light. 5. He looked at the place where conditions came together. 6. He looked in the middle, between the organs and their objects. 7. And finally, he looked in the place of non-attachment, which is no place. At last Shen Kuang said to Bodhidharma, I can't find my mind. Great Master, it is nowhere to be found. This is how well I have quieted your mind, said the Patriarch. At these words, Shen Kuang understood the meaning of the Dharma transmission, the wonderful, ineffable principle. 10,000 dharmas return to one. Where does the one return? Shen Kuang did not understand, and ran after Bodhidharma. Before him at Bear Azir Mountain knelt 9 years, seeking Dharma to escape King Yoma. With the transmission of the Dharma, Shen Kuang received the name Huike, which means able wisdom. 10. Shuripumma Sutra, Len Yanqing, from Roll IT 945. The 6th Patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 18. Master Huike asked Bodhidharma, in India, did you transmit the Dharma to your disciples? Did you also give the robe and bowl as certification? I transmitted the Dharma in India, replied Bodhidharma. But I did not use the robe and bowl. Indian people are straightforward. When they attain the fruit, they know they must be certified. If no one certifies them, they do not say, I have attained the way. I have given proof to arhatship. I am a Bodhisattva. They do not speak like this. Chinese people, however, are different. Many Chinese have the great vehicle root nature 11, but there are also many people who like having cultivated without success. Such people claim to have the way. Though they have not certified to the fruit, they claim to be certified sages. Therefore I transmit the robe in bold to prove that you have received the transmission. Guard them well and take care. While the Patriarch Bodhidharma was in China, he was poisoned 6 times. Dharma Master Bodhirasa and Phanaya Master Kuopti were jealous of him. They prepared a vegetarian meal which contained an invariably fatal drug and offered it to the Patriarch. Although he knew it was poisoned, he ate it. Then he vomited the food onto a tray, and it was transformed into a pile of writhing snakes. After this unsuccessful attempt, Bodhirasa tried again, using an even more potent poison. Again, Bodhidharma ate the food. Then he sat atop a huge boulder and spat out the poison. The 11 great vehicle root nature refers to the strong karmic affinity of those who in past lives have cultivated the great vehicle and who, by their meritorious actions, have sent down deep roots, that is, have established a firm foundation in the Buddha Dharma, which enables them to successfully understand and practice it in the present. Introduction: The 5 previous Chinese patriarchs. 19. Boulder crumbled into a heap of dust. In 4 more attempts, jealous people tried without success to poison the Patriarch. One day, the great Master Bodhidharma said to Hui Ko, I came to China because I saw people here with the great vehicle root nature. Now I have transmitted the Dharma and am ready to complete the stillness. After his death, the Patriarch's body was buried. There was nothing unusual about his funeral. In Northern Wei, 386-532 AD, however, an official code Sung Yun met Bodhidharma on the road to Changnan Mountain in T.S. Bunli. When they met, Bodhidharma was carrying one shoe in his hand. He said to Sung Yun, the king of your country died today. Return quickly. There is work to be done. The official asked, Great Master, where are you going? Back to India. The great master replied, Venerable one, to whom did you transmit your Dharma? In China, after 40 years, it will be K.O. Sung Yun returned to his country and reported the incident. Recently, in T.S. Ling, I met the Patriarch Bodhidharma who told me that the king of our country had died and instructed me to return to the capital. When I arrived, I found it exactly as he had said. How did he know? His countryman's cult, Bodhidharma, is already dead. How could you have met him on the road? Then they rushed to the Patriarch as grave and found it empty, with nothing inside but one shoe. Where did Bodhidharma go? No one knows. Perhaps he came to America. Wherever he wanders, no one can recognize him, because he can change and transform according to his convenience. When he came to China, he said he was 150 years old, and when he left, he was still one. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 150 years old. No historical references can be found. When Bodhidharma was about to enter Nirvana, he said, I came to China and transmitted my Dharma to 3 people. 1 received my marrow, 1 my bones, and 1 my flesh. After the transmission, the Patriarch himself no longer had a body. Great Master Hui Ko received the marrow and chapter, and Master Tao Yu received the bones. Hikshonite some chapter, IH could recite the Lotus Sutra from memory. After she died, a green lotus flower grew from her mouth. She received Bodhidharma as flesh. In the end, the Patriarch had no body at all. So Dong Ti looked for him in America. You want to find him. The second Patriarch, Hui Ko of the Northern Chapter, I-577 AD, whose family name was Qi, was formerly Shen Kuo. When he was born, his parents saw Wei Ou Bodhisattva, the golden armored spiritual being, come to offer protection. Thereupon they named their son Shen Kuo, which means spiritual light. Not only was the Patriarch intelligent, but he had an excellent memory as well, and his skill and powers of discrimination were so remarkable that he could read 10 lines in the time it took an ordinary person to read 1. In a gathering of 100 people, all talking at once, he could clearly distinguish each conversation. The great master, however, had great anger. He disagreed with everyone and was always ready to fight. When Shen Kuo explained sutras, as I have told you, he used his iron beads to win his arguments. Later, after he knelt for 9 years in quest of the Dharma, it was his great anger which enabled him to cut off his arm and feel no pain. It was also because of this anger that he later felt pain. Unafflicted by anger, he would have felt no pain. Pain is just an affliction, and affliction is the cause of pain. Introduction: The 5 previous Chinese patriarchs. 21. The second patriarch was 40 years old when he left Bodhidharma. Having obtained the Dharma, he went into hiding. Because both Hirasai and Phanaya Master Kuopti, who had made 6 attempts on the life of Bodhidharma, also wished to kill his disciples. So although Wei Ko had great anger, he nevertheless obeyed his teacher and went into hiding for 40 years. When he was 80, he began to propagate the Buddha Dharma, teaching and transforming living beings. Later, the disciples of both Hirasai and Phanaya Master Kuopti tried to kill Master Wei Ko, who feigned insanity to lessen the jealousy of his rivals. But he never ceased to save living beings who were ready to receive his teaching. Because so many people continue to trust the second patriarch. Both Hirasai, as disciples, were still jealous. They reported Wei Ko to the government, accusing him of being a weird inhuman creature. He confuses the people who follow him, they charged. He is not even human. The emperor ordered the district magistrate to arrest him, and Wei Ko was locked up and questioned. "Are you human or are you a freak?" asked the magistrate. "I am a freak," replied Master Wei Ko. The magistrate knew that the patriarch said this to avoid causing jealousy, so he ordered him to tell the truth. "Speak clearly," he demanded. "What are you?" The great master replied, "I am a freak. Governments can't allow strange freaks to roam the earth." And so Wei Ko was sentenced to die. Now, isn't this the way of the world? The patriarch wept when he told his disciples, "I must undergo this retribution." He was a courageous man, certainly not one to cry out of fear of death. He was sad because the Dharma had not become widely understood during his lifetime. The 6th patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 22. The Buddha Dharma will not flourish until the time of the 4th patriarch, he announced. And then he faced the executioner. "Come and kill me," he said. The executioner raised his axe and swung it towards the master's neck. What do you think happened? You are probably thinking, he was a patriarch with great spiritual power. Certainly the blade shattered and his head was not even scratched. No. The axe cut off his head, and it did grow back. However, instead of blood and milky white liquid flowed onto the chopping block. You think, now really, this is just too far out. If you believe it, that is fine. If you do not believe it, that is fine too, just forget it. However, I will give you a simple explanation of why blood did not flow from the patriarch's neck when a sage enters the White Yan realm. His blood becomes white because his body has transformed completely into Yan, leaving no trace of Yang. I don't believe it, you say. Of course you don't. If you did, you would be just like the second patriarch. When the executioner saw that the master did not bleed, he exclaimed, "Hey, he really is a freak. I chopped off his head, but what came out was not blood, but this milky white fluid. And his face looks exactly as it did when he was alive." The emperor knew that he had executed a saint, because he remembered that the 24th Indian patriarch, Arya Simha, had also been beheaded and had not bled, but a white milky liquid had poured forth, because he had been without outflows. When one has no ignorance, one may attain to a state without outflows and enter the White Yan realm. 12. 派yan shichi. Introduction. The 5 previous Chinese patriarchs. 23. You think, but you just said that Patriarch Wei Ko had great anger. How could he have been without ignorance? You are certainly more clever than I am, for I did not think of this question. But now that you have brought it up, I will answer it. His was not petty anger like yours and mine, which explodes like firecrackers. Pop, pop, pop. His anger was wisdom, and because of it his body became Yan. Great patience, great knowledge, great courage, and great wisdom, that's what his temper was made of. Realizing that Wei Ko was a bodhisattva in the flesh, the emperor felt great shame. A bodhisattva came to our country, he said, and instead of offering him protection, we killed him. Then the emperor had all the great officials take refuge with this strange picture. Thus, even though the second patriarch had already been executed, he still accepted these disciples. The third patriarch, Sentius, and of the Sui dynasty, was of unknown family name and origin. When he first came to visit the second patriarch, his body was covered with repulsive sores like those of a leper. Where are you from? Asked the second patriarch. What are you doing here? I have come to take refuge with the High Master, and to study and cultivate the Buddha Dharma, answered Santien. You have a loathsome disease and your body is filthy. How can you study the Buddha Dharma? Master Wei Ko was clever, but Higher Master Santien was even more clever. I am a Sick man and you are a High Master, he said, but in our true minds where is the difference? Thereupon, the second patriarch transmitted the Dharma to Santien, and saying, this robe and bow have been passed on from Bodhidharma. They certify that you have received the Dharma seal. In order to protect it, you must go into hiding. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 24. Because both parasite as followers will try to harm you. Be very careful and let no one know that you have received the transmission. The third patriarch Santien, and also feigned insanity while he taught living beings. During the persecution of Buddhism, the Emperor Wu of the Northern Zhou dynasty reigned from 561-577 AD, the patriarch fled into the mountains. While he hid there, the tigers, wolves, leopards, and other fierce animals all disappeared. After transmitting the Dharma to the fourth patriarch, Hsin, Master Santien, and invited 1,000 bhikshus to a great vegetarian feast. After they had eaten, he said, you think that to sit in full lotus is the best way to die. Watch. I'll demonstrate my independence over birth and death. The master left the dining hall, followed by the 1,000 bhikshus. He halted by the trunk of a tree, and after pausing for a moment, he leapt up and grabbed a big branch. Then, while swinging from the tree by one hand, he entered Nirvana. No one knew his name or his birthplace. Someone is afraid and thinks the first patriarch was poisoned, the second patriarch was beheaded, and the third patriarch died hanging from a tree. I certainly do not want to be a patriarch. It is much too dangerous. With this attitude, even if you wanted to be a patriarch, you could not. As long as you fear death, as long as you fear anything at all, you cannot even be a patriarch as disciple. Patriarchs are not afraid of suffering. They are not afraid of life, and they are not afraid of death. Making no distinctions between life and death, they roam among people, teaching and transforming them. Like Foton Yashi, they Know that affliction is just body and that birth and death is nirvana. So tell me now, who is not afraid of birth and death? If there is such a one, I will make him a patriarch. Introduction: The 5 previous Chinese patriarchs. 25. The 4th patriarch's name was Tao Hsin. While very young, Master Tao Hsin left home under Master Sen Tsnn. For 60 years he sat in Dhyana concentration, without lying down to rest. Although he seldom opened his eyes, he was asleep. He was working at cultivation. When he did open his eyes, everyone shook with terror. Why? No one knew. Such was the magnitude of his awesome virtue. Hearing of the Master's great virtue in the 17th year of the Chen Huang reign of the Tian dynasty, 643 AD, the Emperor sent a messenger to invite him to the palace to receive offerings. Unlike we common people, who would attempt to wedge ourselves into the court without being asked, the great Master, the 4th patriarch, refused the invitation, saying, I am too old and the journey would be tiring. Eating on the road would be too difficult. I cannot undergo such hardship. When the messenger delivered the patriarch's reply, the emperor said, Go back and tell him that the emperor says that no matter how old he is or how difficult the journey, I have ordered him to come to the palace. The messenger returned to the patriarch and said, Master, regardless of your health, you must come to the emperor's court. We will carry you back, if necessary. At that time, since there were no airplanes or cars, travel was difficult. No, I cannot go, replied the patriarch. I am too old and ill. Take my head if you must, but my heart will not go. The messenger thought, there is nothing to do but to go back without him. I cannot take his head to the emperor. This picture is very strange, he is hardly human. The messenger then hurried back to the emperor. Your Excellency, you may have the master's head, but his heart will not move. The 6th patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 26. Very well, go get his head, replied the emperor. He put a knife in a box and gave it to the messenger, saying, Slice off his head, but under no circumstances should you harm this picture. The messenger understood. He returned to the 4th patriarch. Venerable Master, if you refuse to come, the emperor has ordered me to cut off your head, he said. Patriarch Tao Hsin said, if in this life my head gets to see the emperor, that will be great glory. You may remove my head now. The messenger took out the knife and prepared to cut off his head. The great master closed his eyes and waited calmly for about 10 minutes. Maybe it was 10 minutes, maybe it was 9 or 11. Don't he become attached? It is certainly not determined exactly how long he waited. But nothing happened, and finally, Master Tao Hsin got angry, just like the second patriarch, and shouted, "Hey! Why don't you slice off my head?" The emperor had no intention of harming you, the messenger quickly replied. He was just bluffing. The patriarch heard this and laughed aloud. Then he said, "Now you know that there is still a person in the world who does not fear death." The family name of the fourth patriarch was Su Wang and his personal name was Hsin. Su Wang was an honorable ancestral name. Both the Emperor Su Wang of the Qing dynasty and the historian and skilled writer Su Wang chapter Yin of the Han dynasty had this name. When the fourth patriarch became a bhikshu, he took the new name Tao Hsin. He lived 72 years, 60 of which were spent without lying down even once to sleep. The fourth patriarch, as realm of accomplishment, was inconceivable. While Tao Hsin was cultivating, a nearby city was besieged by bandits for more than 100 days, depriving its inhabitants of water and supplies. Seeing the lives of the people. Introduction: the 5 previous Chinese patriarchs. 27. In danger, Master Tao Hsin left his mountain retreat to rescue the city dwellers. He taught them all to recite Mahaprajna Paramita. After they had recited for a time, the bandits fled and water reappeared in the wells. This is the response based on the way which Master Tao Hsin invoked as a result of his superior cultivation. When the fourth patriarch decided to build a temple, he looked with his Buddha eye and saw Broken Head Mountain, surrounded by a purple cloud of energy. Observing this auspicious sign, the master went there to dwell, changing its inauspicious name, Broken Head, to Double Peak Mountain. The master used expedient dharmas to teach living beings how to discard their bad habits. These stubborn living beings, however, often discarded what was good and continued doing evil. But the master persisted, and by using all kinds of skill in means caused these stubborn living beings to realize their mistakes. He propagated the Dharma for more than 40 years, transforming living beings greater in number than seedlings of rice, stalks of hemp, shoots of bamboo, or blades of grass. One day the fourth patriarch said to his disciple Dharma, Master Yuan, you should build me a stupa Shisan. I am going to live in the second year of Yunhui of the Tian Dynasty 651 AD on the 24th day of the 9th lunar month. Patriarch Tao Hsin, who had never been ill, sat down and entered Nirvana. His disciples locked his flesh body securely in the stone stupa. A year later the iron locks fell away and the stupa opened by itself. Looking in, everyone saw the body of the fourth Shisan. Stupas are reliquaries designed to hold the remains of Buddhist saints and patriarchs. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 28. Patriarch still sitting in full lotus, appearing the same as when he was alive. The Master, as body had not decayed, but the flesh had dried out. The fifth patriarch, Hong Zhen, wrapped the body with lacquered cloth and gilded it. This true body still exists today. The fifth patriarch, Hong Zhen, also lived during the Tian Dynasty. His family name was Zhou. He lived in Huangmei County near Double Peak Mountain. When he was 7, he went to the temple on the mountain to attend upon the fourth patriarch. The great master Hong Zhen cleaned the lamps and censer before the Buddha images. He swept the floor, carried water, split firewood, and worked in the kitchen. At age 30, he took the 10 novice precepts and studied under the fourth patriarch for over 30 years. The fifth patriarch was 8 feet tall and had an extraordinary appearance. When others treated him badly, he remained silent and unmoved. Because he did not give rise to discrimination, he never spoke of right or wrong, and when fellow bhikshus bullied him, he never fought back. His calm, quiet manner indicated that he had realized a state of peace. Even after working hard all day, the master did rest. Instead of sleeping, he sat in meditation, uniting body and mind in powerful samadhi. Master Hong Zhen lived in the woods of Pi in Mao Mountain, slightly east of Double Peak Mountain, so his teaching is called the East Mountain Dharma Door. Once, like his master the fourth patriarch, he saw a horde of bandits besieging a nearby city. Their leader, and Mongol named Ketahanalu, and his followers had so tightly cut off the communications that even the birds couldn't fly in or out. The fifth patriarch went down mountain toward the city. When the bandits saw him, they were terrified, for they saw not only the patriarch, but also a retinue of golden, armored Phaedra King Bodhisattva's armed with. Introduction: the 5 previous Chinese patriarchs. 29. Jeweled weapons, manifesting awesome virtue and brightness. The thieves retreated, their siege broken. How was the great master able to command these Phaedra King Bodhisattvas? The fifth patriarch had cultivated and he recited the Shurabhama mantra. The Shurabhama Sutra says that if you are constantly mindful of the Shurabhama mantra, 84,000 Phaedras or Bodhisattvas will protect you from all danger. In the 5th year of the Xian chapter, in reign of the Tian dynasty, 660 AD, the emperor invited Great Master Hong Zhen to the palace. The master declined the invitation. The emperor sent a second invitation which the master also declined. Finally, the emperor sent a variety of gifts, including rare medicinal herbs, as an offering to the great master, the fifth patriarch. In the 5th year of the Xian reign of the Tian dynasty, 674 AD, the fifth patriarch said to his disciple, Master Suanqi, build me a stupa. I am going to live. In the 2nd month on the 14th day he asked, is the stupa ready? Master Suanqi replied that it was. The patriarch said, for many years I have taught living beings. I have taken across those whom I must take across and have transmitted my Dharma to Wenan, the 6th patriarch. Now, in addition, you 10 should become Dharma hosts and establish Bodhi Mandas to preserve and spread the teaching among living beings. The 10 he addressed were Dharma Masters Shensu, Qi, Xian, Ifan, Qi, Suanqi, Laoan, Faju, Wei Sen, Suan Yu, and also Upasako Yu, who had dealt with correspondence and accounting. The 5th patriarch sent each of these 10 people to a different place to teach and transform living beings. Shortly thereafter, he sat very still and his energy dispersed as he entered nirvana. During the 74 years of his life, the 6th patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra, Sanshi. The 5th patriarch Hong Zhen had accepted many disciples, and had transmitted the Dharma to the great master Wenan. 31. A General Introduction. Edited by Bhikshupahai of the T Dynasty. What follows is not the sutra text, but an introduction to the sutra, which was written by the sixth patriarch as disciple Phadhai. When the sixth patriarch taught Dharma, Master Phadhai followed him, recording all of the things the patriarch said. Later, he compiled and edited his notes, calling them the sixth patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. Had he not done this, we would have no way to study the sixth patriarch as Dharma. Therefore, we should certainly be grateful for such compassion as his. Dharma Master Phadhai's name was Chang, and his common name was Wenyu. He was a native of Chapter Chien, which is about 10 miles from Nanhuang Monastery. He was a root entering disciple, that is, a disciple to whom the Master had transmitted the Dharma. Though his introduction is not part of the sutra proper, I will explain it to you, because it narrates some important events in the life of the Great Master. Text. The Great Master was named Weinen. His father was of the Lu family and had the personal name Shi Tao. His mother was of the Li family. The Master was born on the 8th day of the 2nd month of the year Wu Hsu, in the 12th year of the Chen Huang reign of the Tian Dynasty, AD 638. The sixth patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 32. At that time, a beam of light ascended into space and a strange fragrance filled the room. At dawn, two strange bhikshus came to visit. They addressed the Master as Father, saying, "Last night a son was born to you and we have come to name him. It can be way above and below." Then the father said, "Why shall he be called Weinen?" The monk said, "Wei means he will bestow the Dharma upon living beings. Nen means he will be able to do the Buddha's work." Having said this, they left. No one knows where they went. The Master did not drink milk. At night, spirits appeared and poured sweet dew over him. Commentary. The Great Master refers to the sixth patriarch, Weinen. The Master, as merit and virtue was great, he had great wisdom and compassion, and so was a master of gods and humans. When one is alive, one has a personal name. After one dies, that name is avoided. Hence it is called a personal name, a name which is not spoken. When the Great Master, as mother gave birth to him, a fine beam of like a rose, like that which the Buddha emits from his forehead. A strange, fragrant incense which had never been smelled before filled the room. At dawn, the heavens are half dark and half light. Chu Xi, the Song of Household Affairs, wrote, at dawn, get up, sprinkle and sweep the hall, the inside, the outside. You must clean it all. Introduction, a general introduction. 33. In China at that time there was no linoleum. In the morning, people sprinkled water on the mud floors, waited a bit, and then swept their houses clean inside and out. The two strange pictures were quite different from ordinary people. They were like the fourth patriarch who, by merely opening his eyes, caused everyone to tremble in fright. These two unusual pictures came to name the sixth patriarch. Isn't this strange? Who has two pictures come to name him? To say above and below when referring to a person's name is a most respectful form of address. What the newly born patriarchate was sweet to. Text. He grew up, and at the age of 24 he heard the Sutra 14 and awoke to the way. He went to Huangmei to seek the seal of approval. Commentary. Some say that the sixth patriarch was 24, others say that he was 22. As the Chinese count he was 24, and as Westerners count he was 22. Whether he was 22 or 24 is not really important. When the sixth patriarch heard the layman recite the Diamond Sutra and reach the line, one should produce that thought which is nowhere supported. The sixth patriarch said, "Oh, not supported anywhere." He was immediately enlightened. 14. The Vajrapurnapatamita Sutra, also called the Diamond Sutra. This sutra, with the Venerable Master Wat as commentary, is available in translation from IITVT of Sabha. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 34. A great many people had heard the Diamond Sutra, but none of them had become enlightened. Now in the West, perhaps, someone will hear, one should produce that thought which is nowhere supported, and understanding the principle, become enlightened. That is what I hope. Whether or not it will actually happen is another matter. After becoming enlightened, he did not say, I am enlightened. He was not like some people today who do not understand even a hair's breadth of the Buddha Dharma, yet claim to be enlightened. The ancients, even when they had become enlightened, did not recklessly say, I am enlightened. Even less would people who had not become enlightened claim to have done so. It is necessary to seek certification from a good knowing advisor, a person who has already awakened. That is why the sixth patriarch went to Wang Mei to seek the fifth patriarch's seal of certification. Enlightened ancients did not attempt to certify themselves. Today, however, there are those who have not become enlightened and yet say that they have enlightenment, and non-enlightenment are as different as heaven and earth. Moreover, many naive young people take stupefying drugs and claim to have gone to the void. Confused demons, posing as good knowing advisors, certify them saying, yes, you have attained to emptiness. However, there is no place for you to live in emptiness. Come back. Come to my place. I have buildings and houses. I have a commune. The young people say that as not bad at all. They take the demons as their teachers. Ultimately, these bad knowing advisors do not know themselves if they are true or false. You and I do not know either. Introduction, a general introduction. 35. But now we should use the sutras for certification. The sutras do not say that any foolish person has a commune in empty space. Even though rockets now go to the moon space, settlements have not yet been built. So this kind of talk simply does not get right. Now we are exceedingly busy. In the morning, everyone gets up at 4 o'clock to recite sutras. We are busy building houses on the earth, not in heaven. Why? We are people on earth, and so our houses should be built on the earth. We are forging our bodies into indestructible Vajra bodies. Our bodies are our houses, but they sometimes go back. Now, from morning to night, we are busy constructing them, cultivating them to be in the end like indestructible Vajra bodies. With an indestructible Vajra body, you can go wherever you wish. You can go into empty space, up to the heavens, down into the earth, or to the Dragon King's palace. It is very simple, and you do not need a passport or a schedule. You are free to take off at your convenience. But first construct your indestructible body. Then you can do it. Text. The fifth patriarch measured his capacity and transmitted the role and dharma so that he inherited the patriarchate. The time was the first year of the Ren period long show, cyclical year HSINU AD 661. He returned south and hid for 16 years. Commentary. After the sixth patriarch left Wang Mei, he had no safe place to live, because Shen Su, as disciples and followers of Nam, the sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 36, Buddhist religions wished to harm him. The great master went to live with hunters for 16 years. During this time no one knew that he was the sixth patriarch. He worked hard practicing dhyana meditation while watching over the animals and birds the hunters had caught and secretly releasing the ones which had been only slightly injured and could still travel safely. He had much time to cultivate and perfect his skill, for no one can to trouble him. If you do not truly cultivate, everything is easy, but if you do cultivate truly, demon obstacles arise from the four corners and the 8 directions. Unexpected circumstances prevail and things you never dreamed could happen do happen. In his 16 years with the hunters, the sixth patriarch dwelt without disturbance, living just as they did. That is genuine hiding. He did not seek fame or profit, and he did not try to take advantage of circumstances. He practiced genuine cultivation. Text. On the 8th day of the first month in the first year of the Ren period IFN AD 676, the cyclical year, Pink Su, he met Dharma Master Yin Sung. Together, they discussed the profound and mysterious, and Yin Sung became awakened to and united with the Master's doctrine. Commentary. They talked back and forth, querying each other on principle. Who asked who? Dharma Master Yin Sung asked the Great Master, the sixth patriarch. The Great Master had solved the dispute over whether the flag or the wind moved, by explaining. Introduction, a general introduction. 37. That it was the mind that moved, and Dharma Master Yin Sung had been astounded to hear a layman speak in such a deep and wonderful way. He got down from his Dharma seat and escorted the sixth patriarch to his room for a chat. Where did you come from and what is your name? He asked. Dharma Master Yin Sung knew that this layman was a room-entering disciple of the fifth patriarch, one to whom the fifth patriarch had transmitted the Dharma. He immediately bowed to the Great Master. They then investigated the profound and mysterious. They talked about the wind and the flag. until his talk with the sixth patriarch. Dharma Master Yin Sung had not correctly understood the principle of the Dhyana school. Text. On the 15th day of that month, at a meeting of all the four assemblies, the Master, as had was shaped. On the 8th day of the second month, all those of well-known virtue gathered together to administer the complete precepts. Vanayan Master Qigong of Shi Qing was the precept transmitter. Commentary. During the week of the 8th to the 15th day of the first month, Dharma Master Yin Sung gathered the four assemblies together, the Bhikshus, Bhikshunis, Upas AKAs, and Upas IKAs. The purpose of the meeting was to shape the Master, as had so that he could leave home and become a Bhikshu. People leave home for various reasons. Some find it difficult to obtain food and clothing. They see that those who have left home are well provided for, and so they leave home so they can eat and be clothed. Others leave home because they are old and the sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 38, have no children. They think, I will leave home and take a young disciple who will care for me as a son would. It is uncertain whether people who leave home for these reasons can really cultivate. Some leave home because they are bandits or runaways. They leave home and cut off their hair so that the government won't find them and cut off their heads. Some leave home when small, but it is not certain whether they can cultivate. Some people have confused beliefs. Even so, they still believe, and that is good. For instance, the parents of a sick child may say, the child may die of disease. We should give him to a temple and he can become a bhikshu and we can go visit him. That is better than letting him die. So out of confused belief, the parents give their child to the temple. People of confused belief may not necessarily be bad, but people who believe in confused principles are definitely not good. They have faith, but it is misplaced. That is confusion within confusion, and it is not good. Some are confused and without belief. In their confusion, they do not believe in anything. Finally, there are the believing and unconfused. These people study the Buddha Dharma with a faithful heart until they are no longer confused. Of these last four types of people who have left home, one cannot say that any of them will be able to cultivate, nor can one say for sure that they cannot. Perhaps only 1 or 2% can cultivate the Dharma. However, if you resolve to attain enlightenment in order to end birth and death, you can surely cultivate upon leaving home. Again, there are those who no longer have a family and so leave their worldly homes. Some leave the home of the three realms, the realm of desire, the realm of form, and the realm of formlessness. Once out of Introduction, a general introduction. 39. These three realms there are no desires, no forms, and no formless consciousness. Because of their non-attachment, these people see the three realms as empty, and so it is said that they have left the home of the three realms. Some leave the home of afflictions. It is essential to leave afflictions behind. If you do not cut them off, you may leave home, but you cannot know the way. The sixth patriarch cannot be put into any of its categories, for he was a special case. He had attained mastery, and so whether or not he left home made no difference. Even when he appeared to be a layman, he practiced the profound conduct of a bodhisattva, and he did not behave like a layman. In this way, his act of leaving home did not resemble that of others. In the assembly, the 8th day of the 2nd month is the day when Shakyamuni Buddha left home. On that day all the illustrious, virtuous and learned Dharma masters gathered from the 10 directions. Chinese Dharma masters and Indian Dharma masters came to administer the complete precepts to the 6th patriarch. Dharma Master Yingzong invited Dharma Master Qi Kuang of Shiqing to administer the complete precepts to the 6th patriarch. Shiqing is another name for chapter, and the person who administers the precepts is called the precept transmitter. Precepts have a substance and mark and a dharma. If you wish a more detailed explanation, even finer discriminations can be made. I do not use Ting Fu Pao as commentary because it is often in error. In this case he says that 3 people are required to administer the precepts, while actually only 1 is necessary. At that time, Dharma Master Qi Kuang acted as transmitter. Qi Kuang was also a Vinaya master, one who diligently studies the precepts and thoroughly understands the rules. In the 6th patriarch, as Dharma Platform Sutra 40, walking, standing, sitting and lying down in each of these 4 great comportments, he must conduct himself in the awesome manner, not daring to deviate for the space of a single step. Every move a Vinaya master makes must be in accord with the rules. Therefore the Shurangama Sutra says, severe and pure Vinaya, they are noble models for the triple world. Text. Vinaya Master Wei Qing of Suzhou was the Karmadona. Vinaya Master Ti Bunying of Qingzhou was the teaching transmitter. Vinaya Master Chapter I2 Law of Central India recited the precepts. Tripitaka. Master Mittu of India was the precept certifier. Commentary. Ting Fu Pao writes that there should be 4 Karmadonas, yet the sutra mentions only 1. He says that the one mentioned was the most famous of the 4. Because he didn't understand the precepts, his commentary is confused. There was only 1 Karmadona. Karmadona is a Sanskrit word which means to arrange events or to explain rules. The Karmadona makes certain that everything is done in accord with Dharma, in accord with the rules established by Shakyamuni Buddha. Anything not in accord with the Buddha as rules is unacceptable to the Karmadona. When conferring the precepts, the precept transmitter asks the Karmadona, may the precepts be transmitted to this person. The question is asked 3 times, and each time the Karmadona must reply yes. Introduction, a general introduction. 41. On the precept platform, the Karmadona and the teaching transmitter sit immediately to the left and right of the precept transmitter. The remaining 7 certifiers sit on either side. That is the arrangement of the 3 masters and 7 certifiers. They represent the Buddhas of the 10 directions in speaking Dharma and transmitting precepts. Therefore, when leaving home, receiving precepts is especially important. The teaching transmitter transmits the sutras. Chapter I2 Law, transliterated from the Sanskrit, means flower of merit and virtue. Dharma Master Mittu understood the 3 divisions of the Tripitaka, Sutras, Sastras, and Vinaya, and so he is called a Tripitaka Master. He is closely associated with the Chinese Vinaya because he translated the Dharmagata Vinaya from the Sanskrit into Chinese. All the precept spirits protected this intelligent master, and there are many miraculous events connected with his life. Mittu means flourishing. His full name was Tamo Mittu, flourishing Dharma. Text. Construction of the precept platform had begun in the former Song dynasty by Tripitaka Master Gudabhadra. He erected a stone tablet which said, in the future, a Bodhisattva in the flesh will receive the precepts in this very place. Commentary. The former Song was the dynasty that preceded the Sui dynasty, not the well-known Song dynasty of Song Taizu. Ganapadra means a worthy of merit and virtue. This master established a precept platform at what is now called the Sixth Patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 42. Kuong Shio Monastery. His engraving foretold the coming of a Bodhisattva in the flesh, not a Bodhisattva who had gone to Nirvana, but a living Bodhisattva. Text. Further, in the first year of the Yinqian reign of Luoyang Dynasty, AD 502, Tripitaka Master Jayanapayashya came by sea from West India carrying a Bodhi tree branch, which he planted beside the platform. He, too, made a prophecy, saying, after 170 years, a Bodhisattva in the flesh will proclaim the supreme vehicle beneath this tree, taking measureless multitudes across. He will be a true transmitter of the Buddha's might, seal a Dharma host. Commentary. Tripitaka Master Jayanapayashya, Wisdom Medicine, predicted that a living Bodhisattva would speak the supreme vehicle Dharma from beneath that Bodhi tree, teaching the Dharma of a direct pointing to the mind to see the nature and realize Buddhahood. As a true transmitter of the Buddha's might, seal this Bodhisattva would use the mind to seal the mind. Shakyamuni. Buddha held a flower in his fingers and smiling subtly transmitted the mind seal of all the Buddhas to the first Patriarch, Mahakashyapa. Transmitters of the mind seal are Patriarchs. A Dharma host is one who lectures sutras and explains the Dharma. Jayanapayashya brought a Bodhi tree branch from India to China, not a whole tree, just a cutting. Bodhi trees will grow almost anywhere. There are many such trees in China today. Introduction, a general introduction. 43. The Venerable Master Jayanapayashya, as flesh body has not decayed. It is preserved for veneration at Yuhuang Monastery, about 5 miles from Nanhuang Monastery. The caretaker there, who has left home, does not feed visitors. So if you wish to visit, you must bring your own food. When I was living at Nanhuang Temple, I went to see the Master Jayanapayashya as body and found it in excellent condition. Text. In keeping with the former predictions, the Master arrived to have his hair cut and to receive the precepts. He instructed the 4 assemblies on the essentials of the exclusive Dharma transmission. Commentary. The 6th Patriarch had his head shaved and received the complete precepts. He then explained the Dharma for the 4 assemblies, teaching them the exclusive Dharma transmission. That is, the Dharma which has been passed down through every generation since the time of Shakyamuni Buddha. Text. In the spring of the following year, the Master took leave of the assembly and returned to Paolin. Some, together with more than 1,000 black-robed monks and white-robed layfolk, accompanied him directly to T.S. Aoshi. Commentary. The 6th Patriarch left and returned to T.S. Aoshi. The 6th Patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 44. The black-robed are those who have left home at that time. Lay people wore white robes. They all went directly to T.S. Aoshi with the Master. Some people say that they have been to T.S. Aoshi when they have not. They falsely claim to transmit the T.S. Aoshi Dharma and Dhyana source, the basis of meditation. The Dharma ending age is just that, false Buddhists with phony credentials. Text. At that time Vinaya Master T. Bunying of Qingzhou and several hundred students followed the Master and came to dwell there. When the Master arrived at Paolin in T.S. Aoshi, he saw that the buildings were bleak and small, insufficient to contain the multitude. Wishing to enlarge them, he paid a visit to the villager. Chapter and said, "This old monk comes to the almsgiver seeking a sitting class as worth of ground. Is that possible?" Commentary. As soon as he realized that the great Master was the 6th Patriarch, a transmitter of the Buddha's mind, seal, Vinaya Master T. Bunying led his disciples to T.S. Aoshi to study the Dharma under the great Master. When the 6th Patriarch arrived at T.S. Aoshi, he saw that the buildings were too small. Wishing to enlarge them, he paid a visit to the wealthy landowner Chapter and in this passage, the 6th Patriarch refers to himself as the old monk. When he was 24, he went to see Wang Mei, then he hid for 16 years. At 40 years of age, he called himself an old monk, and so I am entitled to do the same. The Master told. Introduction, a general introduction. 45. Chapter and that if he gave alms, he could transcend birth and death. Text. Xian asked, how big is the High Master's sitting cloth? The master took out his sitting cloth and showed it to Xian, who thereupon agreed. But when the patriarch unfolded and spread out his sitting cloth, it completely covered the four borders of Tsaoshi. The four heavenly kings 15 appeared and sat as protectors in each of the four directions. Commentary. The great master handed his sitting cloth to Chapter and Xian, who said, if you only want that large a piece of land, fine. But when he spread it out, the sitting cloth covered not only the area around Nanhuang Monastery, but everything within 10 miles of where they stood. The four heavenly kings appeared and stood guard in each of the four directions. Text. It is due to this occurrence that the mountain range bordering the monastery is called the Range of the Heavenly Kings. 15. Kata Maharajas, the four Deva kings who dwell on each side of Mount Sumeru, and lord of heavy influences. In the east, Dhritarashtra, the king who holds his country. In the south, Thirudaka, Deva of increase and growth. In the west, Thirupaksa, the broad-eyed or ugly-eyed, and in the north Vishvana, the king who is greatly learned. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 46. Xian said, I know that the High Master, as Dharma power is vast and great. However, the burial ground of my great-great-grandfather lies on this land. In the future, if you build a stupa, I hope that this area will remain undisturbed. As for the rest, I wish to give it all to be forever a treasured place. This ground has the flowing current of a living dragon and a white elephant. Level. Only heaven, do not level earth. Later, the monastery was constructed according to his words. The master roamed within these boundaries, and at places where the scenes of nature were fine he stopped to rest. Commentary. The area belongs to a living dragon, it has a flowing current, and the mountain is like an elephant. Here, one may build a treasured place, a Bodhimanda. Level only heaven, do not level earth, that is, where the land is high, the buildings may be made lower, and where the land is low, the buildings may be made taller. But do not level the earth, for if you do you will ruin the fine conditions of wind and water, and the land will lose its efficacious energies. The sixth patriarch often roamed about the countryside and stopped to rest where the landscapes were especially beautiful. Text. Accordingly, 13 arenas were erected, among them the present Wakuoho, the site of the Paolin Bodhimanda was decided upon long ago by Indian Tripitaka master Jayanabhai Shachna, who, during his journey from Nanhai, passed through Tsaoshi, where Introduction, a general introduction. 47. He cupped up the water with his hands and found it to be delicious. Surprised, he told his disciples, "This water is not different from that in India. Its source would surely be an excellent site on which to build a monastery." He followed the water and looked in the 4 directions. The mountains and waters encircled one another and the peaks were impressive. He sighed and said, "This is just like Jewelwood Mountain in India." Commentary. Why is the area around Nanhua Monastery called Paolin? Paolin means jewelwood. When the Venerable Jayanabhai Shachna drank the water at Tsaoshi, its taste was identical to that of the water in a certain place in India. He knew that the source of the spring was indeed an efficacious spot on which to build a temple. At dusk, he reached the site of Nanhua Monastery. Gazing up at the mountain, he said, "This mountain looks just like Jewelwood Mountain in India. We shall call this Jewelwood Bodhimanda." Master Jayanabhai Shachna was not alone. Many of his disciples were traveling with him. He said to them, "The source of this stream is certainly a good site for building a temple." Monastic buildings are called aranyas, a Sanskrit word meaning silent place. They are pure, quiet places for cultivation. The clear blue waters reflected the bright shining mountain peaks. The area was particularly beautiful. Text. He said to the villagers of Tsaoho, "A pure dwelling may be built here." After 100 the 6th Patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 48. 70 years, the unsurpassed Dharma Jewel will teach here. Those who attend the way in this place will be as numerous as the trees of this forest. It should, therefore, be called Paolin. At that time Magistrate Ho Ching-chang of Shaozhou reported these words to the emperor, who assented, and conferred upon it the name Paolin Bodhimanda. The construction of the pure halls began in the 3rd year of the Yingqian reign of the Liang dynasty, AD 504. Commentary. The village was called Tsaoho descendants of Tsao. Because its inhabitants were descendants of General Tsao of the period of the Three Kingdoms. 170 years after Master Jananapaishajna made this prediction, the sixth patriarch received the precepts and taught living beings at Paolin the unsurpassed Dharma. Jewel refers to the sixth patriarch. Sangha and lay people who were to attain enlightenment at this place would be as numerous as the trees in a forest. It was therefore to be called Jewel Wood. Text. In front of the hall was a pond in which a dragon often swam, bumping and scraping the trees of the forest. One day he appeared, larger than ever, covering the area with a thick mist. The disciples were afraid, but the patriarch scolded him, saying, You can only make yourself appear in a large body, not in a small one. If you were a divine dragon, you could transform the great into the small and the small into the great. Introduction, a general introduction. 49. Commentary. The dragon was so big that you could only see the dragon. You couldn't see the pond at all. He danced on top of the water, splashing it everywhere in waves which were 10 feet, 20 feet, and even 30 feet high. He was showing off. Incredible, said the disciples. This dragon certainly intends to harm us. The sixth patriarch shouted at the dragon. He said, if you really have spiritual powers, you could transform nothing into something and something into nothing. You could transform yourself or not be transformed, just as you wished, manifesting the great within the small and the small within the great. Text. The dragon suddenly disappeared, but returned an instant later in a small body, skipping about on the surface of the pond. The master held out his bow and teased him, saying, You don't dare climb into the old picturesque bow. At that moment the dragon swam in front of the master, who scooped him out of the water with his bow. The dragon couldn't move. Holding the bow, the master returned to the hall and explained the Dharma to the dragon. Commentary. When the dragon heard the sixth patriarch dared to manifest a small body, he disappeared. Strange. Think about it. Suddenly he wasn't there. Then, in the time it takes to feel a hunger pain, a little dragon appeared, dancing on top of the water. The great master said, You have a little body now, but The Sixth Patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 50. You wouldn't dare get into my bowl, would you? You wouldn't dare. Dragon. I dare you to get into my bowl. The dragon flew across the water and swam up before the Patriarch. The Patriarch didn't wait for the dragon to jump into his bowl, but reached right down and scooped him out of the water. In Manchuria, where I am from, there is a saying, before there were people in Manchuria, you could scoop up the fish with a bucket and chickens fell into the cooking pot. As for rabbits, you could just step outside, swing a stick, and knock over a few. This is what is meant by scooped. Catching the dragon was as easy as scooping for fish in Manchuria. Text. The dragon then shed his skin and left his bones, only 7 inches long and complete with head, tail, horns, and claws, were preserved in the temple. Later the master filled in the pond with earth and stones. Now, in that place, in the front of the hall on the right side is an iron stupa. Commentary. Dharma Master Fahai as introduction says that the pond was on the left side of the hall, but it was actually on the right. 1. Commentator Ting Fu Pao had never been there and consequently did not realize that the direction of the pond should have been determined from the Patriarch's position when sitting in the hall, that is, on the right side. 51. See Chapter I. Action and Intention. Commentary. In this first chapter of the sutra, the Sixth Patriarch gives his disciples a biographical sketch of himself. Action refers to the Sixth Patriarch's activities, and intention is that upon which he based his cultivation. Action and intention refers to the source where it all began. Sutra. At one time the great master arrived at Paolin Magistrate Way chapter of Shaozhou, and other local officials climbed the mountain and invited the master to come into the city to the lecture hall of the Ta temple to speak the Dharma to the assembly. When the master had taken his seat, the magistrate and over 30 other officials, more than 30 Confucian scholars, and more than 1,000 Pictiones, Taoists, and lay people all made obeisance at the same time, wishing to hear the essentials of Dharma. Commentary. For every sutra, 6 requirements must be met. Commonly explained in the opening sentences, they are faith, hearing, time, host, place, and assembly. Only when these 6 are fulfilled is the orthodox Dharma being spoken. The 6th Patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 52. To conduct a sutra session, there must be an assembly, magistrate way chapter, and the gathering of disciples and followers fulfills this requirement. Then there must be a place to speak the Dharma. Paolin Mountain fulfills this requirement. A Dharma master who thoroughly understands the Dharma must be present as host. Here it is the great master, the 6th Patriarch. At one time suffices for the time requirement, and that all may obeisance. At the same time, fulfills the faith requirement. They can, wishing to hear the essentials of Dharma, and that fulfills the requirements of hearing. Way chapter, and the officials climb Paolin Mountain, which is about 10 miles from Shaozhou, where Tian Temple, now called Tian Temple, is located. I lived there for a while. This is where the 6th Patriarch spoke the Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. The great master said to the assembly, good knowing advisors, the self-nature of Bodhi is originally clear and pure. Simply use that mind, and you will straightway accomplish Buddhahood. Good knowing advisors, listen while I tell you about the actions and intentions by which when men obtain the Dharma. Commentary. The great master spoke to the assembly, you are people with good roots and much wisdom. The self-nature of Bodhi is 1. As own originally enlightened, clear and pure nature. It cannot be produced or destroyed, defiled or purified, increased or decreased. Use this mind. Don't use your false thinking mind. Chapter I. Action and Intention 53. Using his own name in the formal style, the 6th Patriarch calls himself Huainan, saying, now I will tell you how Huainan obtained the Dharma. Listen. Sutra. Huainan, as stern father, was originally from Feiyan. He was banished to Hsin in Lingnan, where he became a commoner. Unfortunately, his father soon died, and his aging mother was left alone. They moved to Nanhai, and poor and in bitter straits, Huainan sold wood in the marketplace. Commentary. From his native district of Feiyan, Huainan, as father was sent to Lingnan. Because the father is more apt to discipline the children, he is respectfully called stern. The mother ordinarily offers loving kindness to her children, and so she is spoken of as compassionate. When kind means that he was kind and compassionate, bestowing Dharma upon living beings. Nen. Able means that he was able to do the Buddha's work. The sixth patriarch's family name was Lu. When Nen's father was banished to Lingnan, a frontier region during the Tian dynasty inhabited by government exiles. The sixth patriarch's father, an official, may have been convicted of an offense and thus banished to Lingnan. When Nen had an unfortunate and unlucky life, his father died when the master was between the ages of 3 and 5 years, leaving him alone with his widowed mother. He and his mother moved to Nanhai, where they endured the hardships of poverty. How did they survive? Master Wen hiked into the sixth patriarch's Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 54. Mountains and chopped wood, returned and sold it in the market place, using the money to buy rice for his mother and himself. Sutra. Once a customer bought firewood and ordered it delivered to his shop. When the delivery had been made, and when Nen had received the money, he went outside the gate, where he noticed a customer reciting a sutra. Upon once hearing the words of this sutra, one should produce that thought which is nowhere supported. When Nen's mind immediately opened to enlightenment. Commentary. Because the sixth patriarch's family was poor, he received little formal schooling and could not read. At that time in China, one needed money to go to school. But in spite of his illiteracy, the sixth patriarch's disposition was extremely sharp, and as soon as he heard the line of the sutra which says that one should have a true mind which is nowhere attached, he immediately became enlightened. He understood what he had never understood before. Many will hear the sentence, one should produce that thought which is nowhere supported. Are there any who will open to enlightenment? Someone exclaims, why, I ask you, what is the enlightenment you have opened? What is the enlightenment unopened? Ask yourself. Sutra. Thereupon he asked the customer what sutra he was reciting. The customer replied, the Diamond Sutra. Chapter I, Action and Intention. 55. Then again he asked, where do you come from, and why do you recite this sutra? The customer said, I come from Tung Chapter and Monastery in Chapter Izhou, Wangmei Province. There the fifth patriarch, the great master Hong Zhen was teaching over 1,000 disciples. I went there to make obeisance and heard and received this sutra. Commentary. The great master, the fifth patriarch, lived in Tub chapter and monastery with more than 1,000 disciples whom he taught and transformed. At that time in China, the study of the Dharma was so fervently pursued that it was not unusual to have 1,000 people on one mountain studying the Buddha Dharma together. Where in America are there 1,000 Buddhist disciples studying the Dharma together? Such a large country, yet there is no such place. It is possible, however, that later there will be more than 10,000 people studying the Buddha Dharma, but this is not assured. We will have to watch my disciples and see how hard they work. Most Americans are intelligent, but there are some whose intelligence surpasses itself. Every day from morning to night, they are caught up in taking confusing drugs. By taking these drugs, they may attain small and different states of consciousness, which they cannot obtain without drugs. These people try drugs again and again until one day they see that it is useless. They think, I've been taking drugs for such a long time now and I still have not become enlightened. When they realize this, they may turn toward the truth. I teach you the Buddha Dharma so in the future you can speak the Dharma to teach and transform living beings. Do not be the sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 56. Careless, but work well and without confusion, and then maybe will come to study. You who are now studying this sixth patriarch as sutra must know the origin of your learning. When people ask, where did you study the Buddha Dharma, you can reply, we study at the Buddhist Lecture Hall of the Sino-American Buddhist Association. This is just what is meant by this passage of text. Sutra. The great master constantly exhorts the Sangha and laity only to uphold the Diamond Sutra. Then they may see their own nature and straightway achieve Buddhahood. When men heard this and desired to go and seek the Dharma, but he recalled that his mother had no support. From past lives there were karmic conditions which led another man to give Wen a pound of silver, so that he could provide clothing and food for his aging mother. The man instructed him further to go to Huang Mei to call upon and bow to the fifth patriarch. Commentary. You should be clear that the great master referred to here is the fifth patriarch, not the sixth patriarch. When Wen heard that there was a place where over thousand people were studying the Buddha Dharma together, he became very excited. What am I to do? I really want to study. There, he exclaimed to the customer. I heard you recite the Diamond Sutra and I understood the principles. I want to go seek the Buddha Dharma, but I have an aging mother who has no one to care for her. What can I do? Chapter I Action and Intention 57. Six Bodhisattvas do not seek fame, the sixth patriarch did not say which great bodhisattva helped him at this time. The sutra simply says that, because of former karmic conditions, a customer gave Huainan a pound of silver. This was certainly a valuable offering. The yield of a day's work chopping firewood was worth only a few copper pennies in the marketplace, so even if Huainan had sold all the wood gathered in 1,000 days, its value would not have equaled the gift of silver. The silver provided for his mother as food and lodging. Maybe the man said, you are poor and yet you want to study the Buddha Dharma. Here, I will help you a bit, and gave him an offering that he might go and seek Dharma. The merit and virtue of this offering was great, and in the future this man will certainly be a flesh-body bodhisattva. Now, perhaps one of us is doing this kind of work. Think to yourself, have I done this kind of meritorious deed? You don't remember. It doesn't matter. There is no need to have false thinking about it. The man urged him on, saying, you have such great faith that as soon as you heard this sutra you opened to enlightenment and understood the principle. Hurry. Go right away to see the Great Master at Huangmei. It will surely be worth your while. Do not delay, go at once. Sutra. After Huainan had made arrangements for his mother's welfare, he took his leave. In less than 30 days he arrived at Huangmei and made obeisance to the fifth patriarch, who asked him, where are you from? And what do you seek? Huainan replied, your disciple is a commoner from Hsin Zhou Lingnan and comes from afar to bow to the Master, seeking only to be a Buddha, and nothing else. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 58. The patriarch said, you are from Lingnan and are therefore a barbarian, so how can you become a Buddha? Huainan said, although there are people from the north and people from the south, there is ultimately no north or south in the Buddha nature. The body of the barbarian and that of the high master are not the same. But what distinction is there in the Buddha nature? The fifth patriarch wished to continue the conversation, but seeing his disciples gathering on all sides, he ordered his visitor to follow the group off to work. Huineng said, Huineng informs the High Master that this disciple, as mine, constantly produces wisdom and is not separate from the self-nature. That itself is the field of blessing. It has not yet been decided what work the High Master will instruct me to do. The fifth patriarch said, Barbarian, your faculties are too sharp. Do not speak further, but go to the back courtyard. Huineng withdrew to the back courtyard, where a cultivator ordered him to split firewood and thresh rice. More than 8 months had passed when the patriarch one day suddenly saw Huineng and said, I think these views of yours can be of use, but fear that evil people may harm you. For that reason I have not spoken with you. Did you understand the situation? Huineng replied, your disciple knew the Master's intention and has stayed out of the front hall so that others might not notice him. Chapter I Action and Intention 59. Commentary. As soon as the sixth patriarch made arrangements for his mother's welfare, he left. Some 30 days later he arrived at the east side of Shuangfen Mountain, at Tong Chapter and Monastery. During his journey he had no false thoughts, and so he was unaware of how much time had passed before he arrived at Huangmei. The master was 22 years old at the time. When the great master asked from where he had come, Huineng told him that he was from the south, from Hsi Angel. I don't want anything at all, he said, I only want to be a Buddha. All the rest is irrelevant. The fifth patriarch said, you are a southerner, and southerners are all barbarians. The word barbarian is in Chinese, Kaliao. 16. K is dog-like animal with an extremely short snout. Liao refers to the coarse people of the borderlands. Basically, this means that those who cannot understand the principles of being human belong to the category of animals. And how can you become a Buddha? asked the fifth patriarch. The sixth patriarch answered him promptly, O no. People are from the north and from the south, he said. The Buddha nature is one and is everywhere the same. The fifth patriarch, as disciples were gathered all around, so he said no more. He simply told the sixth patriarch, good, you have come. Now, go to work with the others. Hurry off. When man said his own mind always produced wisdom. This wisdom is produced from one's own self, nature, and the fields of blessings Shi Qi are not separate from it. I do not yet know what the master wants me to do, he said. 16. Kali'ao. The sixth patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 60. The patriarch heard Wen'an talking this way and said, "This barbarian has sharp roots." 18. He cautioned Wen'an to be more discreet and not talk so much. "Speak no more," he said. "Go to the back courtyard." In the back courtyard a cultivator told Wen'an what to do. When people first come to a place, they are always bullied. This disciple, who had not yet left home, said to Wen'an, every day you must cut wood, build the fire and cook the food. Here is an axe, and be sure to cut kindling too. Besides that, every day you must thresh the rice." Over 8 months later, the patriarch saw Wen'an working on the threshing ground and said to him, "I think that your wisdom and opinions can be used, but fearing jealous people might harm you. I have not spoken with you too much. Did you know that?" Wen'an said, "I understand. I have not dared go into the front Dharma hall to speak with the master lest others notice my actions or the master's compassion toward me." Sutra. One day the patriarch summoned his disciples together and said, "I have something to say to you, for people in the world, the matter of birth and death is a great one." 17. Fields of blessings refer figuratively to the meritorious deeds one does before the Triple Jewel, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. Also, the robes worn by members of the Sangha are sewn in patches which resemble fields. By revering and making offerings to the Sangha, one plants seeds of merit and virtue in a place where they will certainly ripen and bear blessed fruit. 18. Roots refer to one's capacity to hear, believe, understand, accept and maintain the Buddha Dharma. People may be endowed with superior, ordinary or inferior roots. Chapter I. Action and Intention. 61. All day long you seek fields of blessings only, you do not try to get out of the bitter sea of birth and death. If you are confused about yourself, nature, how can blessings save you? Commentary. The fifth patriarch said, regardless of whether you are extremely rich or bitterly poor, you cannot avoid birth and death. Consequently, you should know how you were born. If this Question of birth and death is not resolved. Life is dim and confused, and you are confused with coming and going. You do nothing but seek merit among the gods and among humans. You do not know how to seek wisdom. Thus, you swerve and drift in the suffering sea of birth and death. It is said that one who cultivates wisdom and does not cultivate merit is like an arhat with an empty belly. Though he is very wise, but no one makes offerings to him. But if one cultivates merit and neglects wisdom, he is just like a big elephant wearing a pearl necklace beneath the adornments of blessing. He is stupid and will never solve the problem of birth and death. Sutra. Each of you go back and look into your own wisdom, and use the prajna, nature 19 of your own original mind to compose a verse. Submit it to me so that I may look at it. If you understand the great meaning, the role and Dharma will be passed on to you and you will become the 6th patriarch. Hurry off. Do not delay. Thinking and 19. Transcendental Wisdom. See Chapter 2. The 6th Patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 62. Considering is of no use in this matter. When seeing your own nature, it is necessary to see it at the very moment of speaking. One who does that perceives as does one who wields a sword in the height of battle. Commentary. First, here is the Sanskrit word, gatha. A gatha is composed of lines of uniform length, though the length may vary from gatha to gatha. Go quickly, said the 5th Patriarch. Go as if a fire were about to overtake you. Do not dawdle and procrastinate, saying, "Oh, I cannot do it today. I will do it tomorrow instead," and then the next day saying, "Not today either, perhaps tomorrow." Do not keep putting it off and do not try to think about it. It is useless to use your discriminating mind. If you have deep prajna, wisdom, you understand the moment you hear the words spoken. Just as one grabs a weapon and confronts the oncoming enemy, so do you perceive. You can see your nature in the same immediate way. Sutra. The assembly received this order and withdrew, saying to one another, "We of the assembly do not need to clear our minds and use our intellect to compose a verse to submit to the High Master. What use would there be in this? Shen Su is our senior instructor and teaching transmitter. Certainly he should be the one to obtain it. It would be not only improper for us to compose a verse, but a waste of effort as well. Chapter I Action and Intention 63. Hearing this, everyone put his mind to rest, and said, henceforth, we will rely on Master Shensu. Why vex ourselves writing verses? Commentary. They went away to other courts, other gardens, and other buildings, saying to themselves, why worry about writing this? First, we do not need to waste the effort. I believe the people who spoke this way were of Shensu's party. Why did they not write verses? Because Shensu's followers were trying to make him the patriarch. All his followers, disciples, Dharma brothers, friends, and relatives contrived to set up the position for Shensu. They convinced everyone else not to write verses, because if anyone else wrote verses, then perhaps Shensu might not get to be the next patriarch. They secretly passed it around and whispered behind the scenes, like friends of a candidate for president who say, hey, vote for this one. He can be president. They spread it about it. Stuck the ballot box. Convinced that they had no learning, the assembly decided it was useless to write verses. Swayed by the rumors, they said, the senior, seated Shensu is second to the abbot. His literary skill is good. His virtue is high, he lectures on the sutras and speaks Dharma for us. Certainly he should become the sixth patriarch. When the assembly heard Shensu's followers saying things like, if we write verses, they will be very unpolished and certainly not good enough to submit, they all decided not to write verses themselves. They didn't want to compete with Shensu, their superior. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 64. Sutra. Shensu then thought, the others are not submitting verses because I am their teaching transmitter. I must compose a verse and submit it to the High Master. If I do not submit a verse, how will the High Master know whether the views and understanding in my mind are deep or shallow? If my intention in submitting the verse is to seek the Dharma, that is good. But if it is to grasp the patriarchate, that is bad, for how would that be different from the mind of a common person coveting the holy position? But if I do not submit a verse, in the end I will not obtain the Dharma. This is a terrible difficulty. Commentary. The fifth patriarch had announced that in order to obtain the Dharma, one must compose a verse. Shensu knew that if he did not submit one, the fifth patriarch would not know whether Shensu had wisdom and he could not transmit the Dharma to him. Shensu fretted and worried, what shall I do? This is very hard, it is just too difficult. Sutra. In front of the fifth patriarch, as whole were 3 corridors. Their walls were to be frescoed by court artist Liu Chen with stories from the Lankavatara Sutra and with pictures portraying in detail the lives of the 5 patriarchs, so that the patriarchs might be venerated by future generations. Chapter I Action and Intention 65 Commentary. A court artist is one appointed as an official to the imperial court because of his talent. The title of the Lankavatara Sutra has 2 meanings, city and cannot be gone to. This city, located behind Malaya Mountain, is inaccessible to those without spiritual powers. Shakyamuni Buddha used his spiritual powers to go there and speak the Lankavatara Sutra for the benefit of those who have spiritual powers. The court artist was to depict the miraculous, inconceivable, wonderful transformations which took place in the assembly on Longkang Mountain. The court artist was also to paint pictures illustrating the flow of the Dharma from Great Master Bodhidharma, the first patriarch, to the Great Master Huike, the second patriarch, and onward from generation to generation to the fifth patriarch, Great Master Hongzhen. The paintings would remain in the world, so that future generations might receive benefit from respecting and making offerings to them. Sutra. After composing his verse, Shensu made several attempts to submit it. But whenever he reached the front hall, his mind became agitated and distraught, and his entire body became covered with perspiration. He did not dare submit it, although in the course of 4 days he made 13 attempts. Commentary. Shensu, as students were not greedy to become patriarch, but Shensu had a great desire for the position. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 66. Whenever he tried to submit his verse, he went a little crazy. What am I going to do? Is this verse right or not? Can I submit it? He did not know if it was right or wrong. Maybe is it this way or is it that way? Maybe it isn't. Maybe it is more or less. Endless questions flooded his mind, making him extremely nervous. Every time he tried to hand it in, he broke out in a heavy sweat. Why? It was a huge gamble. If he felt he would not be a patriarch, but if he passed, he would. Fear of failure caused his extreme agitation. It was really suffering, really hard work. It is not easy to be a patriarch. Look at how much effort he expended. For 4 entire days and nights he never shut his eyes. He just kept trying to submit his verse. At night he would go as far as the 5th patriarch as whole, peer around, break out in a sweat, and flee back to his room. During the day he tried again. In the periods in between, he could not sit, lie down, or sleep, and when he tried to eat, he couldn't swallow. He went before the patriarch as whole 13 times and still did not submit the verse. Now, when I give you a quiz, you write the answers very promptly and hand them in. Suppose I were to give you a patriarch test. I think your hands would tremble so that you could not write out the answers. Finally, after so many attempts, when Shen Su had almost worried himself to death, he thought, hey, get hold of yourself. Calm down and think this thing over. Meditate and enter Samadhi Sutra. Then he thought, this is not as good as writing it on the wall so that the High Master might see it suddenly. If he says it is good, I will come forward, and say, Su did it. If it does not pass, then I have spent my chapter I action and intention. 67 years on this mountain in vain, receiving veneration from others. And as to further cultivation, what can I say? That night, in the 3rd watch, holding a candle, he secretly wrote the verse on the wall of the south corridor, to show what his mind had seen. Commentary. That, as it, he said with relief. I will write it on the wall, and when he sees it he will say, this is truly a fine verse, truly wonderful, and I will admit that I wrote it. But if he says, this is too confused, it is nothing but useless trash, then I will know that I have wasted my time here on the mountain. He crept stealthily, like a thief in the night. He carried just a little candle, for if the light were too bright, someone might have seen him. Sutra. First, the body is a Bodhi tree. The mind like a bright mirror stand. Time and again brush it clean, and let no dust alight. After writing this verse, Shen Su returned to his room, and the others did not know what he had done. Then he thought, if the 5th patriarch sees the verse tomorrow and is pleased, it will mean that I have an affinity with the Dharma? If he says that it does not pass, it will mean that I am confused by heavy karmic obstacles urged from past lives, and that I am not fit to obtain the sixth patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 68. The Dharma. It is difficult to fathom the sage's intentions. In his room he thought it over and could not sit or sleep peacefully right through to the fifth watch. Commentary. He bounded back to his room 2 steps at a time, as if he were being chased, but quietly, taking great, silent leaps like an expert military spy. He was afraid that if anyone saw him, they would know he wrote the verse. But no one saw him, no one knew, not even the ghosts and spirits. If he likes this verse, thought Shen Su, then I must have conditions with the wonderful mind seal of the Buddhas, and it is my destiny to be patriarch. But if it does not pass, my confusion from the karma created in past lives must be a heavy obstruction. It is hard to figure out what he will say. There is just no way to know. Actually, his verse was not bad, but he had not fully understood. So after he returned to his room, he was still uneasy. Sutra. The patriarch already knew that Shen Su had not yet entered the gate and seen his own nature. At daybreak, the patriarch called court artist Liu Chen to fresco the wall of the south corridor. Suddenly he saw the verse and said to the court artist, "There is no need to pant. I am sorry that you have been wearied by coming so far, but the Diamond Sutra says, whatever has marks 20. The results of bad deeds done in the past manifest as various kinds of hindrances, which impede one as cultivation and detain one as enlightenment. Chapter I. Action and Intention 69. Is empty and false. Instead, leave this verse for people to recite and uphold. Those who cultivate in accordance with this verse will not fall into the evil destinies and will attain great merit. He then ordered the disciples to light incense and bow before it, and to recite it, thus enabling them to see their own nature. The disciples all recited it and exclaimed, "Excellent!" Commentary. If you cultivate according to the principles contained in this verse, said the fifth patriarch, you will not fall into rebirthing the 3 evil paths of the hells, animals, or hungry ghosts, and you will receive many benefits. Sutra. At the 3rd watch, the patriarch called Shen Su into the hall and asked him, "Did you write this verse?" Shen Su said, yes, in fact, Su did it. He does not dare lay claim to the position of patriarch, but hopes the High Master will be compassionate and see whether or not this disciple has a little bit of wisdom. The patriarch said, the verse which you wrote shows that you have not yet seen your original nature but are still outside the gate. With such views and understanding you may seek Supreme Bodhi, but in the end will not obtain it. Supreme Bodhi must be obtained at the very moment of speaking. In recognizing the original mind at all times, in every thought, you yourself will see that the 10,000 dharmas are unblocked in one. Truth is all truth and the 10,000 states are of the sixth patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 其实 themselves, thus as they are, the thusness of the mind. Just that is true reality. If seen in this way, it is indeed the self-nature of Supreme Bodhi. Commentary. The patriarch chose the same hour at which Shen Su had written the verse on the wall the night before. He secretly called him in and said, "Psst. Was it you who wrote that verse?" "Yes, yes," Shen Su whispered back, "yes, in fact, I, Su, wrote it." I do not dare seek the status of the patriarch, but your verse shows that you are still an outsider, said the fifth patriarch. You have not yet seen your nature. As soon as you speak the words, know your original nature. When you understand the mind and see your own nature, you know that the nature is not produced and not destroyed, for at all times, all dharmas are perfectly fused, without the slightest bit of obstruction. There is no place where all dharmas are not identical. When you understand one truth, all truth is understood. The 10,000 externals are all produced from the state which is thus unmoving, and within the mind which is thus unmoving. True reality is to be found. Seen in this way, this state is the original nature exactly, it is the highest enlightenment. And so, in response to Shen Su, I wrote a verse myself. Because of the way 10,000 things are born, one who obtains it penetrates the mystery oneself, awakened the basic substances, fathomed. Bodhi does not decrease or increase. Chapter I Action and Intention 71 Sutra. Go and think it over for a day or two. Compose another verse and bring it to me to see. If you have been able to enter the gate, I will transmit the road and Dharma to you. Shen Su made obeisance and left. Several days passed, but he was unable to compose a verse. His mind was agitated and confused, and his thoughts and mood were uneasy. He was as if in a dream, whether walking or sitting down, he could not be happy. Commentary. After the great master had explained that the body self, nature cannot be sought with the mind that wants to take advantage of things, he told Shen Su, if you obtain the original substance, become enlightened and understand the mind, and see yourself, nature, entering the gate of the Buddha Dharma, so that you are no longer on the outside, I will transmit the Dharma to you. Enter the gate means understand the mind and see your own nature. As the days passed, Shen Su gradually went insane. Neither his mood nor his thoughts would calm down. Although he was unable to fall asleep, he was as if in a dream. He didn't know what he was doing because his desire to become patriarch was so great. I believe that, after he failed the initial test and then was unable to compose another verse, he even considered suicide. Sutra. 2 days later, a young boy chanting that verse passed by the threshing room. Hearing it for the first, the sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 72. Time, when men knew that the writer had not yet seen his original nature. Although he had not yet received a transmission of the teaching, he already understood its profound meaning. He asked the boy, what verse are you reciting? Barbarian, you know nothing, replied the boy. The great master has said that birth and death are a profound concern for people in the world. Desiring to transmit the road and Dharma, he ordered his disciples to compose verses and bring them to him to see. The person who has awakened to the profound meaning will inherit the road and Dharma and become the sixth patriarch. Our senior, Shen Su, wrote this verse without marks on the wall of the south corridor. The great master ordered everyone to recite it, for to cultivate in accord with this verse is to avoid falling into the evil destinies and is of great merit. Commentary. A young lad ventured close to the threshing floor where the sixth patriarch was working, singing as he walked. The body is a Bodhi tree. The mind like a bright mirror, stand time and again, brush it clean, let no dust alight. The youth was chanting Shen Su as first because he wished to obtain great benefit, avoid the three evil destinies of rebirth, and see his nature. When the sixth patriarch asked the boy what he was reciting, the boy replied, "You barbarian! Don't you know that the fifth chapter I action and intention?" 73. Patriarch said that of all the problems people face, the problem of birth and death is the most grave. A verse without marks is one which reveals that its author is not attached to marks. "You really have no good roots," the boy said to the sixth patriarch. "After so many days, you still don't know? You are useless, capable only of toiling at bitter work. All you can do is pound rice. You shouldn't let such a fine opportunity slip by. Listen closely, and I will tell you what has happened and teach you this first so that you too can become enlightened and see your nature. Pay attention and rely on this verse as you cultivate, so that in your next life you won't have to endure such suffering as you endure now. You won't have to be a horse or a cow or foal among the other animals or into the house. At the very least you will be a wealthy and respected person of good fortune." The youth's heart was Tibetan Sutra. Huainan said, "I too would like to recite it to create an affinity. Superior one, I have been pounding rice here for over 8 months and have not yet been to the front. I hope that the superior one will lead me before the first to pay homage." The boy then led him to the verse to bow. Huainan said, "Huainan cannot read. Please, superior one, read it to me." Then an official from Qianzhou named Chang Zhiyun read it loudly. After hearing it, Huainan said, "I too have a verse. Will the official please write it for me?" The official replied, "You too can write a verse? That is strange." The sixth patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 74. Commentary. The boy said, "Listen to me and I will teach you. The body is a Bodhi tree. Can you remember that? The mind is like a bright mirror stand. You should remember that. Don't forget. Time and again brush it clean, let no dust alight. If you remember that verse clearly and study as you chant, you will certainly receive an efficacious response." Because the lad had been so considerate, the sixth patriarch referred to him as Superior One, a title which is ordinarily reserved for one as master. People who have left home often call their teachers Superior One, acknowledging their high achievement. Then the sixth patriarch said, the layman Huainan is truly useless, for he can't read a single word. Superior one, would you please recite it for me? Having heard the verse, he said, well, I have a verse too, but I am unable to write it. What can I do? Please, good official, Layman Chang, will you write it out for me? The official was wide-eyed with surprise. He looked scornfully at the barbarian and said, "H.A. you can write a verse? This is very strange. In my whole life I have never heard of an illiterate who can write verses." Sutra. Huainan said to the official, "If you wish to study the Supreme Bodhi, do not slight the beginner. The lowest people may have the highest wisdom, the highest people may have the least wisdom. If you slight others, you create limitless, unbounded offenses." Chapter I Action and Intention. 75. The official said, "Recite your verse and I will write it out for you. If you obtain the Dharma, you must take me across first. Do not forget these words." Huainan, as verse reads, "Originally Bodhi has no tree. The bright mirror has no stand. Originally there is not a single thing. Where can dust alight?" When this verse had been written, the followers all were startled and without exception cried out to one another, "Strange indeed. One cannot judge a person by his appearance. How can it be that, after so little time, he has become a bodhisattva in the flesh?" Commentary. Originally, Layman Lu had not planned to say a thing, but if he had remained silent, no one would have helped him write a verse. So in reply to the mocking of Layman Chang, the master said, "If you wish to study the highest Bodhi, do not ridicule those who are studying the Buddha Dharma for the first time. It may well be that those who appear to be the lowest and stupidest have the highest wisdom, for those who have truly great wisdom may act as if they have no wisdom at all. No matter what they are asked, they reply, 'I don't know.' This is an example of the great wisdom which is like stupidity. For instance, when I ask a question of my disciples, they often say, 'I don't know.' When they first came to study, they said, 'I know everything.'" The Sixth Patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 76. Once I met a person who said he knew everything. I asked, "How can you know everything? If you know all there is to know, I'll ask you a question." He said, "What is your question?" I replied, "Do you know how many grains of rice you swallow at lunch today?" No, I didn't count them, he admitted. You're not counting, it's just not knowing, I said. Those who do the most menial work often have wisdom, excelling that of people in high positions. Then again, those who ordinarily have great wisdom may have times when their wisdom is suffocated by thoughts of desire. Okay, said the official, that's right. You certainly speak with principle. Now, what is your verse? Recite it and I will write it out. You don't have to say another word, but you must remember to take me across first, because if I don't, he write your verse, no one will know of it. Originally Bodhi has no tree. Bodhi is just the way of enlightenment, and that, as all there is to it, how can there be a tree? If there is a tree, Bodhi becomes a mere thing, a place of attachment. Originally Bodhi doesn't have anything. If you say you are enlightened, what is enlightenment like? Is it green or yellow? Is it red or white? Can you speak of the appearance of Bodhi when it has no appearance? The bright mirror has no stand. You may say the mind is like a bright mirror stand, but there is actually no stand at all. If you have a stand, you have a place where you can dwell. But you should produce a thought which is nowhere supported. How can you have a stand? If you have a stand, then you have a dwelling place, a place where you are attached. Therefore, the bright mirror has no stand. What is the appearance? No appearance. Chapter I, Action and Intention. 77. Originally there is not a single thing. Basically there is nothing at all, no style, no picture, no shape or mark. Originally there is nothing at all. Where can dust alight? Since there isn't anything, where does the dust come from? Basically you have no dwelling place. The essential meaning of the verse is this: you should produce a thought which is nowhere supported. There should be no attachment at all. This was precisely the Buddha's meaning. When, upon becoming enlightened, he said, all living beings have the wisdom and virtuous characteristics of the Dasa. 1. It is merely because of false thinking and attachment that they are unable to certify to the attainment of them. This was spoken specifically to instruct people to put aside attachment, to produce an unsupported thought. If you are attached, what are you up to? Now you are attached, but in the future will you die or not? What will you be? attached to when you die. All the pictures, lemon, and assembled disciples stood in astonishment and whispered among themselves, Hey! Hey! Does he have a verse too? Oh! It is really true, you can't judge people by appearances. This rice, thresher, lemon you can compose verses. We can no longer slander him and call him a barbarian. Why he has been here very long, they continued, but how can you deny that he is a flesh body bodhisattva? Actually, some were mocking the sixth patriarch, but bowing down to look down on him. He is a flesh body bodhisattva. Perhaps there were arhats 21寸 the assembly who intentionally made such 21. The highest level of sagehood in the lesser vehicle as contrasted with the great vehicle bodhisattva. Arhat has three meanings: worthy of gifts, slayer of the thieves of affliction, and not to be reborn. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 78, comments so that people would look closely and clearly recognize that he actually was a flesh body bodhisattva. Again, there were those who said, this is truly a flesh body bodhisattva, but meant it only as sarcasm and light-hearted ridicule, for they still didn't know if the verse was correct. Everyone was chattering, exchanging comments, making such a racket that the fifth patriarch came to the hall and demanded, What are you doing? What are you up to? This rice thresher, this barbarian, can write verses, they stammered. Sutra. The fifth patriarch saw the astonished assembly and feared that they might become dangerous. Accordingly, he erased the verse with his shoe, saying, This one, too, has not yet seen his nature. The assembly agreed. Commentary. The gathering was so excited the fifth patriarch feared that someone might even try to assassinate Lemon Lu. This sentence of text proves that people with twisted hearts, followers of Shensu, were already locked in a fierce battle for positions of power. If the Dharma and the Patriarchate were transmitted publicly to anyone other than Shensu, that person would have been murdered on the spot. But they didn't know that the fifth patriarch was a bright-eyed one who read their scheming minds. So to protect the sixth patriarch, he erased the verse and said, This man's verse is also incorrect. Perhaps some of you are thinking, the fifth patriarch lied. First he said that if one cultivated in accord with Shensu's chapter I action and intention, 79. First, he would not be subject to the three evil destinies, but would gain great benefit and see his own nature. Then the fifth patriarch told everyone that Lemon Lu had not really seen his nature when, in truth, he had. Isn't that false speech? No. This is a provisional teaching, not false speech. The fifth patriarch spoke to protect the new patriarch. He would not allow the others to harm him. In this way, the Buddha Dharma could remain long in this world and be transmitted far and wide. Yes, said the followers, he has not seen his nature. Although they agreed, no one knew whether the first was right or not. The first said, Bodhi is a tree. The second said, Bodhi has no tree. The first said, the bright mirror has a stand, and the second said, there is no mirror stand. Which was right? Which was wrong? No one understood. None of them had become enlightened, so they could recognize it. Enlightened first. It is like the judging of a doctoral dissertation. If you only have an master's degree, you cannot judge a doctoral dissertation. It is the same with the enlightened and the unenlightened, since they were not enlightened themselves. The followers did not understand, and so they simply agreed with the master and said, no, this one has not yet seen his nature. Sutra. The next day the patriarch secretly came to the threshing floor where he saw Wen pounding rice with a stone tied around his waist, and he said, a seeker of the way would forget his very life for the Dharma. Is this not the case? The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 80. Commentary. The next day everyone was quiet and no longer worrying about who was enlightened and who was not. The fifth patriarch secretly left his room and went quickly to the threshing floor to see the great master Wen. As he went he peered about to see if anyone was looking, just like Shen Su when he had finished writing the verse. He ran silently, darting glances over his shoulder to make sure no one saw him. When the fifth patriarch got to the threshing floor, he saw Wen pounding rice. He had tied a stone around his waist and pounded rice so that others could eat. What was he doing? He was practicing the Bodhisattva way, forgetting others and having no notion of self. He did not think, why should I pound rice for you to eat? You don't work. You don't do anything at all. I pound rice all day and it is very difficult. He did not think that way. Instead, he thought, you do not work. Fine, I will do it myself, just like one of my disciples who is so busy that when he is called to lunch he says, wait a minute, wait a minute. I really like that kind of disciple, but not everyone can be that way. Isn't that so? The fifth patriarch said. Remember this. It must be this way. You must give up being afraid of difficulty to the point of forgetting to eat. No one knows how many days the sixth patriarch went without eating. No one called him to eat, and he himself forgot about it until he had no strength. He tied a heavy rock around his waist to add weight to his body so that he could pound the rice. I think he used the stone to add to his weight because he had not eaten for some time. However, you should not get attached and think, it was definitely like that. On the other hand, do not think, it definitely was like that. The profound insight comes from precisely that kind of non-attachment. Chapter I Action and Intention 81 Sutra. Then the fifth patriarch asked, is the rice ready? Huainan replied, the rice has long been ready. It is now waiting only for the sieve. Commentary. This passage in the sixth patriarch's sutra is extremely important. The fifth patriarch found the great master Huainan toiling on the threshing floor and asked him, is the rice ready? On one level the question means, have you finished threshing the rice? On another level, the meaning is, have your efforts been successful? Has your work taken you up the road? Why does the sutra say rice? Because rice is made up of many grains, perfectly shaped, so symbolizing the precious Moni 22 jewel of the self-nature. Is the Moni jewel of your nature ready? Is the light of your mind full? Is the light of your nature full? Is the light of your body full? When the raw grain is boiled in water it becomes edible. The patriarch's question means, how is your cultivation of the way? You have been pounding rice and cultivating dhyana meditation. How is your skill? There are many levels of meaning here. The sixth patriarch, of course, understood the fifth patriarch's question, for it is said, one who has gone through knows one who has gone through. Those who do know those who do. 22. A jewel, a pearl, symbol of perfection and purity. The sixth patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 82 The rice has long been ready. My skill was perfected long ago, the sixth patriarch answered. It is now waiting only for the sieve. In threshing rice, a sieve is used to sieve out the husks. Here, the sieve represents getting rid of the filth. The fourth chapter of the Lotus Sutra tells of the pure son who spent 20 years getting rid of the filth of the delusions of views and delusions of thoughts. 23. Although the sixth patriarch's spiritual skill was perfected, it still waited for the sieve. He still had to sweep out the filth of the delusions of views and thought. Do you understand now why sutras must be explained? If they were not explained, you would not even know enough to sweep away the filth, and you would be utterly useless. Sutra. The patriarch rapped the pestle 3 times with his staff and left. When and then knew the patriarch's intention, and at the third watch he went into the patriarch's room. Commentary. The fifth patriarch rapped the pestle 3 times with his staff and left. Old monks who have left the home life to become bhikshus often carry a walking stick. Sometimes these staffs are made of twisted vines. The great master Hsu Yun 24 said. 23. There are 88 categories of view, delusions, which arise when greed and love are produced with respect to externals, and there are 81 categories of thought, delusions, which arise when, confused about principles, one gives rise to discrimination. 24. The 17th Buddhist Patriarch in China, 1839–1959. Chapter I Action and Intention. 83. We go to pick the ivy. Lively like a dragon. Beating wind and rain. Beating empty space. The ivy vine curves and twists like a dragon who by attacking the wind and rain attacks empty space. That is certainly a case of going out to look for trouble. If that vine were as busy as my disciples, it would have no time to beat space and wind. Knock, 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 went the fifth patriarch's staff, and how do you think he left? If you know, then you know. If you don't know, then you must wait until I tell you. He went out with his 2 hands behind his back, holding his crooked staff. Why did the patriarch rap 3 times? Do you understand the meaning of that? The sixth patriarch understood right away. The rapping meant, come to my room at the 3rd watch, at midnight. This is called speaking the Dharma without words. Here in the meditation hall, for example, when the wooden fish 25 Is hit twice, it means walk, hit once, it means stop and sit. Dung, hit 3 times, it means meditate. Work hard. Oh, that is, speaking the Dharma without words. Why did the 5th patriarch carry his staff behind his back? Now you are going to ask me, how do you know he carried it behind his back since it does say so in the sutra? Well, how? Do you not know? I know that you don't know. He carried it behind his back to indicate that the 6th patriarch should come in by the back door. Do not let the others see you coming. If the 5th patriarch had said openly, come to my room and the 3rd watch and we'll have a little talk, I am sure that the 25. A wooden percussion instrument shaped like a fish, used in monasteries to accompany chanting and to give signals. The 6th patriarch, as Dharmajuro Platform Sutra. 84. Word would have spread like fire to Shen Su, as years and Shen Su and his disciples would not have been very kind to the 6th patriarch. The 5th patriarch tested the 6th patriarch's wisdom by wrapping his staff 3 times and putting it behind his back. The 6th patriarch understood, but no one else did. They were all as if deaf and dumb, without any idea as to what had transpired in this wordless exchange of Dharma. At midnight, as soon as the 6th patriarch entered the room, there was a quick exchange. What are you doing here? Demanded the 5th patriarch. But the patriarch told me to come at the 3rd watch, Ken. The reply. Really? Did I tell you that? How could I have forgotten? What do you think you are doing? Why did you come in the back door instead of the front door? Did the master not tell me to use the back entrance? The 5th patriarch laughed and said, you are not bad, really. Not bad? You are all right. You ask how I know that? I ask, how do you not know it? Sutra. The patriarch covered them with his precept sash so they could not be seen, and he explained the diamond sutra for him down to the line, one should produce a thought that is nowhere supported. Commentary. The 5th patriarch was afraid that someone might have seen the great master when and enter his room and might be outside the window eavesdropping. At that time the windows were made. Chapter I. Action and Intention. 85. Of paper, so, to ensure privacy, the 5th patriarch pulled his robe over both their heads. The 5th patriarch, as explanation of the Diamond Sutra, was not a public one, such as I have given you. his was a secret and very difficult explanation, telling the sixth patriarch how to forge an indestructible Vajra body. When he heard the words, "One should produce a thought which is nowhere supported," when man achieved the great enlightenment and knew that all the 10,000 dharmas are not separate from the self-nature, he suddenly experienced that even greater enlightenment. Although the sixth patriarch knew the method, his afflictions of views and thought had not yet been completely eliminated. That he was waiting for the thief can mean also that no one had certified him. Even though in his intense vigor he had reached a high peak, and the fire in the censer was pure green, he had not yet been certified by a good knowing advisor. So when the fifth patriarch heard him say that the rice was ready and merely waiting for the thief, he prepared to certify the sixth patriarch. "Because I have a kind of radar, I was able to record their conversation and I shall now replay it for you. Keep in mind that this is a T.N. Dynasty recording, not a present day one. Do you want to reach Buddhahood?" asked the fifth patriarch. "Yes," said the sixth patriarch, "I just want to become a Buddha. I do not seek anything else. I only want to attain Buddhahood." "Your resolution is extremely firm," replied the fifth patriarch, "but if you want to realize Buddhahood, you must first cut off ignorance, for it is ignorance which produces the afflictions of delusion, brought on by false views and false thought. If you want to cut off these afflictions, you must first cut off ignorance." The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 86. For example, the cycle of birth and death is based on the state of emotional love. When you break through ignorance, then the delusions of false views and false thoughts which are tied to birth and death cease to exist, for ignorance is the root of birth and death. If you want to cut off ignorance and thereby put an end to birth and death, then, as the Diamond Sutra says, produce a thought which is nowhere supported. That means do not dwell in emotional love, get rid of desire, and cast out craving. Then you can bring an end to birth and death. The sixth patriarch heard this and suddenly became enlightened. He saw through to his original face and said, it is basically just like this. It is not difficult at all. In fact, it is very easy." Thus he became enlightened. This has been a T.N. Dynasty recording which has just been played for you to hear. In cultivating and studying the Buddha Dharma, you should produce an unsupported thought. That means to dwell neither in emotion nor love. If you dwell in emotion and love, you dwell in ignorance, and thus in birth and death. If you do not dwell in emotion or in love, if you do not dwell in existence or non-existence, you know the middle way. The middle way is not separate from existence and is not separate from emptiness, nor does it exist elsewhere. The ability to transform emotion and love into genuine Prajna wisdom is enlightenment, not changing them is confusion. It is said, although the sea of suffering is inexhaustible, a turn of the head is the other shore. The difference between confusion and enlightenment is just in knowing how to turn. If you accept emotion and love and run after desire, then the more you run, the more confused you become. If you can turn your head, you arrive at nirvana, the other shore. If you do not turn your head, you become more and more confused. The more confused, the farther away you are. And Chapter I Action and Intention 87. The deeper you sink into confusion. But although you are extremely far off, one turn can be sudden enlightenment. Sudden enlightenment is awakening. Awakening is the Buddha. You may be thinking, if I become a Buddha, there won't be any work for me to do. Won't I just sit in a lotus flower all day and wait for people to come and light incense and bow before me? Frankly, I don't think that sounds the least bit interesting. If that is what you think, you can go on being a living being, but you can be a living being who is a friend to others, taking them across to Buddhahood. You need not worry about Buddhahood being uninteresting. Yesterday I talked about the ghost who had no trouble and as a consequence did not want to become a person. I've been a ghost for 3,000 years. Without happiness, without fears. Shen Kun tells me to go be a man. But I really just don't think I can. The ghosts have no fears, but they only come out at night. Because they belong to the yin, the darkness principle. The Buddha is totally yang, like the light of the sun. So, you decide. Do you want to be a ghost or a Buddha? If you want to be a ghost, then it is alright to have emotion and love. But if you want to be a Buddha, you must produce a thought which is nowhere supported. Sutra. At the moment he heard those words, when an experienced the great enlightenment, and he knew that all The 10,000 dharmas are not separate from the self-nature. He said to the patriarch. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 88. How unexpected. The self-nature is originally pure in itself. How unexpected. The self-nature is originally neither produced nor destroyed. How unexpected. The self-nature is originally complete in itself. How unexpected. The self-nature is originally without movement. How unexpected. The self-nature can produce the 10,000 dharmas. Commentary. Great enlightenment penetrates to the beginning and to the end. It is a complete understanding of the deep Prajna wisdom. Because the sixth patriarch understood Prajna wisdom, he said, the 10,000 dharmas are not separate from the self-nature. For the mind produces the 10,000 dharmas. The sixth patriarch exclaimed that the self-nature is pure. Why, then, does the sutra say earlier that the self-nature is neither defiled nor pure? The term pure represents the appearance of the original substance, because the concept cannot be represented any other way. Here, pure means originally pure, and does not refer to the purity which is the opposite of defilement. Production and destruction, birth and death, occur because living beings become attached. Without attachments, where would birth and death come from? Where would they go? There is no such thing as birth and death. The sixth patriarch realized that the self-nature is originally complete in itself, with nothing lacking and nothing in excess. 8. Chapter I. Action and Intention. 89. Cannot be added to or depleted. In the final analysis, the Buddha is not greater than ordinary living beings. Why do living beings fail to understand that? Because they turn their backs on enlightenment and unite themselves with the dust of external objects. With their backs turned, they cannot recognize the precious things that are originally theirs. They cast the root aside and grasp at the branches, seeking pleasurable sensations which are false. They grasp at fame and profit stupidly. Living beings are upside down, they have no concentration power. But, nevertheless, their self-nature is without movement. Not only is that true of the sixth patriarch as self-nature, but the self-nature of all living beings is unmoving too. All are equal. The 10,000 dharmas are produced from the self-nature. and the self, nature includes all of existence. The Master had comprehended that before, but now at last he understood the wonderful principles. Sutra. The fifth patriarch knew of Wen's enlightenment to his original nature and said to him, studying the Dharma without recognizing the original mind is of no benefit. If one recognizes one as own original mind and sees one as original nature, then one is called a great hero, a teacher of gods and humans, a Buddha. Commentary. The fifth patriarch knew that the sixth patriarch had become enlightened, and that he recognized his original face and knew whether his nostrils faced up or down. When he held his hand over his head, the sixth patriarch knew whether it was upside down or right side up. Recently, I asked you all when you're the sixth patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 90. Hands at your side, is it upside down, and when you raise it up over your head, is it right side up? Or is it that when it hangs at your side it is right side up, and when you raise it over your head it is upside down? None of you understood this principle. Why? Because there is basically no such thing as upside down or right side up. The sixth patriarch was especially clear about such questions. The fifth patriarch knew that he understood it, so he covered them both with his robe and said, unless you recognize your original mind, it is useless to study the Dharma. It is said, if one recognizes one as own mind, the great earth does have an inch of dirt, it changes into yellow gold, adorned with the seven precious things: gold, silver, lapis lazuli, crystal, mother of pearl, red pearls, and carnelian. You say, it does look like that to me. Of course it does. You haven't recognized your original mind. When you recognize it, you will see things differently. It is like wearing tinted glasses. If you wear red glasses, people look red, and if you wear green glasses, they look green. If your glasses are yellow, then everyone looks yellow. Because you haven't recognized your original mind, the great earth appears to be covered with dirt. This is because the dirt within you is so great. What is the dirt? It is simply your scattered thoughts, for without them, the great earth does have an inch of dirt. Studying the Buddha Dharma is of no benefit unless you recognize your original mind. Look at it. What color is it? Is it green, yellow, red, white, or black? Is it long or short, square or round? What does it look like? What is its appearance? To say it has an appearance is an analogy, because fundamentally it has no appearance. When you recognize this no appearance, you will understand. But before you have recognized it, do not speak about it in a confused way. Chapter I Action and Intention 91. Recognize your original mind and see your nature. At that point you are a Buddha, because in the final analysis living beings are the Buddha and the Buddha is a living being. We now have the opportunity to realize Buddhahood. Not recognizing, not seeing, however, you still must study the Buddha Dharma Sutra. He received the Dharma in the third watch and no one knew about it. The fifth patriarch also transmitted the sudden teaching and the roll and bow, saying, "You are the sixth patriarch. Protect yourself carefully. Take living beings across by every method and spread the teaching for the sake of those who will live in the future. Do not let it be cut off." Commentary. At midnight, the fifth patriarch transmitted the wonderful Dharma to the sixth patriarch, using the mind to seal the mind. And no one at all knew about it. The insiders did know, the outsiders did know, not even the ghosts and spirits knew. The fifth patriarch transmitted the teaching of sudden enlightenment, which points directly to the mind to see the nature and realize Buddhahood. Think this over, he said. You are the sixth patriarch. As you cultivate the Buddha Dharma, you must walk the true path. Do not simply talk about enlightenment. Do not use head, mouth, Zen, and say, "I have studied the Dharma to the point that when there is no principle, I can make one up. I can prove that there is no truth or falsehood, and that to understand that by itself is to understand the ultimate meaning of the middle way. Don't talk that way. It is just head, mouth, Zen. Because it comes not from real cultivation but from jealousy and the sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 92. Obstructions and an obsession to be number one. If you are like that, you certainly can't be a patriarch. The fifth patriarch gave the Dharma to Huainan because Huainan always practiced the Bodhisattva way. He pounded rice for everyone to eat and so helped them in their cultivation. That same Bodhisattva conduct is practiced here in the kitchen of this temple by the cooks. They make extremely fine food. However, when I eat I don't notice whether it is good or not, because I don't have time to investigate eating dharmas. Today, at lunch, I say that one who tastes his food and thinks it as good or bad has no spiritual skill. Bodhisattvas help others at every level, not obstructing them, but, like the superior men, mentioning their good points instead. For instance, when I announced that several people were going to leave home and asked if anyone objected, no one did. You said, I commend those who want to leave home. You're not. Objecting is practicing the Bodhisattva way. Late at night, the sixth patriarch easily obtained the patriarchate. The fifth patriarch approved, but he didn't consult anyone because he knew they would have protested. Go out into the world, said the fifth patriarch. Protect the robe and bow, for they have been handed down from Shakyamuni Buddha from generation to generation. Take everyone across and spread the Dharma into the future. Do not let it be cut off. The fifth patriarch, sad and worried, was on the verge of tears. How do I know he wanted to cry? The second patriarch, at his execution, had wept as he said, during the time of the fourth patriarch, the Lankavatara Sutra will become a mere name and appearance. No one will understand it. Now, in the same way, the fifth patriarch, as heart welled up within him as he said, don't allow the Dharma to be cut off. Be careful. Chapter I Action and Intention 93. Attention, don't be muddled or take your job lightly. It is extremely important that the Dharma not be cut off. Sutra. Listen to my verse. With feeling comes the planting of the seed. Because of the ground, the fruit is born again. Without feeling there is no seed at all. Without that nature there is no birth either. Commentary. With feeling comes the planting of the seed. I have a feeling of loving kindness and so I have come to plant a seed. Feeling can mean compassion. I have a compassionate feeling, and so I have come to plant the seed to transmit the Buddha Dharma to you. Because of the ground, the fruit is born again. This transmission is like putting a seed into the ground so that the plant can grow and bear fruit. Without feeling there is no seed at all. Without feeling, no seed is planted. If no one transmits the Buddha Dharma to you, then there is no Bodhi seed. Without the nature there is no birth either. Where there is no nature, there is no birth. That is one way to explain this verse. There is another way. With feeling comes the planting of the seed. The feeling is an emotional feeling of love. The seed is planted because of this feeling of love, and people study the Dharma because of it. If they are not relatives, they are friends. Relatives have relatives' emotional feelings, and friends have friends' emotional feelings. The sixth patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 94. Because you have these emotional feelings, you come to study the Dharma, you come to plant the seed. Because of the ground, the fruit is born again. Emotional feeling plants the seed of Bodhi because of the ground, which is the place where one can reap the fruit. On this piece of ground, you can grow the Bodhi fruit. Without feeling, there is no seed at all. If there is no feeling or emotion, there is no seed. That is, if no one can do this Bodhi meant to study the Dharma, there would be no feeling and no seed planted. Without that nature, there is no birth either. You cannot realize Buddhahood without the Buddha nature. Now, the Buddha nature is here, and you should realize Buddhahood. The verse may be explained in many ways, so long as the explanation is in accord with principle. Sutra. The patriarch further said, in the past, when the first patriarch Great Master Bodhidharma first came to this land and people did not believe in him yet, he transmitted this robe as a symbol of faith to be handed down from generation to generation. The Dharma is transmitted from mind to mind, leading everyone to self-awakening and self-enlightenment. From ancient times, Buddha only transmits the original substance to Buddha. Master secretly transmits the original mind to Master. Since the robe is a source of contention, it should stop with you. Do not transmit it, for if you do, your life will hang by a thread. Chapter I Action and Intention 95. Commentary. Did I say before that Chinese people have no respect for Indian people? When Bodhidharma arrived in China, everyone said he is a hick. No one knew who he was. Even after 5 years in China, he was not recognized as the patriarch. True patriarchs accept the robe and bow as certification of their rightly inherited position, while impostors may try to steal the robe and take the Dharma by force. Shen Su Thote. Forced inheritance would be real, but it could only be false. During the time of the fourth patriarch, 3 attempts were made to steal the robe and go, and another 3 attempts were made during the time of the 5th patriarch. But the thieves always fell because the bodhisattvas came to the patriarchs. 8. When the 6th patriarch was guarding the robe, 6 attempts were made. Later the robe and bow were taken by Empress Wu Seti. It is not certain who it was entrusted to afterward. The 5th patriarch cautioned Wenan, if you suspend 100-pound rock from a thread, it is certain to snap, so with your life if you continue to transmit the robe. Sutra. You must go quickly, for I fear that people might harm you. Wenan asked, where shall I go? The patriarch replied, stop at Y and hide at Hui. Wenan received the robe and bow in the 3rd watch. He said, Wenan is a southerner and does not know these mountain roads. How does one reach the mouth of the river? The 6th patriarch, as Dharmajuro Platform Sutra. 96. The 5th patriarch said, you need not worry. I will accompany you. The 5th patriarch escorted him to the Chuchian courier station and ordered him to board a boat. The 5th patriarch took up the oars and rowed. Wenan said, please, High Master, sit down. It is fitting that your disciple take the oars. The patriarch replied, it is fitting that I take you across. Wenan said, when someone is deluded, his master takes him across, but when he is enlightened, he takes himself across. Although the term taking across is the same in each case, the function is not the same. Commentary. The 5th patriarch instructed the 6th patriarch to leave quickly, for he knew that Shensu, as followers, would certainly want to kill him when they realized he had inherited the patriarchate. Do not stay here, the 5th patriarch said. Stop at Y and hide at Wei. Y is a district in Guangxi Wu Zhou, and Wei is Suhui, now called Hsin Wei. High Master is a respectful form of address used for a teacher or an abbot, so the 6th patriarch used it to address the 5th patriarch. High Master, it is only proper that your disciple take the oars. Hey, said the 5th patriarch, let me take you across the river. The master and disciple exchanged courtesies, but although they each used the same term, taking across, it meant something different in each case. For the teacher to take the disciple across is not the same thing as for the disciple to take the teacher across. Wenan understood. When the student is Chapter I Action and Intention 97. Confused, he said, the teacher must save him. But when the student becomes enlightened, he must save himself. Before becoming enlightened and obtaining the original substance of the self, nature, the disciple is confused and lost. His teacher advises him to work hard. Do not be afraid of the pain in your legs when you sit in meditation. If you are afraid of suffering, you cannot become enlightened. The sixth patriarch, when he hung a stone around his waist so he could count the rice harder, was not afraid of suffering. The rock which the layman, the sixth patriarch, used to tie around his waist when he pounded rice is still on P in Mao Mountain at Tangshan Chapter N. Monastery, and carved on the rock is the inscription, the rock Huinan, the former layman Lu, tied around his waist. Sutra. Huinan was born in the frontier regions and his pronunciation is incorrect, yet he has received the Dharma transmission from the Master. Now that enlightenment has been attained, it is only fitting that he take his own nature across. The patriarch replied, so it is. Hereafter, because of you, the Buddha Dharma will be widely practiced. 3 years after your departure I will leave this world. Start on your journey now and go south as fast as possible. Do not speak too soon, for the Buddha Dharma arises from difficulty. Commentary. Because he was from the south, the sixth patriarch spoke Cantonese rather than Mandarin, so few people understood him. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 98. Nevertheless, he inherited the mind seal of the wonderful Dharma. Master Huinan was truly enlightened, unlike some people who are not enlightened but cheat and say that they are, who have not testified to the fruit of enlightenment but lie and say that they have. The fifth patriarch thought, this disciple knows my heart. He said to Huinan, yes, it is just that way. One should take one's own nature across. Remember that. For example, someone must teach you to recite the Shurupama mantra, but once you know how, you must recite it on your own. People should not have to say, it is time for you to recite the Shurupama mantra. Again, someone must teach you to recite sutras, but then you must do it yourself. That is what is meant by taking one's own nature across. A teacher shows you how to remove afflictions. He says that anger is harmful and that one should transform one's nasty temper into body. Once taught, the nature cannot be taken across unless the method is applied. The master says, don't get upset. When faced with a crisis, proceed as if nothing has happened. All things are like flowers in the sky or the moon as reflection in water, unreal, illusory, like a dream or a dewdrop. Remember that, and there will be no affliction if, when faced with a situation or a state of mind, you see through it and put it down. You have taken your nature across. Smoking can be a problem. The teacher says, stop smoking. Smoking hinders cultivation. When I said that to one disciple, he said, stop smoking. I'll give it a try, and he stopped. He took his nature across. Another disciple is fond of drinking. Having studied the Buddha Dharma, he ought to have quit drinking, but he says, I am confused. I am not enlightened. If you stop, you become Chapter I, Action and Intention. 99. Enlightened. If you don't, you sink into confusion. Whether or not you become enlightened is entirely up to you. Cutting off all unwholesome activities is to become enlightened and to take your nature across. Not understanding. You may think, the Dharma Master says that drugs are bad, so I'll take some more. I'll take a double dose. No, I'll take 5 times as much. I'll keep getting high until I am enlightened. Continue to take drugs and you will poison yourself and die. Instead, confused by drugs, you cannot take your nature across. Before studying the Buddha Dharma, you should not do confused and wicked things. After you have studied the Buddha Dharma, the prohibition is even stronger. If you continue to misbehave, you commit the crime of knowing and intentionally violating the Dharma, and you are certain to fall into the hells. There is nothing polite about these matters. If you do confused and wicked things, you will fall into the hells. If I do them, I will fall into the hells. If someone else does them, he will fall into the hells. No one can avoid this. In 100,000 ages, the karma made is not destroyed. When the causes and conditions rebound, you undergo the retribution by yourself. No one can suffer for you in the hells. Karma refers to acts of killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, lying, and drinking, all of which bear retribution in the future. Your karma does not get lost, and it is you, and you alone, who must suffer the consequences. However, if you end your confusion and get rid of the dirt, the sixth patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 100. You can easily take your own nature across. The dirt in your nature is your upside down actions, your false thinking, your ignorance, your outflows 26, and your bad habits. Eliminate these and you have taken your nature across. When I lectured this sutra in another place, I said, if you create offense, karma, you will go to the hells. If someone else creates offense, karma, he will go to the hells. If I create offense, karma, I will go to the hells. One person who was there objected. Dharma Master, he said, I have never seen these hells. Where are they? I would like to take a look at them because I simply don't believe they exist. I said, it is easy enough to fall into the hells, and if you try to fall into them, you will fall even more quickly and not escape for a very long time. I hope that those who wish to try out the hells will reconsider. What kind of person can take his own nature across? A person with wisdom. Deluded people, on the other hand, cannot take their nature across, and what is more, even if a teacher tries to help them, they refuse to listen. It is like trying to teach a dog. You say, don't bite people, and the first chance it gets, the dog bites someone. So you hit it and it still bites people. Why? Because it has a stupid nature. Cats are just the same. You can tell a cat, do not kill mice, do not take life, but nevertheless the cat kills the first mouse it sees. You may try to teach a mouse not to steal, but still it sneaks off and steals. 26. Refer to the discharge of energy through the six sense organs, hence, defilement. Affliction, that which obstruct cultivation. Chapter I Action and Intention 101. Smoking and drinking are done by those who do not know any better. People with true and proper understanding do not do mixed up things. People with mixed up understanding do not do true and proper things. You must correct your own faults. Your teacher should have to watch your every move and follow you around to make sure that you behave. You must take your own nature across. This is a general explanation, for if I were to speak in detail, I would not finish until the exhaustion of the boundaries of the future. I have transmitted my Dharma, and in 3 years I will complete the stillness and go to Nirvana, said the fifth patriarch. Go well, and whatever you do, don't be lazy. Go well, don't go back. Don't go the wrong way. Don't take drugs and ruin your body, for your body is your means of cultivation. If you ruin your body, how will you be able to cultivate? Go well, do your best. Quickly head south. That is certainly the kind of advice the fifth patriarch gave. But don't speak of the Dharma too soon. Hide your light and store up your potential, as troops are fed well so that they may conquer every enemy and capture every city. The Buddha Dharma is hard to bring forth. It arises from difficulty. Sutra. After when and to cleave off the patriarch, he set out on foot for the south. In 2 months he reached the Tau Mountains. The fifth patriarch returned to the monastery, but for several days he did not enter the hall. The assembly was concerned and went to ask, has the master some slight illness or problem? The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 102. There is no illness, came the reply, but the robe and Dharma have already gone south. Who received the transmission? They asked. The able one obtained it, said the patriarch. The assembly then understood, and soon several hundred people took up pursuit, all hoping to steal the robe and bow. Commentary. The sixth patriarch left the fifth patriarch, no longer attending upon the High Master or making offerings to him. He walked south from Ping Mountain, and in a little over 2 months, he finally reached the Tau mountain range, which forms the border between Nansen and Kuantan. The fifth patriarch returned to his room. For many days he did not go into the hall to speak Dharma or take his meals. The assembly was curious. High Master, they said, you really not ill, are you? You may all disperse, said the fifth patriarch, because I no longer have the Buddha Dharma. The robe and Dharma have gone south. I intend to rest now. I am going to retire. Who received the transmission? They asked. The able one, said the patriarch. He who was able obtained it. Whoever the able one is, he got it. When this announcement was made, there were those in the assembly who had keen intelligence, one of them being Dharma Master Faji. He was one of the 10 people to whom the fifth patriarch gave instructions before he entered Nirvana, telling them, each of you go to a different direction and be a Dharma host. But now, when Fazil heard the fifth patriarch say that the able one had obtained the transmission, he cried out, "No! That must mean the southern barbarian has got the Dharma." How? Chapter I Action and Intention 103 Strange. The able one refers to when an able man was his name. Word spread, and soon everyone knew. They all objected violently. "No! No!" they shouted. "How can it be? Let us go take it from him right now." Several hundred powerful people ran after when then. Consider the situation. The fifth patriarch had transmitted the Dharma to a barbarian, and the entire assembly was resentful. "How could you give it to him?" they said. "We have been following you for so many years. Why didn't you give it to us?" They thought to themselves, "The patriarch, as friend, must be adult. How else could he give the Dharma to such a hick? How can he become the sixth patriarch? We should get back the robe and bow by force." Sutra 1 Picture Wenming, a coarse-natured man whose name had been Chapter, and had formerly been a fourth-class military official. He was intent in his search and ahead of the others. When he had almost caught up with Wenman, the latter tossed the robe and bow onto a rock, saying, "This robe and bow are tokens of faith. How can they be taken by force?" Wenman then hid in a thicket. When Wenming arrived, he tried to pick them up, but found he could not move them. He cried out, "Cultivator! Cultivator, I have come for the Dharma, not for the robe." Wenman then came out and sat cross-legged on a rock. Wenming made obeisance and said, "I hope that the cultivator will teach the Dharma for my sake." Wenman said, "Since you have come for the Dharma, you may put aside all conditions. Do not give rise to a single thought, and I will teach it to you clearly." After the sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 104 Time, Wenman said, "With no thoughts of good and with no thoughts of evil, at just this moment, what is superior?" One Wenming, as original face. At these words, Wenming was greatly enlightened. Commentary. Picture Wenming was coarse and uneducated. He never opened his mouth unless it was to scold someone, and if they refused to listen, he beat them. He could smash a rock of several 100 pounds with one blow. With this extraordinary strength, he became a fourth-class army officer. Wenming had one peculiar trait. His feet were covered with feathers which enabled him to run fast. He could travel 60 miles a day, compared to the ordinary man as 30. His feathered feet and great strength carried him far ahead of the others. As he flew along, his mind raced. I'll get the rope and bow and then it will be mine. It belongs to the strongest man. When Wennan saw this big crude feather-footed pursuer, he was a bit frightened. Although he had obtained the Dharma, he had just begun to cultivate and did not yet have great spiritual power. He shouted into empty space, "This rope and bow are symbols of the faith. How can you take them by force? How can there be any dispute? What do you think?" Wenming had actually intended to grab the rope and bow and run, but he could not move them. Why do you suppose he couldn't move them? After all, he was so strong he could have smashed the bow to smithereens with a single blow and have ripped the rope to shreds. Yet for all his strength and as light as the rope was, he couldn't budge it. This indicates that there were Dharma protectors, gods, dragons, and others of the 8 divisions present guarding the rope and bow. Since he couldn't Chapter I Action and Intention 105 Grab them, he thought, not as strange. I can't use force here. I'll ask for the Dharma instead. Had he truly been seeking the way, he would have first tried to grab the rope and bow, but would immediately have said, Cultivator, I come for the Dharma, not for the rope and bow. Don't you think my opinion about this is logically sound? Wennan emerged and sat in lotus position on a rock. Wenming bowed to the 6th patriarch. He understood now that the Dharma of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas cannot be taken by force. You say you come for the Dharma, said Wennan. Really? Did you really come for the Dharma and not to steal the rope and bow? Fine. Put aside all conditions. Put your mind to rest. Stop grasping at conditions, and then I will explain the Dharma clearly for you. For 7 or 8 minutes the great master sat waiting. Neither he nor Wenming gave rise to a single thought. Everything stopped. Not even the ghosts and spirits knew what was happening. Everything was empty. Wenming was not giving rise to thought. He was not thinking north, south, east, or west. So Wennan said, with no thoughts, of good and no thoughts of evil. At just that moment, what is superior mean as original face? Since the sixth patriarch was at that time still a layman, he respectfully addressed Wen Ming as superior one. The word what means who. In the Tayana school we meditate on the question who is reciting the Buddha's name. When Wen Ming heard the word what, he became enlightened. Oh, he said, originally it is just this way. Hearing these words, have you become enlightened? The sixth patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 106 Sutra. Wen Ming asked further, apart from the secret speech and secret meanings just spoken, is there yet another secret meaning? Wen Nan said, what has been spoken to you is not secret. If you turn the illumination inward, the secret is with you. Wen Ming said, although Wen Ming was at Wang Mei, he had not yet awakened to his original face. Now that he has been favored with this instruction, he is like one who drinks water and knows for himself whether it is cold or warm. The cultivator is now Wen Ming as master. If you feel that way, said Wen Nan, then you and I have the same master. Wang Mei 27. Protect yourself. Well, Wen Ming asked further, where should I go now? Wen Nan said, stop at Yuan and dwell at Men. Commentary. All of the sixth patriarch as pursuers were greedy, but Wen Ming was the worst. He had just seen his original face. He had just become enlightened, but he wasn't satisfied. He wanted to know if he had missed anything. Are there any more secrets? He asked. Is there something even more wonderful? What I have said is not the most miraculous and wonderful thing, said the sixth patriarch. What is most important is that you turn the light back around and illuminate inward so that you 27 i.e., the fifth patriarch. The masters are often referred to honorifically by the place where they live and taught. Chapter I, Action and Intention 107. May see the wonderful secret which is within you. It is all within you, it is not here with me. Great Master, said Wen Ming, I wish to take you as my teacher. If that is how you feel, said the sixth patriarch, we have the same teacher, Wang Mei. We both have the fifth patriarch as Dharma transmission and are Dharma brothers. That is fine. Now, take good care of the Dharma and don't allow it to become extinct. It was not until 3 years after this encounter with the patriarch that Wen Ming went to Man Mountain in Yuan district. There he met a ghost who, in his last life, had been a top-ranking scholar under the imperial examination system. The ghost composed a poem and sang it to Huan Ming. Still, Baron Wei's daydream. Then, not triumph, love's lazy folk measures. Wild grass, idle flowers picked, how many? Bitter rain, sour wind, how many broken hearts? At night, with firefly light I come and go. At dawn, the cock crows, I hide away my form. Regret from the first not tilling the mine ground. Two streams are caused to fall green mountain cares. Seeing the ghost as plight, Huan Ming explained the Dharma to the ghost and took him across. Ever since then there has been the ceremony of Man Mountain, which is performed to take ghosts across and liberate the sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 108 Sutra. Huan Ming bowed and left. Reaching the foot of the mountain, he said to the pursuers, "Up above there is only a rocky, trackless height. We must find another path." The pursuers all agreed. Afterwards, Huan Ming changed his name to Tao Ming to avoid using Huanan as first name. Commentary. After receiving instruction from the sixth patriarch, footed Huan Ming went down the mountain and told the pursuers that he had not seen the sixth patriarch. Huan Ming usually told the truth, and so everyone believed him now, even though he was lying. Actually, this was not a lie, but an expedient device used to protect the sixth patriarch from those who, unlike Huan Ming, had not received the Dharma and therefore still wished to kill the sixth patriarch. Huan Ming dared not presume to be his master as equal. He changed his name from Huan Ming to Tao Ming to avoid using the patriarch as first name. Sutra. Huanan arrived at the ocean where he was again pursued by men with evil intentions. To avoid difficulty, he went to Suhui and lived among hunters for 15 years, at times teaching Dharma to them in an appropriate manner. The hunters often told him to watch their nets, but whenever he saw beings who were still living he released them. At mealtime he cooked vegetables in the pot. Chapter I. Action and Intention. 109. Alongside the meat. When he was questioned about it, he would answer, "I only eat vegetables alongside the meat." Commentary. Shen Su still wanted to kill the sixth patriarch and steal the patriarchate. Huanan escaped to Suhui, the present HSIN Hui. where he lived with a band of hunters for 15 years. Who would have suspected that a Buddhist would choose to live with hunters? No one. Shen Su, as party searched far and wide, but they never found him. Some say the great master lived with the hunters for 60 years, but their calculation includes the time he spent coming and going. He actually lived with them for only 15 years. For lunch, the great master gathered wild vegetables on the mountain and cooked them in the pot beside the meat. If someone asked him, "Why are you doing that?" he said, "I only eat the vegetables. I don't eat meat." Sutra. One day Huainan thought, the time has come to spread the Dharma. I cannot stay in hiding forever. Accordingly, he went to Faxing Monastery in Guangzhou, where Dharma Master Yin Sung was giving lectures on the Nirvana Sutra. At that time there were two bhikshus who were discussing the topic of the wind and a flag. One said, "The wind is moving." The other said, "The flag is moving." They argued incessantly. Huainan stepped forward and said, "The wind is not moving, nor is the flag. Your minds, kind sirs, are moving." Everyone was startled. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 110. Dharma Master Yin Sung invited him to take a seat of honor and sought to ask him about the hidden meaning. Seeing that Huainan's exposition of the true principles was concise and to the point and not based on written words, Yin Sung said, "The cultivator is certainly no ordinary man. I heard long ago that Wang Mei as Lo and Bo had come south. Cultivator, is it not you?" Huainan said, "I dare not presume such a thing." Yin Sung then made obeisance and requested that the transmitted Lo and Bo be brought forth and shown to the assembly. Commentary. The great master went to Guangzhou, to Faxing Monastery, now called Guangxiao Monastery, where Dharma Master Yin Sung was lecturing on the Mahaparinirvana Sutra, which the Buddha spoke just before entering Nirvana. At the monastery, the master met the two monks arguing over the topic of the wind and a flag. One said the wind moved, the other said the flag moved, and he told them, "You are both wrong. Neither the wind nor the flag is moving. Your minds are moving. If your minds were not moving, then neither the wind nor the flag would move." Everyone was astonished to hear this layman speak in such a wonderful and mysterious way. Yin Sung asked him, "Aaron, You the holder of Wang Mei as robe and bow. I am unworthy of such a title, the master said modestly. Yin Sang knew, however, that the great master was only being polite. Yin Sang recognized Lemon Lu as the sixth patriarch. Chapter I Action and Intention 111 Sutra. He further asked, how was Wang Mei as doctrine transmitted? There was no transmission, replied Wennen. We merely discussed seeing the nature. There was no discussion of dhyana samadhi or liberation. Yin Sang asked, why was there no discussion of dhyana samadhi or liberation? Wennen said, these are dualistic dharmas. They are not the Buddha Dharma. The Buddha Dharma is a Dharma of non-dualism. Yin Sang asked further, what is this Buddha Dharma, which is the Dharma of non-dualism? Wennen said, the Dharma master has been lecturing the Nirvana Sutra, which says that to understand the Buddha nature is the Buddha Dharma, which is the Dharma of non-dualism. Skokite. One Bodhisattva said to the Buddha, thus violating the four serious prohibitions, committing the 5 rebellious acts, or being an incontinent and the like cut off the good roots and the Buddha nature. The Buddha replied, there are 2 kinds of good roots, the first permanent, the second impermanent. The Buddha nature is neither permanent nor impermanent. Therefore it is not cut off. That is what is meant by non-dualistic. The first is good and the second is not good. The Buddha nature is neither good nor bad. That is what is meant by non-dualistic. Common people think of the heaps 28 and realms 29 as dualistic. The wise man comprehends that they are non-dualistic in nature. The non-dualistic nature is the Buddha nature. The sixth patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 112. Hearing this explanation, Yin Sang was delighted. He joined his palms and said, my explanation of sutras is like broken tile, whereas your discussion of the meaning, kind sir, is like pure gold. He then shaped Wennen as had Zanshin and asked Wennen to be his master. Accordingly, under that Bodhi tree, Wennen explained the Tongsheng Dharma door. Commentary. The 4 serious prohibitions are killing, stealing, lying, and sexual misconduct. The 5 rebellious acts are matricide, patricide, killing an arhat, shedding the blood of a Buddha, and breaking up the harmony of the Sangha. What happens to the good roots and the Buddha nature of one who commits such offenses. Ekantika is a Sanskrit word which may be explained as meaning of incomplete faith. Are the good roots and the Buddha nature of Ekantika's cut off? Kokite one Bodhisattva asked the Buddha these questions because he mistook good roots for the Buddha nature itself. In his answer, the Buddha makes it clear that good roots are not the Buddha nature. 28. What appears to be the self or personality may be broken down into 5 impersonal components called heaps: A. Form, B. Feelings, C. Perceptions, D. Impulses, E. Consciousness. 29. There are 18 realms of sense, i.e. the 6 sense organs: eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. The 6 objects of the sense organs: forms, sounds, smells, tastes, touchables, and mind objects, dharmas, plus the 6 consciousnesses which arise between the organs and the objects: eye consciousness, ear consciousness, etc. 30. Thus accepting him into the Sangha. Chapter I. Action and Intention. 113. Because the great master obtained the Dharma from the 5th patriarch at Tangshan, East Mountain, it is called the Tangshan Dharma Door Sutra. When man obtained the Dharma at Tangshan and has undergone much suffering, his life hanging as if by a thread. Today, in this gathering of the magistrate and officials of Hictionese, Taoists, and laymen, there is not one of you who is not here because of accumulated ages of karmic conditions. Because in past lives you have made offerings to the Buddhas and planted good roots in common, you now have the opportunity to hear the sudden teaching, which is a cause of obtaining the Dharma. This teaching has been handed down by former sages. It is not when and as own wisdom. You who wish to hear the teaching of the former sages should first purify your minds. After hearing it, cast aside your doubts, and that way you will be no different from the sages of the past. Commentary. Thus, the 6th patriarch concludes the narrative of his life. We in America who are so fortunate to hear this sutra explained, have also for ages established common karmic conditions by making offerings to the Buddhas. The Dharma is transmitted from former sages, Buddhas, and Bodhisattvas. It is not my own wisdom, said Huineng. If the 6th patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 114. You listen to me carefully, it will be just as if you were listening to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas speaking. Sutra. Hearing this Dharma, the entire assembly was delighted, made obeisance, and withdrew. 115. See Chapter Prajna Sutra. The following day, at the invitation of Magistrate Wei, the master took his seat and said to the great assembly, all of you purify your minds and think about Maha Prajnapatamita. Commentary. This second chapter of the sutra is an explanation of Prajna, given by the master upon the request of Magistrate Wei. Prajna is a Sanskrit word which means wisdom. There are 3 kinds of prajna: literary prajna, contemplative prajna, and real mark prajna. Because the word prajna encompasses these 3 meanings, it has a fuller connotation than the word wisdom. Therefore, the Chinese translators of sutras did not translate it, but instead transliterated it. 31. The 6th patriarch took his seat and said, all of you should quit daydreaming. Listen to the Dharma with a pure mind and a united heart. Be mindful of Maha Prajnapatamita. 31. There are 5 kinds of terms which the great master Sun Tzu of the Tang dynasty transliterated: A. The esoteric terms. B. Terms with many meanings. C. Terms for things which did not exist in China. D. The honorific terms. E. Terms which should be used following the example of the ancients. The 6th patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 116. Maha Prajnapatamita is called great wisdom. Maha means great, Prajna means wisdom, Patamita means arrive at the other shore. Sutra. He then said, good knowing advisors, the wisdom of Bodhi and Prajna is originally possessed by worldly people themselves. It is only because their minds are confused that they are unable to enlighten themselves, and must rely on a great good-knowing advisor who can lead them to see their Buddha nature. You should know that the Buddha nature of stupid and wise people is basically not different. It is only because confusion and enlightenment are different that some are stupid and some are wise. I will now explain for you the Maha Prajnapatamita Dharma in order that each of you may become wise. Pay careful attention, and I will explain it to you. Good knowing advisors, worldly people recite Prajna with their mouths all day long and yet do not recognize the Prajna of their self-nature. Just as talking about food will not make you full, so too, if you only Speak of emptiness, you will not see your own nature in 10,000 ages. In the end you will not have obtained any benefit. Good knowing advisors, Mahaprajnapatamita is a Sanskrit word which means great wisdom which has arrived at the other shore. It must be practiced in the mind, and not just recited in words. When the mouth recites and the mind does not practice, it is like an illusion, a transformation, dewdrops, or lightning. However, when the mouth recites and the mind practices. Chapter 2 Prajna 117 Then mind and mouth are in mutual accord. 1. As all original nature is Buddha, apart from the nature there is no other Buddha. Commentary. The Master said, worldly people recite Prajna, 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 but they do not know the Prajna of their own original nature, or their own inherent wisdom. You may recite recipes from a cookbook from morning to night saying, this is delicious, but you will never fill your stomach that way. Saying Prajna is empty is not to do anything about it. In the end it is of no benefit. It is nothing more than head, mouth, zen, and will not help you to see your own inherent Prajna. Instead, see everything as empty and put it aside. See it, smash it, and put it down. Empty everything. Then you need not recite it all day long with your mouth. If your mouth recites but your mind does not practice, your recitation is a worthless illusion. If you see the Prajna wisdom of your own nature, you will not become entangled in stupid affairs. You will not be ignorant. If you remain ignorant, your mind is not practicing. If you use your mind as well as your mouth in cultivating Prajna, you will see that your own fundamental nature is itself the Buddha. Everyone can realize Buddhahood. You need only cultivate. What should you cultivate? Your nature. Do not seek outside yourself, but turn the light inward, reverse the illumination and look within. Sutra. What is meant by Moha? Moha means great. The capacity of the mind is vast and great like empty space. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 118, and has no boundaries. It is not square or round, great or small. Neither is it blue, yellow, red or white. It is not above or below, or long or short. It is without anger, without joy, without right, without wrong, without good, without evil, and it has no head or tail. O Buddha, lands are ultimately the same as empty space. The wonderful nature of worldly people is originally empty, and there is not a single dharma which can be obtained. The true emptiness of the self nature is also like this. Good knowing advisors, do not listen to my explanation of emptiness and then become attached to emptiness. The most important thing is to avoid becoming attached to emptiness. If you sit still with an empty mind, you will become attached to undifferentiated emptiness. Commentary. Because the mind first thought of going there, we now send rockets to the moon. The mind has no limits or boundaries. You can't say that it is big or small, for there is nothing bigger and nothing smaller. The self-nature is the middle way. Your true mind is neither right nor wrong, true or false. In your true mind there are no thoughts of good or evil. Therefore the sixth patriarch asked Wei Ming, the ex-soldier who had come to steal the rope and bow, with no thoughts of good and with no thoughts of evil, at just this moment, what is the superior one Wei Ming as original face? He posed this question to reveal that there is neither good nor evil in the true mind. As they say in philosophy, it has no head or tail. There is not even one single dharma. It is empty. Chapter 2 Prajna 119 The self-nature is like empty space. It contains within itself both truth and falsehood. Enlighten yourself to the original substance. In one penetration, penetrate all. When you hear me say that Prajna is empty, do not become attached to undifferentiated emptiness. If you do, you will sit as if dead. Continued the sixth patriarch. We should cultivate true emptiness, which is wonderful existence, not vacuity. In true emptiness everything is known, and everything is not known. Understanding, complete and clear, like water reflecting the moon. The mind in samadhi, like the sky. For 10,000 miles, not a cloud. Sutra. Good knowing advisors, the emptiness of the universe is able to contain the forms and shapes of the 10,000 things, the sun, moon, and stars, the mountains, rivers, and the great earth, the fountains, springs, streams, torrents, grasses, trees, thickets, and forests, good and bad people, good and bad dharmas, the heavens and the hells, all the great seas, Sumeru 32 and all mountains, all are contained within emptiness. The emptiness of the nature of worldly men is also like this. Good knowing advisors, the ability of one's own nature to contain the 10,000 dharmas is what is Sanshi the central mountain of every world system. Translated into Chinese as Miao wonderfully high. The sixth patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 120 meant like great. The myriad dharmas are within the nature of all people. If you regard all people, the bad as well as the good, without grasping or rejecting, without producing a defiling attachment, your mind will be like empty space. Therefore it is said to be great Maha. Commentary. Empty space not only holds all good things, it includes all bad people as well. Empty space would never say, you bad person, get out of my empty space. Good people, come on in. In the same way, you should see good and bad people without being attached to the good or repulsed by the bad. As I have told you before, bad people have something in them which is extremely good. You should hope that they reform. I have many disciples who do not obey me. I tell them to go south and all day long they run north. I tell them to go east and they go west. Although they disobey, I wait patiently because I know the time will come when they will change. All good and all bad are included within the self-nature. You should neither grasp it nor cast it aside. Grasping and rejecting are defiling attachments. Sutra. Good knowing advisors, the mouth of the confused person speaks, but the mind of the wise person practices. There are deluded men who sit still with empty minds, vainly thinking of nothing and declaring that to be something great. One should not speak with these people because of their deviant views. Good knowing advisors, the capacity of the mind is vast and great, encompassing the Dharma realm. Its Chapter Prajna 121 Function is to understand clearly and distinctly. Its correct function is to know all. All is one, one is all. Coming and going freely, the mind, as substance is unobstructed. That is Prajna. Commentary. The deluded person does not do what must be done. He merely talks. A wise person, on the other hand, always puts principle into practice, not with head, mouth, and but with constant cultivation. The great master said, you are all very wise. The vast mind pervades the all-inclusive Dharma realm. It is like a mirror. When things come, it reflects them. When things go, it is empty. The true mind knows everything when it is used. To have prajna is to have complete understanding and be free of all stupidity. Sutra. Good knowing advisors, all prajna wisdom is produced from one's own nature, it does not enter from the outside. Using the intellect correctly is called the natural function of one's true nature. One truth is all truth. The mind has the capacity for great things, and is not meant for practicing petty ways. Do not talk about emptiness with your mouth all day and in your mind fail to cultivate the conduct that you talk of. That would be like a common person calling himself the king of a country, which cannot be. People like that are not my disciples. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 122 Commentary. Do not seek prajna outside yourself, nature. Do not make the mistake of using the intellect, the discriminating mind. The self. Nature is not meant for small things. The great master said, do not say, empty, empty, empty. Prajna, prajna, prajna. People who do that are not my disciples. Why? Because they don't listen. I tell them not to get attached to emptiness, and they get attached to emptiness. I tell them not to get attached to existence, and they get attached to existence. I tell them not to have sexual desire, and they still do not cut it off. Oh, no problem, they say, slowly, slowly. Sutra. Good knowing advisors, what is meant by prajna? Prajna in our language means wisdom. Everywhere and at all times, in thought after thought, remain undone, and practice wisdom constantly, that is prajna conduct. Prajna is cut off by a single deluded thought. By one wise thought, prajna is produced. Worldly men, deluded and confused, do not see prajna. They speak of it with their mouths, but their minds are always deluded. They constantly say of themselves, I cultivate prajna, and though they continually speak of emptiness, they are unaware of true emptiness. Prajna, without form or mark, is just the wisdom mind. If thus explained, just this is prajna wisdom. Commentary. If you have prajna, then in thought after thought you clearly understand. In thought after thought you are not confused. In thought after thought you have no ignorance. Chapter 2 Prajna 123 Prajna is cut off by a single deluded thought. To speak of it as cut off is merely an analogy. Actually it is not cut off. How could proper wisdom, which is without production or destruction, be cut off? Cutting off merely describes the moment of delusion, because at that moment prajna is not apparent. By one wise thought prajna is produced. When you are not deluded or confused, prajna is produced. I will give you an example of how confusion cuts off prajna. When people say that drinking is harmful, smoking is not good, and taking confusing drugs is bad, and you do not believe it, you cut off prajna. If you change, you give rise to prajna and true intelligence. When someone tries to teach you, but you refuse to understand or believe, that is delusion. In short, delusion is to know clearly that something is wrong, but to go ahead and do it anyway. Such delusion cuts off prajna. The great majority of people in this world are deeply deluded, for they do not see prajna and they do not know how to cultivate it. Their mouths speak about wisdom, but their actions betray their stupidity. They talk about prajna, say, emptiness is prajna. There are 20 kinds of emptiness related to prajna. You should empty everything. But they do not know true emptiness. Perhaps they understand a little of the sutras, or recite a few lines of an mantra, but even though they speak they do not change their own faults and therefore do not recognize true emptiness. You must give up ignorance, bad habits, faults, and obstructions, if you are to understand true emptiness. Prajna, without form or mark, is the wisdom mind. Wisdom has no form or characteristic. Deity, the sixth patriarch, just say that prajna is neither long nor short, neither square nor round, neither big nor small, nor is it green, yellow, red, white. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 124, or black. What is it, then? It is the wise mind, free from ignorance, which knows right dharmas from wrong dharmas. Sutra. What is meant by Paramita? It is a Sanskrit word, which in our language means arrive at the other shore, and is explained as apart from production and extinction. When one is attached to states of being, production and extinction arise like waves on water. That is what is meant by this shore. To be apart from states of being, with no production or extinction, is to be like freely flowing water. That is what is meant by the other shore. Therefore it is called Paramita. Commentary. To reach the other shore is to be separated from birth and death. This shore is birth and death, the other shore is nirvana. To go from this shore to the other, you must cross the great sea of afflictions. Because there are afflictions, there is also birth, death, and nirvana. If you have no afflictions, then birth and death are nirvana, and nirvana is birth and death. Birth, death, and nirvana are nothing more than names. The absence of birth and death is nirvana. If you have no afflictions, then in the midst of birth and death you have no birth and death. We are born and we die because of affliction. This is very important and you should all remember it. Birth and death exist because of afflictions. Affliction exists because of ignorance, and ignorance is simply whatever you don't understand. Chapter 2 Prajna 125 What don't you understand? What do you understand? Knowing you do not understand is ignorance. Knowing you do understand is prajna. There is just that small difference. When one is attached to states of being, production and extinction arise like waves on water. What is meant by the other shore? What is nirvana? Nirvana is like water without waves. When the wind rises, the waves swell. The wind of ignorance, the waves of affliction are this shore. To be apart from states, with no production or extinction, is to be like freely flowing water. The principle is clear, the nature is like water, the water of wisdom. When there are no waves, there is no birth and death. We should work hard to understand why our minds have so many extraneous thoughts. These thoughts are like so many waves. Without them there would be no production or extinction, no birth or death. With production and extinction you are on this shore, but if you separate yourself from production and extinction you are like freely flowing water, permeating the universe with wisdom. That is what is meant by the other shore. That section of text is very useful. Use a little effort and you will understand it and derive from it inexhaustible benefit. Sutra. Good knowing advisors, deluded people recite with their mouths, but while they recite they live in falsehood and in error. When there is practice in every thought, that is the true nature. You should understand this Dharma, which is the Prajna Dharma, and cultivate this conduct, which is the Prajna conduct. Not to cultivate it, to be a common person, but in a single thought of cultivation, you are equal to the Buddhas. The sixth patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 126 Commentary. In each thought, avoid doing stupid things. If you understand this Dharma, you realize that prajna is to refrain from stupidity. What is stupidity? Doing what you absolutely should not do. Most important is the matter of sexual desire. You absolutely should not give rise to sexual desire, for when it arises you get confused and forget everything. You forget prajna, you forget paramita. At that time you cannot even recite their names. You become involved in it and no longer pay attention to principle. Although it is the stupidest thing one can do, people still like to do it. They want to be stupid instead of wanting to cultivate the prajna dharma. If you want to cultivate and practice prajna for even a single thought, you must cut off desire and cast out love. The absence of sexual desire is the practice of prajna, and in a single thought of cultivation, you are equal to the Buddhas. Sutra. Good knowing advisors, common people are Buddhas and affliction is bodhi. Past thoughts deluded are the thoughts of a common person. Future thoughts enlightened are the thoughts of a Buddha. Past thoughts attached to states of being are afflictions, and future thoughts separate from states of being are bodhi. Commentary. Where does the Buddha come from? He starts out as a common person. Yes, the Buddha was a common person who cultivated and eventually achieved Buddhahood. Why are we common people? Simply because we do not cultivate the prajna dharma. Our nature flows out and becomes emotion. Our emotions flow out and become desire. Common people are that. Chapter 2 Prajna 127 Way. But the returning of desire to one's own nature, so that one is unmoved by ignorance, that is the Buddha. Affliction is bodhi. Without affliction there is no bodhi. So you say, then I will not get rid of my afflictions. I will keep them. If you keep them, they are still afflictions, and afflictions are just afflictions. You should use a scientific method to temper your afflictions. How? Actually, this change is no change, it is merely a returning to your original nature. My hand, for example, has a palm and a back to it. The back of the hand represents affliction and the palm represents bodhi. All you need to do is flip it over and everything is alright. There is no addition or subtraction required. Just turn it over. If you do not turn it over, you are off by just that margin, and affliction is affliction and body is body. But as soon as you turn it around, affliction is body and birth and death is nirvana. I have often spoken of this. At Berkeley I said, affliction is body, ice is water. Birth and death and nirvana are empty dharmas. If you understand, then dharmas are also empty. If you do not understand, then there are still dharmas. You should understand that people and dharmas are both empty. Past thoughts deluded are the thoughts of a common person. Future thoughts enlightened are the thoughts of a Buddha. With stupid thoughts, you are a common person. With wisdom and enlightenment, you are a Buddha. Past thoughts attached to states of being are afflictions, and future thoughts separate from states of being are body. When thought is attached to states, affliction arises. You may think, this is San Francisco. It surely isn't the same as New York. Fundamentally, San Francisco and New York are the same. They are both big cities. But you make distinctions. In San, the sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 128. Francisco, you say, there is no snow, but New York has lots of snow. This is just the discriminating mind. Basically the two cities are the same. If you are unattached to states of being, you will not have so much affliction. If you do not use your discriminating mind, there is no affliction. Past thoughts, which were attached to states, discriminated between San Francisco and New York, and therefore affliction arose. A later thought, which is unattached, makes you say they are empty. San Francisco and New York are the same. Why bother to discriminate one from the other? If you do not discriminate, that is body. It is easy to speak that way, but putting down all discrimination is another matter. That is difficult. When you understand that kind of state, there is no home and no country. There is nothing at all. This is to produce that thought which is nowhere supported. It is also to produce that body which is nowhere supported. Not dwelling anywhere, you can manifest a body that can go everywhere. Is this not wonderful Dharma? It is nothing less than body. There is no need to sigh. If you can be enlightened, then you are enlightened. If you can't be yet, then slowly, you can be. Nature is samadhi. demons defeated, everyday happiness, false thought, not arising, everywhere peace. When your mind is in samadhi, there is not so much false thinking. Every day you are happy and at peace. Why are you unhappy now? Because of false thoughts. Without false. Chapter 2 Prajna 129 Thoughts. Every place is the land of ultimate bliss Sanshisan, and you can produce that body which is nowhere supported. Sutra. Good knowing advisors, Mahaprajna Paramita is the most honored, the most supreme, the foremost. It does not stay, it does not come or go. O Buddhas of the 3 periods of time emerge from it. You should use great wisdom to destroy affliction, defilement, and the 5 scant heaps. With such cultivation as that you will certainly realize the Buddha way, transforming the 3 poisons into morality, concentration, and wisdom. Commentary. The great master again addressed the assembly, saying, in the self-nature of each of you there is limitless wisdom. Maha Prajna Paramita is originally fully present within yourself. Nature. You need not seek it outside. It does not stay, it does not come or go. The Prajna wisdom of yourself, nature is unattached. O Buddhas of the 3 periods of time, the past, present and future, issue from Maha Prajna Paramita, the highest, most supreme, most honored. Number 1 Dharma. You should use this great wisdom, not small wisdom, to destroy affliction, defilement and the 5 scant heaps of form, feelings, perceptions, impulses and consciousness. Without prajna you cannot see that the 5 heaps are empty, and therefore you have affliction and are unable to cut off defilement. If you wish to have genuine prajna, you must Sanshisan, paradise, the pure land of Amitabha Buddha. The 6th Patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 130. Illumine and view the 5 scant dhas as empty, as Avalokiteshvara did when deeply practicing the Prajna Paramita. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva worked a long time practicing the deep Prajna Paramita. He could not, in just a short time, illumine and view the 5 heaps as empty. If you practice the deep Prajna Paramita, you can see the 5 heaps in this way. And when you destroy all affliction and attachment to sense objects, the original prajna nature manifests itself. With such cultivation as that, you will certainly realize the Buddha way. transforming the three poisons into morality, concentration, and wisdom. There is no doubt that you will realize the way, turning greed, hatred, and stupidity into morality, concentration, and wisdom. Let us see whether or not you can change. If you change, you will dwell in Prajna. If you do not change, you will wander among the deluded. Sutra. Good knowing advisors, my Dharma, door 34. Produces 84,035 wisdoms from the one Prajna. Why? Because worldly people have 84,000 kinds of defilement. In the absence of defilement, wisdom is always present. Since it is not separate from the self-nature. Understand that this Dharma is just no thought, no remembrance, non-attachment, and the non-production of falsehood and error. Use your own true suchness, nature, and by means of wisdom, contemplate and illuminate all dharmas without grasping or rejecting. 34. The Dharma doors are the doctrines, discourses, and wisdom of the Buddhas, the cultivation of which lead to enlightenment. 35. This term is used in the general sense for a great number. Chapter 2 Prajna 131 That is to see one as own nature and realize the Buddha way. Good knowing advisors, if you wish to enter the extremely deep Dharma realm and the Prajna Samadhi, you must cultivate the practice of Prajna. Hold and recite the Diamond Prajna Sutra, and that way you will see your own nature. Commentary. The sixth patriarch said, from one kind of wisdom, measureless prajnas are produced. These 84,000 kinds of wisdom are just 84,000 kinds of prajna. If you change the defilement of external objects, it becomes wisdom. Do not use your discriminating consciousness to contemplate and illuminate all dharmas. Use wisdom. If you wish to enter the sutra store and have wisdom like the sea, if you wish to master all dharmas and the Prajna Samadhi, you must cultivate the Prajna conduct. How do you practice the Prajna Dharma door? Hold and recite the Diamond Prajna Sutra. Because the sixth patriarch became enlightened upon hearing the Diamond Sutra, he tells everyone, you should all recite the Diamond Sutra. Hold it in your mind. Do not be distracted or forgetful. Hold the Diamond Sutra and you will see your own nature. In reciting sutras, it is essential to avoid giving rise to false thinking and extraneous thoughts. Once there was a man who recited the Diamond Sutra every day. One night he dreamt that a ghost asked him to take him across to a more favorable rebirth. Just as we perform the Alampana ceremony on the 15th day of the 7th month in order to take across currents from this past lives. The ghost said, "Please recite a sutra to take me across." The sixth patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 132. How many times shall I recite it? The man asked. The ghost said, "One recitation will be enough." The next day, halfway through the recitation, one of the man's servants brought him a cup of tea. He pushed the cup aside, thinking, "I do not want it," and continued to recite. That evening the ghost returned. "You promised to recite the sutra for me," he said, "but you only recited half of it." "What do you mean?" the man replied. "I recited the whole sutra." The ghost said, "You recited the whole sutra, but halfway through you thought, 'I do not want it,' so the merit from the second half of the recitation was lost." The man then realized what happened. "Yes," he replied, "I did think, 'do not want,' but it was tea I did not want, not the sutra as merit. It took only these words, 'I do not want,' halfway through the recitation to convince the ghosts and spirits that he did not want the merit. Probably the ghosts took the merit for themselves." The man said, "I will recite it again." This time he recited without interruption, and the next evening the ghost happily bowed to him in thanks for the compassionate recitation. So when you recite the Diamond Sutra, do not think, "I do not want." Reciting Subhuti 36, Subhuti, I don't want Subhuti. Subhuti will probably run away. Sutra. You should know that the merit and virtue of this sutra is immeasurable, unbounded, and indescribable, as the sutra text itself clearly states. 36. It was Subhuti, the foremost of the Buddha, as disciples in understanding emptiness, that the Buddha addressed when he spoke the Diamond Sutra. Chapter 2 Prajna 133. This Dharma door is the superior vehicle taught for people of great wisdom and superior faculties. When people of limited faculties and wisdom hear it, their minds give rise to doubt. Why is that? Take for example the rain which the heavenly dragons shower on Jambudvika 37. Cities and villages drift about in the flood like thorns and leaves. But if the rain falls on the great sea, its waters neither increase nor decrease. If people of the great vehicle, the most superior vehicle, hear the Diamond Sutra, their minds open up, awaken, and understand. They then know that their original nature itself possesses the wisdom of Prajna, because they themselves use this wisdom constantly to contemplate and illuminate. They do not rely on written words. Take for example the rainwater. It does not come from the sky. The truth is that the dragons cause it to fall, in order that all living beings, all plants and trees, all those with feeling and those without feeling may receive its moisture. In 100 streams it flows into the great sea and there unites in one substance. The wisdom of the Prajna of the original nature of living beings acts the same way. Commentary. People without good roots say the Diamond Sutra is meaningless. What good points does reciting it have? If you 37. Every word system contains one sun, one moon, and one non-sumer as well. As for great continents, Jamaica is the continent located south of Mount Sumeru. It is the continent upon which we live. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 134. Recite it every day. Can you go without eating and still live? Keep reciting and we will see if you can go without eating. People of shallow roots and wisdom do not believe in this sutra. The great sea represents people of great roots and energy. As soon as they hear this Dharma, they realize that Prajna is originally complete within the self-nature, and so they believe it. People of small roots and wisdom, however, are like grass and leaves which float on the surface of the water and sink as soon as it rains. They doubt the great vehicle Dharma. Reflecting within, it is not necessary for those of great wisdom to be highly literate in order to understand Prajna wisdom. The Prajna wisdom of the self-nature of living beings is just like the rain from the heavens which flows into the great sea. The sea represents our inherent wisdom. No matter how much rain falls, the sea neither increases nor decreases. The Buddha Dharma is like a great sea. Only those with faith can enter. It may also be said, only those with wisdom can enter. Because without wisdom it is difficult to enter this sea. Sutra. Good knowing advisors, when people of limited faculties hear this sudden teaching, they are like the plants and trees with shallow roots which, washed away by the great rain, are unable to grow. But at the same time, the Prajna wisdom which people of limited faculties possess is fundamentally no different from the prajna that men of great wisdom possess. Chapter 2 Prajna 135 Hearing this Dharma, why do they not become enlightened? It is because the obstacle of their deviant views is a formidable one, and the root of their afflictions is deep. It is like when thick clouds cover the sun. If the wind does not blow, the sunlight will not be visible. Prajna wisdom is itself neither great nor small. Living beings differ because their own minds are either confused or enlightened. Those of confused mind look outwardly to cultivate in search of the Buddha. Not having awakened to their self-nature yet, they have small roots. When you become enlightened to the sudden teaching, you do not grasp onto the cultivation of external things. When your own mind constantly gives rise to right views, afflictions and defilement can never stain you. That is what is meant by seeing your own nature. Commentary. Deluded people do not become enlightened because their deviant views are too strong and too formidable an obstruction, and cause them to disbelieve. Their ignorance is great and they give rise to much affliction, which is like thick clouds covering the sun. The sunlight is simply the prajna of your self-nature, and the clouds are your deviant views and afflictions. If no wind blows the clouds away, the sunlight will not shine through. Some living beings are heavily afflicted by bad habits. Having created a great deal of bad karma, they are confused. Those with fewer bad habits and lighter karma can become enlightened. The confused person seeks the Dharma outside his own mind. Seeking outwardly, he does not recognize the sixth patriarch as Dharma Platform Sutra 136. Originally complete Buddha of his own self-nature. The more he seeks the Buddha outside, the farther away he goes. You should enlighten yourself and not seek outside. If you hear the sudden teaching, you may become enlightened right away. Understand the prajna of your own nature and always hold to right knowledge and vision. You will then be without affliction or defilement. Sutra. Good knowing advisors, the ability to cultivate the conduct of not dwelling inwardly or outwardly, of coming and going freely, of casting away the grasping mind, and of unobstructed penetration, is basically no different from the Prajna Sutra. Commentary. Inside there is no body and mind, outside there is no world. But this is not dull emptiness. It is not to say, my body and mind do not exist, the world does not exist, and then to fall into vacuity. What is spoken of here is non-attachment, non-attachment to the body, to the mind, and to the world. Then you may come and go freely. Coming here, going there, coming back to the body and mind, going out into the Dharma realm. You are free if you are unattached to the coming and the going. If you are attached, you are in bondage. Unattached, you are free with respect to life and death. If I want to live, I live. If I want to die, I die. You asked, is this suicide? No. You need simply sit down, enter Dhyana Samadhi, and go. You need not take poison to make sure then you will die. ISNT is freedom. If it were not freedom, you would not be able. Chapter 2 Prajna 137 To go. How was the third patriarch, Santien, able to reach up and grasp the limb of a tree and, while hanging there, die? How could he enter Nirvana in this way? He could do this because he was free to live or die, free to come or go. If I wish to live, then I may never die. If I wish to die, I die right now. This is what is meant by coming and going freely. If you are free to come and go, you can end your life even while in the midst of talking, just like the great master Ta Shen. He was really a good sport. The first part of the Mahaparinirvana Sutra said that the Ekantikas, those of little faith, do not possess the Buddha nature, but Tao Shen disagreed. I say that Ekantikas do have the Buddha nature. Everyone said he is crazy. He is mentally ill. He knows what the sutra says, yet he deliberately contradicts it. They scolded him, they shunned him. Get out of here, they said. Master Tao Shen then made a vow. He said, if my explanation of Dharma is in agreement with the Buddha's sutras, and the Buddha's mind, then in the future I shall end my life while lecturing from the Dharma seat. But if I have spoken contrary to the Buddha's mind, this vow will not be fulfilled. He then went into the mountains and lectured on sutras to the rocks and ragged boulders. When the rocks heard him, they nodded their heads in acceptance of his principles. When Shen, the Venerable, spoke the Dharma, even the rocks bowed. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 138. He continued to lecture on sutras until once when, mysteriously and wonderfully, he paused while lecturing and died sitting in the Dharma seat. The assembly looked up and cried, "He has gone to rebirth. Wasn't he a good sport?" This is what is meant by coming and going freely. You say, "Dharma Master, I quite agree with you. I don't want to be attached. In fact, I don't want to follow the rules. After all, the rules are just an attachment." Wrong. If you can cast away your grasping mind and be unattached, you should be unattached to what is wrong, but you should not be unattached to what is right. For example, if you follow the rules, you can become a Buddha. But if you think, "I am not attached, I don't have to follow the rules," then you cannot become a Buddha. Go down the right road. Retreat from the wrong one. Do not become attached to principles which are in opposition to the way, but grasp and hold tightly to those principles which are in accord with it. Holding to and reciting may be an attachment, but holding to and reciting the Diamond Sutra is cultivation. Do not say, "I am attached. I have a small fault which I do not want to give up. What is more, I do not want anyone to know about it." That is to be even more attached. Alright then, you say, "I don't care if anyone knows about it. If people say I am wrong, I will be unattached and pay no attention." That is deviant knowledge and deviant views. The more you cultivate that way, the farther you drift from the Buddha Dharma. Once you have left attachments behind, you can penetrate and understand without obstruction and be without obstacles too. Chapter 2 Prajna 139 Your progress. The ability to cultivate this conduct is basically no different from the Prajna Sutra. If you cannot cultivate this conduct, you will be in opposition to the principle of the Diamond Sutra, but if you can cultivate, it is Prajna wisdom manifest. Sutra. Good knowing advisors, all sutras and writings of the great and small vehicles, the 12 divisions of sutras, have been devised because of people and established because of the nature of wisdom. If there were no people, the 10,000 dharmas would not exist. Therefore you should know that all dharmas are originally postulated because of people, and all sutras are spoken for their sakes. Commentary. On the higher plane, a sutra tallies with the principles of all the Buddhas, and below it tallies with the opportunities for teaching living beings. For that reason the word sutra took on the meaning to tally. The 12 divisions of sutra texts are Pros 二 First 三 Transmitting of predictions 四 Interpolations 五 The speaking of Dharma without its having been requested 六 Discussion of causes and conditions 7 Analogies The Sixth Patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 148 Events of the past lives of the Buddhas 9 Events of the past lives of the Bodhisattvas and disciples 10 Writings which explain principle in an especially expensive way 11 Dharma which has never been spoken before 12 Commentaries Sutras exist because people exist. If there were no people, the sutras would be useless. In the same way, troubles exist only because there are people to have them. The Dharma teaches people how to end their troubles, to get rid of the 84000 kinds of defilement and trouble. The Buddha teaches 84000 Dharma doors, but if there were no people, the troubles would never have a reason. The Buddha spoke all dharmas for the minds of human beings. If there were no minds, of what use would dharmas be? Sutra. Some people are deluded and some are wise. The deluded are small people and the wise are great people. The deluded question the wise and the wise teach Dharma to the deluded. When the deluded people suddenly awaken and understand, their minds open to enlightenment and they are no longer different from the wise, good knowing advisors, unenlightened. The Buddha is a living being. At the time of a single enlightened thought, the living being is a Buddha. Chapter 2 Prajna 141 Therefore you should know that the 10,000 dharmas exist totally within your own mind. Why don't you, from within your own mind, suddenly see the true suchness of your original nature? The Bodhisattva Shila Sutra says, our fundamental self-nature is clear and pure. If we recognize our own mind and see the nature, we shall all perfect the Buddha way. The Vimalakirti Nirdesa Sutra says, just then, suddenly regain your original mind. Commentary. If, in the very shortest space of time, the space of a thought, you suddenly understand, you wake up and become a Buddha. Confused, you are a living being. Enlightened, you are a Buddha. One confused thought, you are a living being. Thought after thought confused. Thought after thought, a living being. One enlightened thought, you are a Buddha. Thought after thought enlightened. Thought after thought, a Buddha. What does it mean to be enlightened? Ask yourself. Ultimately, what advantage do emotion and desire have? Emotion and desire harm your body, that is a serious problem. They rob you of your life, they make you stupid. If in thought after thought you have desire, then thought after thought you are deluded. It is said, the sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 142 Karma ended, emotion emptied, is the true Buddha. Karma heavy, emotion turbid, is the living being. Enlightenment is here. Put down defiled thoughts and pick up the pure. What are defiled thoughts? Thoughts of desire are defiled thoughts. I will make it even clearer. Thoughts of sexual desire are defiled thoughts. You should clearly recognize your thoughts of sexual desire. Should you give way to sexual desire with your body, then the action of your body, karma, is impure. If you talk about sex, the action of your mouth is impure. If you constantly think about sex, your mind, karma is impure. However, if you are without offense in body, mouth, and mind, you are not far from Buddhahood. Most people turn their backs on enlightenment and unite themselves with the dust of external objects and states, falling into states of emotion and desire. They become defiled, leaving emotion and desire behind and turning your back on the dust. You are united with enlightenment. You are clear and pure and can realize Buddhahood. However, as long as you have the slightest trace of defilement, you cannot realize Buddhahood. You remain a living being. One confused thought makes you a living being for the space of that thought. If every thought is confused, you are continually a living being. One enlightened thought makes you a Buddha for the space of that thought. If every thought is enlightened, you are always a Buddha. Do you see? It is very simple. Still, you need the help of a good knowing advisor who will teach you that, in order to be clear and pure, it is of the utmost importance to be unselfish, not working for your own benefit and being without greed, hatred. Chapter 2 Prajna 143 Stupidity and a view of self, you may attain purity. That is enlightenment. Some people hear one enlightened thought, you are a Buddha, and they say everyone is a Buddha. Right? Oh, living beings are Buddhas, but they must first wake up to it. To say everyone is a Buddha when you are not enlightened is to Be like the common person mentioned earlier in the sutra who called himself the king. The real king would throw that man in prison. Heaven cannot hold two sons. The citizens cannot serve two kings. Why don't you cultivate your own mind? Get rid of the defilement, and then you can see your own nature as it truly is. See it right now. Do not say, wait a minute, wait a minute. See it immediately. If you see your nature, you realize Buddhahood. If I see my nature, I realize Buddhahood. If someone else sees his nature, he realizes Buddhahood. There is no inequality here. This principle is completely democratic. Whoever sees his nature realizes Buddhahood. You need not wait. See right through it, and suddenly you don't know how you are enlightened. Strange and unspeakably wonderful. You return to yourself and regain your original mind. Sutra. Good knowing advisors. When I was with the High Master Zhen, I was enlightened as soon as I heard his words, and suddenly saw the true suchness of my own original nature. That is why I am spreading this method of teaching, which leads students of the way to become the sixth patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 144. Enlighten suddenly to body as each contemplates his own mind and sees his own original nature. Commentary. All of you of great knowledge, hear me, said the sixth patriarch. I have explained so much Dharma to you. Have you become enlightened yet? When I was with the High Master Zhen, the fifth patriarch, I awoke as soon as I heard him speak. I, the sixth patriarch, an illiterate barbarian, a stupid country person, met the High Master Zhen. The Master did not say the fifth patriarch as full name, but merely said Zhen as a gesture of respect. The High Master Zhen, he said, endured the temper of many. Those below him tried to pressure him into transmitting the Dharma to Shensu. The fifth patriarch was not even free to transmit the Dharma, but was forced to endure the journey of his own disciples. His name, Zhen, means to endure. He endured, practicing the perfection of patience until one day the barbarian arrived. I will give the Dharma to the barbarian, the fifth patriarch thought, and forget about all of you. Do you think you can bully a patriarch? I will transmit the Dharma to someone who can't even read. What use is your education now? Thus, the High Master Zen ceased enduring and transmitted the Dharma to the sixth patriarch. The sixth patriarch was a friend who understood. High Master, he said, you have suffered greatly. Then he told the assembly, I was enlightened as soon as I heard his words. Why did the fifth patriarch transmit the Dharma to this barbarian? It was not just because he wanted to defy Shensu. Rather, it was because this barbarian was so intelligent that, as soon as he heard the fifth patriarch speak, he said in reply, so that is how it is. Myself, nature is originally pure. Myself, nature. Chapter 2 Prajna 145 is originally bright and light. Myself, nature is originally unmoving. How wonderful it is! Yes, said the fifth patriarch, you are right. It is just that way. The sixth patriarch told the assembly, I propagate this sudden teaching in order to cause all students of the way to become enlightened suddenly to their own mind and see their own nature. Sutra. If you are unable to enlighten yourself, you must seek out a great good knowing advisor, one who understands the Dharma of the most superior vehicle, and who will direct you to the right road. Such a good knowing advisor possesses great karmic conditions, which is to say that he will transform you and guide you and lead you to see your nature. It is because of the good knowing advisor that all wholesome dharmas can arise. All the Buddhas of the 3 periods of time, and the 12 divisions of sutra texts as well, exist within the nature of people originally complete. Within the If you are unable to enlighten yourself, you should seek out the instruction of a good knowing advisor who will lead you to see your nature. Commentary. If you can enlighten yourself, you must seek out a bright, knowing one who has gone through. Wishing to travel the mountain tracks. Ask someone who has taken the trip. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 146. Ask him, where does this road lead? If you do not ask someone who has traveled the road before, but instead ask a blind man for directions, the blind man will say, just keep walking. Go wherever you wish. If you ask the blind man, is this emptiness? He will say, it certainly is. No one can hinder you here. But is it really emptiness? The great good knowing advisor understands the Dharma of the superior vehicle and directs you to the right road. If there is a great affinity between you, you may meet a bright, knowing one who will teach you to understand your mind and see your nature. All good dharmas arise because of him. Your good roots flourish because he watches over their growth. He explains the Dharma to you every day and causes your good roots to grow. All the Buddhas of the past, present, and future and the 12 divisions of sutra texts are originally complete within your own nature. But if you cannot understand that, you should seek out the instruction of a good knowing advisor. He will teach you to behold the pure and wonderful substance of your self-nature. Sutra. If you are one who enlightens himself, you need not seek a teacher outside. If you insist that it is necessary to seek a good knowing advisor in the hope of obtaining liberation, you are mistaken. Why? Within your own mind there is self-enlightenment, which is a knowing advisor. But if you give rise to deviant confusion, false thoughts, and perversions, although a good knowing advisor external to you instructs you, he cannot save you. Chapter 2 Prajna 147 Commentary. If you seek outside yourself, you will not obtain it. You must enlighten yourself by recognizing the prajna of your self-nature. Your true good knowing advisor is within your self-nature. He is simply your own wisdom. Deviant means not right. Confusion means lack of understanding. Not understanding what? Not understanding what is right. For example, people have certain fondnesses. Some have the deviant confusion of sex. You should not regard these confusions as unimportant, for when you do, your confusion deepens and the small confusions become large ones. Thinking the large confusions to be unimportant, you arrive at old age with old confusions and go to your death with death confusions. Even at the time of death you are confused and unclear. How pitiful! False thoughts are untrue thoughts. They are vain and unreal. Perversions occur when you clearly know that something is wrong, but do it anyway. You understand perfectly well that it is not right, but you say it is right. It is right. If you continue to do things contrary to Dharma, you are perverted. You are perverted when you not only do these things yourself, but influence others to do them as well. To discuss this thoroughly would take a long time. To have success, students of The Buddha Dharma must not be perverted. If you have deviant confusion, false thoughts, and perversions, although a good, knowing advisor external to you, such as your good teacher or good friend, instructs you, he cannot save you. Your good teacher and worthy friend may try to help you, but if you refuse to obey him, he can do no more. Your good, knowing advisor is not a policeman. If you break his laws, he cannot put you in jail. He can only hope that you will gradually change your faults. If living beings obey, the Master is certainly the sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 148. Pleased, but if they do not, although he cannot get angry, he is unhappy in his heart because he has no way to help the sutra. If you give rise to genuine prajna contemplation and illumination, in the space of an instant all false thoughts are extinguished. If you recognize yourself, nature, in a single moment of enlightenment, you will arrive at the stage of a Buddha. Commentary. Genuine means not deviant and confused. Prajna is genuine wisdom. To contemplate and illuminate is to slice off deviant confusion, false thought, and upside down actions with the sword of wisdom. If you do not swing the wisdom sword and cut through your deviant confusion, your false thinking, and your upside down actions, you are deluded, lack wisdom, and do upside down things. Recognize your own original nature. Understand it once, and in that one moment of enlightenment, you will go to the Buddha realm. On the other hand, where do you go in one moment of confusion? To the ghost realm. Enlightened, a Buddha. Confused, a living being. In the space of an instant, all false thoughts are extinguished, destroyed by your wisdom, sword like ice melted by the sun. Chapter 2 Prajna 149 Sutra. Good knowing advisor, when you contemplate and illuminate with the wisdom which brightly penetrates within and without, you recognize your original mind. The recognition of your original mind is the original liberation. The attainment of liberation is the prajna. Samadhi is no thought. Commentary. Using your inherent wisdom, observe inwardly the mind and body and outwardly the world. Completely understand both, as you would look through a pane of glass, from the outside seeing in and from the inside seeing out. Inwardly, there is no body and mind, and outwardly, there is no world. But, although there is no body nor mind nor world, the body and mind and the world function in accord with one another. Although they function together, they are not attached to one another. This is called recognizing your own original mind, the original self, nature. The true mind clearly penetrates within and without. The recognition of your original mind is liberation. When you are not attached to sense objects or false thought, you obtain liberation. This is the prajna samadhi of yourself, nature, and is simply no thought. I previously spoke about non-recollection, no thought, and non-falseness. Non-recollection is morality, no thought is samadhi, and non-falseness, i.e. being without false thought, is wisdom. When morality, samadhi, and wisdom all manifest, greed, hatred, and delusion disappear. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 150 Sutra. What is meant by no thought? No thought means to view all dharmas with a mind undefiled by attachment. The function pervades all places but is nowhere attached. Merely purify your original mind and cause the six consciousnesses to go out the six gates, to be undefiled and unmixed among the six objects, to come and go freely, and to penetrate without obstruction. That is the prajna, samadhi, and freedom and liberation, and it is called the practice of no thought. Commentary. No thought means to view all dharmas with a mind undefiled by attachment. When the mind is undefiled by attachment, dharmas are empty. If dharmas are empty, then why must you get attached to your bad habits and weaknesses? Someone hears this and wants to try to become unattached to dharmas by ignoring his faults. He may be unattached to dharmas, but he can't get rid of his faults. How can this be called undefiled by attachment? Since to be undefiled by attachment, there must be no dharmas, there must even more emphatically be no faults. The Diamond Sutra says, even dharmas must be forsaken, so now dharmas must be forsaken even more. If you do not put down your bad habits and your faults, what kind of Buddha Dharma do you study? I ask you. You are nothing but a fraud who cheats himself and cheats others. Students of the Dharma must definitely give up their faults. If you cannot, even though you may be able to explain a few sentences of Dharma, you are utterly useless. You are at the height of delusion. Prajna Samadhi pervades all places and illuminates all places, but is nowhere attached. It is just like empty space. Chapter 2 Prajna 151 Merely purify your original mind, so that it is undefiled and unattached, and cause the six consciousnesses, physical, auditory, olfactory, gustatory, tactile and mental awareness, to go out the six gates, eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind, and among the six objects, forms, sounds, smells, tastes, touchables and objects of mind, but to be undefiled and untainted, to come and go freely, and to penetrate without obstruction. If you examine this conglomeration, you will see that the six organs and six objects ordinarily unite to form a corporation. Where there is a corporation, there is defilement and mixing. Do not incorporate. They should freely come and go. The eyes view forms outside. Inside there is nothing. The ears hear sounds outside. But the mind does not know. What does this mean? You don't understand? Then study the Buddha Dharma diligently. At the time of unobstructed penetration, the 10,000 changes and the 10,000 transformations of the correct use are unhindered, unblocked and inexhaustible. That is prajna, samadhi and freedom and liberation, and it is called the practice of no thought. Sutra. Not thinking of the 100 things and constantly causing your thought to be cut off is called dharma. Bondage and is an extremist view. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 152 Commentary. If you sit, saying, I am sitting here, not thinking of anything, I am thinking of nothing, and in this way try to cut off your thought, you still have not cut off the thought of not thinking of anything. If you do this, you will be tied up in the dharmas, and will not obtain release. Thought, no thought, falling into either of the two extremes is not the middle way. In telling you to awaken to the no thought dharma, it is not to say that you should be like dead ashes or rotten wood. What use are ashes without fire? They are nothing but dirt. What use is rotten wood? You can burn it. If you sit thinking, do not think. Do not think of the 100 things. Your thought of not thinking is itself a thought. Trying not to think is like trying to prevent the grass from growing by pounding on it with a rock and shouting, Donkey, come up. You push the rock into the soil, but when you move it again, the grass grows up thicker, stronger, and more dense than ever. Then how does one attend to the no-thought Dharma? It requires the samadhi power that comes from having right, not deviant thought. Sutra. Good knowing advisors, one who awakens to the no-thought Dharma completely penetrates the 10,000 dharmas, one who awakens to the no-thought Dharma sees all Buddha realms, one who awakens to the no-thought Dharma arrives at the Buddha position. Chapter 2 Prajna 153 Commentary. Do you know the realms of all Buddhas? Do you know what their state is like? If you do, then you understand the no-thought Dharma. No, you say, I do not understand the Buddha realms. Then you do not understand the no-thought Dharma. Do not be like a certain person who does not know anything at all, who cannot even explain the 5 esoteric meanings and the 7 sutra title topics, but who still runs around lecturing on sutras and cheating those who do not understand the Buddha Dharma. People stream in like ants to hear him. They come marching, then. What for? Who knows? Ultimately, what Buddha Dharma do they study? That man reads an English translation of a sutra aloud, he simply reads it. Anybody can read it, you can read it, he can read it, I couldn't read it. Why? Because I can, he read English. To explain sutras, one must explain every sentence and every word, every paragraph and every chapter. You say, he, those, he do it that way. Of course he does, he does, he know how to, so how could he? Don't he march off with the ants? If you enlighten to the Dharma of no-thought, you go to the Buddha position. Now, isn't that important? When I explain sutras, people come to hear, not ants. The people are few, but they come to study the Dharma, not to eat honey like ants. Here, we gather to eat bitterness, we don't come to eat candy. Sutra. Good knowing advisors, those of future generations who obtain my Dharma should take up this sudden teaching Dharma door and with those of like views and the 6th Patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 154. Like practice they should vow to receive and uphold it as if serving the Buddhas. To the end of their lives they should not retreat, and they will certainly enter the holy position. In this way it should be transmitted from generation to generation. It is silently transmitted. Do not hide away the orthodox Dharma and do not transmit it to those of different views and different practice who believe in other teachings, since it will harm them and ultimately be of no benefit. Commentary. All of you good knowing advisors, continued the sixth patriarch, the Dharma was transmitted from Shakyamuni Buddha to Mahakashyapa, to Ananda, and so forth to Bodhidharma, and then to the second patriarch, the third patriarch, reaching to me, the sixth patriarch. You should transmit the mind, seal Dharma, door in just that way, from generation to generation. Do not hide the orthodox Dharma and transmit deviant Dharma instead. Why was the great master a patriarch? Because he never slighted the lowly. When he was at Wangmei, everyone looked down on him because he was an illiterate country person. He knew the pain of enduring ridicule himself, and so he did not slight others. He addressed everyone as good knowing advisors, whether they were or not. You should not transmit this mind, seal to those of different views and practice, he said. Why? Sutra. I fear that deluded people may misunderstand and slander this Dharma door, and will cut off their nature. Chapter 2 Prajna 155 which possesses the seed of Buddhahood for hundreds of ages and thousands of lifetimes. Good knowing advisors, I have a verse of note mark, which you should all recite. Those at home and those who have left home should cultivate according to it. If you do not cultivate it, memorizing it will be of no use. Listen to my verse, with speech and mind both understood, like the sun whose place is in space. Just spread the seeing, the nature way. Appear in the world to destroy false doctrines. Dharma is neither sudden nor gradual. Delusion and awakening are slow and quick. But deluded people cannot comprehend this Dharma door of seeing the nature. Although it is said in 10,000 ways, united, the principles return to one. In the dark dwelling of defilements, always produce the sunlight of wisdom. The deviant comes and affliction arrives. The right comes and affliction goes. The false and true both cast aside. In clear purity the state of no residue is attained. Bodhi is the original self, nature. Giving rise to a thought is wrong. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 156. The pure mind is within the false. Only the right is without the three obstructions. If people in the world practice the way, they are not hindered by anything. By constantly seeing their own transgressions, They are in accord with the way. Each kind of form has its own way, without hindering one another. Leaving the way to seek another way. To the end of life is not to see the way. A frantic passage through a life will bring regret when it comes to its end. Should you wish for a vision of the true way, right practice is the way. If you don't have a mind for the way, you walk in darkness blind to the way. If you truly walk the way, you are blind to the faults of the world. If you attend to others' faults, your fault finding itself is wrong. Others' faults I do not treat as wrong. My faults are my own transgressions. Simply cast out the mind that finds fault. Once cast away, troubles are gone. Chapter 2 Prajna 157 When hate and love don't block the mind, stretch out both legs and then lie down. If you hope and intend to transform others, you must perfect expedient means. Don't cause them to have doubts, and then their self-nature will appear. The Buddha Dharma is here in the world. Enlightenment is not apart from the world. To search for Bodhi apart from the world is like looking for a hare with horns. Right views are transcendental. Deviant views are all mundane. Deviant and right completely destroyed. The Bodhi nature appears spontaneously. This verse is the Southern teaching, also called the Great Dharma Boat. Here in confusion, pass through ages. In an instant, as space, enlightenment. Commentary. With speech and mind both understood. Understanding. Speech is to know how to lecture on sutras and explain the Dharma. Understanding the mind refers to the mind, ground. Dharma door of dhyana meditation. If you can lecture on sutras, speak Dharma, and cultivate dhyana meditation, you are like the sun whose place is in space. You are like bright light which illuminates the void and yet is nowhere attached. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 158 Just spread the seeing, the nature way, the Dharma door, which the sixth patriarch transmits, teaches you to understand your mind and see your nature. Understand the mind and there are no difficulties. See your nature and there is no anxiety. When you see your original face, you understand the Buddha Dharma. Appear in the world to destroy false doctrines. This Dharma door exclusively speaks of transcendental principles and destroys all heretical, non-Buddhist religions. Dharma is neither sudden nor gradual. Delusion and awakening are slow and quick. Essentially, the Dharma is neither sudden nor gradual. However, confused people must be taught to cultivate gradually, while wise, enlightened people understand the sudden Dharma. If you are stupid, you become enlightened a little slower. If you are intelligent, you become enlightened a little faster. Today I will tell you the plain truth. Every day I lecture the sutras, but rarely do I speak plain truth. Today I'll say a little. Why? I can't speak much plain truth because you want to believe it. I say a little and you cannot believe it, so if I were to say more, you would believe it even less. That's because you don't like to hear the truth, nor do you like to actually cultivate. So I have no way to speak true Dharma for you. I have to wait. I wait for an opportunity. And now an opportunity presents itself because we have come to this verse and the doctrine should be explained. Here. What is the sudden teaching? Sudden means, cut it off. Cut what off? Cut off your sexual desire. Can you do it or not? You say, what is the use of that? Do you see? You don't believe. Very well, then, I will not talk about it. If I say more, you will disbelieve even more strongly. That is all there is to it. It is just this much. Chapter 2 Prajna 159 Cut off ignorance immediately. Ignorance is just sexual desire. Can you cut it off? Can you? You can't cut it off, and so you don't believe in the true Dharma. When you do cut it off, you will attain the sudden teaching. What is the gradual teaching? Slowly, slowly, you say. I can't cut it off all at once. How can I put it down? How can I let it go? The sudden becomes gradual. That is all there is to it. Do you get the point? I give intelligent people this little bit and they cut it off. But stupid people can't put their desire down. I don't believe this is the true Dharma, they say. I don't believe this is the sudden teaching. That is why I have never spoken this way before. If you believed, you would have become a Buddha long ago. It is just because you don't believe that you are still wallowing in the mud, turning in the 6 paths of rebirth. If you want to turn. Nobody is forcing you to stop. It is a question of sooner or later. You may not want to cut it off now, but when you decide to become a Buddha, you will certainly have to cut it off. But stupid people cannot comprehend. this Dharma, door of seeing the nature. The sudden teaching is the Dharma, door of seeing the nature. If you cut off sexual desire, you can understand your mind and see your nature. Don't speak of this Dharma to stupid people. They cannot understand it and they want to believe it, just as now when I told you to cut it off and you couldn't do it. Stupid people cannot comprehend, they cannot understand. If you tell them, they want to believe you. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 160. Although it is said in 10,000 ways, united, the principles return to one. There are 1,000, 10,000, millions of Dharma doors used to explain this principle. There are 84000 Dharma doors to counteract just this kind of affliction, just that kind of ignorance. But when you trace them to the root, they are all just one, just the sudden Dharma which tells you to cut off ignorance immediately and manifest the Dharma nature in the dark dwelling of defilements. Always produce the sunlight of wisdom. Having affliction, you are in a dark room, but having wisdom, you are out in the dazzling sunlight. The deviant comes and affliction arrives. The right comes and affliction goes. Today I will give you a little basic Dharma. If I never say it, you will never know. Deviant refers to the arousing of sexual desire. Do not take it as happiness, it is an affliction. What is right is Prajna wisdom. Genuine wisdom breaks through ignorance and casts out affliction. The false and true both cast aside. In clear purity the state of no residue is attained. This is nirvana without residue. You say, the verse says, the false and true both cast aside, I'll ignore both of them. If you ignore them, you are still in the dark dwelling. When you have transcended the deviant and the right, then they have no use. There is only right, because there is deviant, there is Chapter 2 Prajna 161 Only deviant, because there is right, when neither one exists. That is clear purity, nirvana without residue. Bodhi is the original self, nature. Giving rise to a thought is wrong. Do not seek Bodhi outside yourself. The enlightenment nature is already complete within the Prajna wisdom of your self, nature. Nevertheless you still give rise to false thoughts. Originally, in clear and pure nirvana without residue, there is no thought, no recollection, and no falseness. It is complete in samadhi, morality, and wisdom. The pure mind is within the false. Only the right is without the three obstructions. The pure mind is within the false, like water in the ice. The ice has the potential to become water. In order to separate yourself from the three obstacles, you need only cultivate and uphold the right Dharma. The three obstacles are the karma obstacle, that is, all the karma you have created in past lives and in the present one, the retribution obstacle, that is, your body, which undergoes the obstructive effects of your karma, and the affliction obstacle, that is, all your troubles and worries. If people in the world practice the way, they are not hindered by anything. You can realize the way by success in any dharma, door at all. But first you must understand the true dharma. Then you can cultivate it walking, standing, sitting, or lying down, with no obstacles whatsoever. The Sixth Patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 162. By constantly seeing their own transgressions, they are in accord with the way. Mind your own business. Don't watch other people like a camera which can only take pictures of what is outside, but can't take pictures of itself. You say that person is bad. He drinks, smokes, and takes drugs. No one can teach him. He steals. He kills. Just look at him. You talk nothing but big talk, you only criticize others. You never ask yourself, did I kill today? Did I steal? Did I have deviant thoughts of lust? Did I lie or drink? You never turn the light inward because you are too busy shining it outside. If you wish to practice the way, you should cultivate yourself and see your own faults. Then you will be in accord with the way. The Sixth Patriarch, as verse, is excellent. It is profound, deep, and of inexhaustible use. It is simple and clear, anyone can understand it. If you can understand the meaning and memorize it as well, it will greatly aid your cultivation. Each kind of form has its own way, without hindering one another. Everything which has a shape and an appearance is a kind of form. While dwelling in forms, if you are able to wake up and understand, to cut off desire and cast out love and be unattached to the forms, then you will naturally possess the way. You need not look for it anywhere else. Leaving the way to seek another way to the end of life is not to see the way. If you understand and are unconfused by forms, then there is no difficulty and no annoyance. But if you leave the way, Chapter 2 Prajna 163 Saying, this is not the way. I am going to find another way. You are just adding a head on top of a head. If you see what happens and understand, you can transcend the world. If you see what happens and are confused, you fall beneath the wheel. If you become confused and give rise to few delusion, you fall into the dust of external states and objects, and to the end of your life you will not see the way. A frantic passage through a life will bring regret when it comes to its end. Wishing for a vision of the true way. Right practice is the way. When you arrive at the way, everything you do from morning to night is in accord with Dharma. You do right and proper things, not deviant things. If you leave your daily activities and look elsewhere for the way, your whole life will be suffering, and when you are old you will have regrets. I have wasted my life, you will say. If only I had drunk so much. Why, I wouldn't be so stupid now. If only I had gambled, I wouldn't be so poor. If someone had just told me I could have cultivated, but I never met a good knowing advisor. You met a good knowing advisor, but you didn't recognize him. His teaching passed by like the wind, in one ear and out the other. You never reformed your own faults, and you never corrected your bad habits, and so, at the end, you have regrets. Cultivate properly. Do not criticize others and wash their clothes for them, saying, this person's clothes are filthy. I'd better wash them. And look at him. He is jealous. He is afraid. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 164. Others are going to be better than he is. This is called washing other people's clothes. If you don't have a mind for the way, you walk in darkness, blind to the way. If you only do things in darkness, if you only do things which you do not wish others to see, you are not practicing the way. If you truly walk the way, you are blind to the faults of the world. There are those who say the Dharma ending age 35 is really bad. There is no more Dharma. Cultivators do not give proof to the fruit. Why don't you give proof to the fruit? The Dharma itself has no right age or ending age. If you cultivate the right Dharma, you live in the right Dharma age. If you do not see the faults of the world, but see all living beings as the Buddha, then you yourself are Buddha. If you see all living beings as demons, then you are a demon. If you attend to others' faults, your fault finding itself is wrong. Does the Buddha look at other people as faults? No. The Buddha sees all living beings as Buddhas. Others' faults I do not treat as wrong. My faults are my own transgressions. 38. After the Buddha's nirvana, the Dharma passes through the following historical periods. The first 500 years, the right Dharma age. 2. The following 1000 years, the Dharma image age. 3. The following 1000 years, the Dharma ending age. Chapter 2 Prajna 165. If he is wrong, do not follow his example. If he is wrong, do not join him and do not see his errors. Have great compassion for everyone. Be merciful. Say, these living beings are indeed pitiful. I vow to take them all to Buddhahood. Simply cast out the mind that finds fault. Once cast away, troubles are gone. When hate and love don't block the mind, stretch out both legs and lie down. I really love him, you say. I would gladly give up my life for him. This is all just emotion. If you truly had the compassionate heart to love and protect all beings, you would say, I vow to take him to Buddhahood. If he does not realize Buddhahood, I will not realize Buddhahood. Today someone asked to formally become a Buddhist by taking refuge in the Triple Jewel, the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. After taking refuge you must follow the rules. Those who believe in the Buddha should not be as they were before. If they are, others will say, he is a Buddhist, but he still has his same old lifestyle. He hasn't changed. Therefore I have made this vow. If those who have taken refuge with me do not realize Buddhahood, I will just wait here for them. You must realize Buddhahood before I do. I have no other method. If you take refuge, you should cultivate a little faster. Don't make me wait for you. I will wait a long time, but eventually I may dislike it and say, I will wait no longer. I am finished. This is it. Stretch out both legs and lie down. This appeals to lazy people. However, this is not laziness or sleep. It represents freedom. Unchained, unshackled, unfettered, and free, you live upside down, dream, thinking far behind and attain ultimate nirvana. Do not interpret the sixth patriarch as sutras saying that you should stretch out both legs and go to sleep. The Sixth Patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 166 If you hope and intend to transform others, you must perfect expedient means. To practice expedient means, one must know what Dharma should be spoken to what living being. For that one must be unattached. Don't cause them to have doubts, and then their self-nature will appear. Do not cause living beings who hear this Dharma to disbelieve, and you will then be able to use the brilliant wisdom of your own nature. The Buddha Dharma is here in the world. Enlightenment is not apart from the world. The Buddha Dharma includes both mundane and transcendental Dharma. Buddha Dharma is in the midst of the world and yet transcends the world. There is no awakening and no prajna wisdom apart from the world. To search for Bodhi apart from the world is like looking for a hare with horns. Do you think you can find a rabbit with horns? There is no such thing. If you separate yourself from worldly things to seek the transcendental Dharma elsewhere, that is like looking for a rabbit with horns. Right views are transcendental. Deviant views are all mundane. Right views are enlightenment. To what is one enlightened? To the fact that sexual desire must be cut off, that is Chapter 2 Prajna 167 Transcendental Dharma. Deviant views are mundane views. When you casually follow your desires, yielding to them instead of causing them to yield to you, you are holding to deviant and mundane views. Deviant and right completely destroyed. The Bodhi nature appears spontaneously. When neither the deviant nor the right remain, the Bodhi nature is spontaneously manifest. You need not look for the Bodhi nature anywhere else. This verse is the sudden teaching, also called the Great Dharma Boat. This verse is the verse of sudden enlightenment and the Dharma, door of realizing Buddhahood. It is called the Great Dharma Boat because it can ferry all living beings from the shore of birth and death across the current of affliction to the other shore of nirvana. Here in confusion, pass through ages. In an instant, as space, enlightenment. If you are deluded, many ages may pass before you become enlightened. If you are on the verge of enlightenment and can put down every one of your desires, you can suddenly become enlightened in the space of an instant. If you truly understand, you can open enlightenment instantly. Sutra. The Master said further, in the Ta Temple I have just now spoken the sudden teaching, making the universal law that all living beings of the Dharma realm. The sixth patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 168 will see their nature and realize Buddhahood as they hear these words. Then among magistrate Wei and the officials, Taoists, and lay people who heard what the Master said, there were none who did not awaken. Together they made obeisance and exclaimed with delight, "Good indeed! Who would have thought that Yingling than a Buddha would appear in the world?" Commentary. After they heard the marvelous verse, they said, this is really fine. Who would have imagined that Yingling than a Buddha would appear in the world? 169 Chapter 3 Doubts and Questions. Sutra. One day, Magistrate Wei arranged a great vegetarian feast on behalf of the Master. Commentary. The doubts referred to in the title of this chapter were those of Magistrate Wei, who did not understand how the Patriarch Bodhidharma would have told the Emperor Wu of Yan that the Emperor had no merit. Therefore the magistrate questioned the sixth patriarch about it. The magistrate invited the Master to a great vegetarian feast. All the bhikshus, laymen, Taoists, scholars, officials, and common people were invited to the meatless meal. Politicians like to eat meat, but because Magistrate Wei propagated the Buddha Dharma, he invited them all to a vegetarian meal. Great means that many people attended. In China, the 1,000-monk vegetarian feast occurs when 1,000 bhikshus are invited to have a meal. Among 1,000 monks, there is sure to be one arhat, so making offerings to 1,000 bhikshus is making offerings to one arhat. Which one is the arhat? No one knows. If you knew, you would just make offerings to the arhat and not to the 1,000 bhikshus. This great feast, however, was an offering to not just 1,000 bhikshus, I believe it was to 10,000. The sixth patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 170. The banquet was held on behalf of the sixth patriarch. As one who had left home, the Master himself could not invite people to lunch. Laymen made offerings to those who have left home. Those who have left home do not make offerings to laymen. Recently, I said to a visitor from Hong Kong, "Remember, lay people make offerings to the Bodhimanda. Protect and support the Triple Jewel. Do not be supported by the Triple Jewel." She replied, "I have never in my life heard a good knowing advisor speak such honest words to me. This certainly has changed me. When I return, I will be different from what I was before. Magistrate Wei was the sixth patriarch as disciple, and he wished to cause everyone to recognize and believe in his master. He invited them to eat vegetarian food, because it is said, if you want to lead them to the Buddha as wisdom, first you ought to give them something good to eat. In fact, one definition of the word people goes, people, when they eat, they re happy. If you feed them well, they can't forget it. They say, we got to go listen to some more sutra lectures. They come time after time to get what they want, not dharma, but good food. They eat and soon, when they hear the dharma, they say, the dharma tastes even better than these vegetables. And then they run away. Magistrate Wei understood human nature. He arranged this feast on behalf of his master. He did not do it for himself, saying, Chapter 3 Doubts and Questions 171 Look at me, making great offerings to the triple jewel. He was not seeking notoriety. He probably used the technique used at today's 500元 a plate fund raising dinners. We are going to build Nanhua Temple, he probably said. You should donate $5,000 or perhaps $50,000, because the assembly was held for the purpose of building a temple. The magistrate asked the master about the merit and virtue of Emperor Wu, the great Yan dynasty emperor who built many temples and gave sanction to many monks who left home. Sutra. After the meal, the magistrate asked the master to take his seat. Together with officials, scholars, and the assembly, he bowed reverently and asked, Your disciple has heard the High Master explain the Dharma. It is truly inconceivable. I now have a few doubts and hope you will be compassionate and resolve them for me. The Master said, if you have any doubts, please ask me and I will explain. The Honorable Wei said, is not what the Master speaks the same as the doctrine of Bodhidharma? The Master replied, it is. The magistrate asked, your disciple has heard that when Bodhidharma first instructed the Emperor Wu of Yan, the Emperor asked him, all my life I have built temples, given sanction to the Sangha, practiced giving, and arranged vegetarian feasts. What merit and virtue have I gained? Bodhidharma said, there was actually no merit and virtue. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Juro Platform Sutra 172. I, your disciple, have not yet understood this principle and hope that the High Master will explain it. Commentary. Magistrate Wei represented the entire assembly in requesting the Dharma. He was extremely respectful, stern, and upright in his bearing. He did dare laugh or cry. The magistrate had some small doubts, not big problems. He asked the master to bestow great compassion on him. Please resolve my little problem, because there are a few things I simply do not understand. Honorable is a term of great respect. The magistrate was called honorable because he was a high-ranking official. When my disciples go to Taiwan to take the precepts, they should call the old cultivators, the Bhikshus, honorable. Honor them once and they will be delighted. If you do not honor them, they will say, this newly precept one is extremely disrespectful. The magistrate asked, don't you explain the same principle as Bodhidharma? The sixth patriarch said, yes, I do. It is the mind to mind seal transmitted by Bodhidharma, the direct pointing to the mind to see the nature and realize Buddhahood. The magistrate said, I have heard that when Bodhidharma went to Nanjing to convert the Emperor Wu of the Lian dynasty, the emperor told him, I have built many temples. The Emperor Wu of Lian spent his entire life building temples. He allowed many bhikshus to leave home and he made offerings of food and shelter to them. He would bow to anyone who left home. Wasn't this good? He gave the wealth of his country to the poor and arranged many vegetarian feasts. Chapter 3. Doubts and Questions 173. What merit and virtue have I gained? He asked. Emperor Wu had to be number one in everything. Therefore, when he met Patriarch Bodhidharma, he did not seek the Dharma, he sought Bodhidharma as praise instead. He wanted Bodhidharma to give him a high hat. He was afraid that Bodhidharma might not know of his merit, and so he introduced himself, saying, look at me. I have built hundreds of temples to house thousands of monks, all of whom left home under my official sanction. What kind of merit have I gained? What he meant was, look at me. I am an emperor unlike all others. Everything I do is good and meritorious. He didn't seek the Dharma to end birth and death. He wanted to put himself on display instead. This is like a certain Dharma protector who says, "Do you know me? I am the greatest, strongest Dharma protector. I give all my money to the Triple Jewel. In fact, the money he uses to play around with women is several thousand times greater than the money he gives to the Triple Jewel, but he says he gives it all to the Triple Jewel. Isn't this perverse? He never speaks about the money he squanders all over heaven and earth, but when he gives $1 to the temple, he says, "I gave $1 to the temple." Do you know that? He is certainly the Emperor Wu's disciple. With his merit and virtue he too can be an emperor someday. Hearing the emperor brag about me, myself, and I, boasting and advertising his merit and in general exalting himself, Bodhidharma thought, how can a sage go around backslapping? How can I agree with him? Ordinary people would have said to the emperor, "Oh yes, yes, your merit is indeed great. No one in the world can match it." Bodhidharma was a patriarch. He could not possibly have indulged in such behavior, and so he said, "No merit. Totally without merit." The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 174 Sutra. The Master said, there actually was no merit and virtue. Do not doubt the words of a sage. Emperor Wu of Yan, as mine was wrong, he did not know the right Dharma. Building temples and giving sanction to the Sangha, practicing giving and arranging vegetarian feasts is called seeking blessings. Do not mistake blessings for merit and virtue. Merit and virtue are in the Dharma body, not in the cultivation of blessings. The Master said further, seeing your own nature is merit, and equanimity is virtue. To be unobstructed in every thought, constantly seeing the true, real, wonderful function of your original nature is called merit and virtue. Commentary. The sixth patriarch replied, do not doubt the sage's words. There really was no merit and virtue. Emperor Wu was seeking fame, he was not seeking the orthodox Dharma. The great Master said, merit and virtue are in the Dharma body, not in cultivating blessings. What is merit then? Seeing your brilliant, wonderful, original nature is merit. With merit, you can see your own nature. What is merit? At first, it is difficult to set in dhyana meditation, but after a while it becomes natural. When you begin to sit, your legs and back hurt, but after a while you defeat your legs and they no longer hurt. When your legs do not hurt, you have merit. If your legs hurt, you have no merit. Seeing your own nature is merit. See your original face. You ask, what does my original face look like? You must find out for yourself. I cannot describe it to you, and even if I did, you. Chapter 3 Doubts and Questions 175 To know because your knowledge would have come from the outside. Enlighten yourself to your own nature. You will say, my original face looks just like this. Then you must have your vision of the self-nature certified by a good knowing advisor. You cannot set yourself up as king and say, I am the emperor. I am a bodhisattva like the hippie who had poisoned himself with drugs to the point that he claimed to be a bodhisattva, when he actually was nothing but a demon. Equanimity is virtue. Without selfishness, everything is equal. There is no prejudice or partiality. If you are fair, just, and open-minded, you have virtue. To be unobstructed in every thought. If you are obstructed, your thoughts flow here, stop there, and become attached. Obstruction means attachment. If you are not obstructed, you can always see your original nature. As the sixth patriarch said, when he was enlightened, how surprising that the self-nature is originally pure in itself. How surprising that the self-nature is originally unmoving. How surprising that the self-nature is originally not produced or destroyed. How surprising that the self-nature is so inconceivable. This is to constantly see the true, real, wonderful function. It is called merit and virtue. If you do not seek within yourself, but give sanction to pictures, build temples, and give to the poor instead, you accumulate blessings. Blessings, however, are not merit and virtue. You should perfect your own merit and virtue just as the Buddhas have done. Sutra. Inner humility is merit and the outer practice of reverence is virtue. Your self-nature establishing the 10,000 dharmas is merit and the mind, substance, separate from thought is virtue. Not being separate from the sixth patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 176 The self-nature is merit, and the correct use of the undefiled self-nature is virtue. If you seek the merit and virtue of the Dharma body, simply act according to its principles, for this is true merit and virtue. Commentary. You should not be arrogant. In all situations, you should be polite. Do not say, look at me. I am better than everyone else. I am so talented. I know more Buddha Dharma than you. If you show off like this, you are being proud, not humble, and you have no merit. When you speak to people, you should be easy and polite, not like a wooden board which smashes their heads with a single sentence. You don't have to hit people, all you have to do is say one sentence and you split their heads open, which is a fiercer thing than using an iron bar. But if you are humble, you are never impolite. Outwardly, you should see everyone as better than you. Don't be self-satisfied. Arrogance causes harm. Humility brings benefit. If you fill your cup with tea until it overflows and then keep pouring, you are being wasteful. Do not be full of self. If you are polite, you will gain benefit. Do not say, I am the greatest. I am number one. I am so intelligent that I understood long ago things which you still do not know. In Buddhism, you should not fear that you will not understand. Fear only that you will not practice. Whether or not you understand is not so important, but if you do not practice, you are useless. The mind, substance should be separate from false thought, but not separate from proper thought. That is virtue. Turn the Chapter 3 Doubts and Questions 177 Light around and reverse the illumination to see yourself, nature, which constantly gives rise to prajna. This is merit. In unimpeded, limitless transformation, the correct use of the self. Nature enables you to do whatever you wish while never doing unclean things. If you are seeking the Dharma body, you should act in accord with these principles, because it is by means of such merit and virtue that the Dharma body is realized. Sutra. Those who cultivate merit and virtue in their thoughts do not slight others, but always respect them. Those who slight others and do not cut off the me and mine are without merit. The vain and unreal self, nature, is without virtue, because of the me and mine, because of the greatness of the self, and because of the constant slighting of others. Commentary. You should not slight people, animals, or any living beings. For example, whenever Siddhartha Bodhisattva met someone, he immediately bowed and said, I dare not slight you, because you are going to be a Buddha. Satyapura Buddha. Bodhisattva, who was a previous incarnation of Shakyamuni. Buddha realized Buddhahood because of his practice of universal respect while walking the Bodhisattva path. Those who slight others and do not cut off the me and mine are without merit. You have no merit if, whenever you meet someone, you immediately become jealous, terrified that they will be better than you are or more intelligent or will surpass you in some other respect. Your jealousy causes you to belittle the sixth patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 178. You see yourself as great. See how big I am, you say. No one can compare with me. In the present age there is no emperor, but if there were, it would certainly be me. None of you would have a share. Why? Because I am more intelligent than all of you. I can dominate you, but you can't dominate me. I, myself, me and mine, are not cut off and not put down. There is no room for merit, because you are too full of self. You do not really cultivate, and so your self-nature is unreal. You are not basically genuine, you do not believe in yourself and you do not know whether you are true or false. I did not tell you to drink or smoke. Why are you drinking and smoking? I did not tell you to go gambling. Why did you go? You don't know why you do these mixed up things. The self-nature in this way is thin and unreal. This happens because you have no virtue and you see yourself as too big. Look at me, you say, I am a Buddha. This is like a certain person who said, this Dharma Master is enlightened and I am just like him. He did not say that he himself was enlightened. He said that the Dharma Master was enlightened and that the two of them were just alike. He might as well have introduced himself by saying, I am enlightened. This, me, myself, and I is too big. There is no merit here. Sutra. Good knowing advisors, continuity of focus, merit, and the mind practicing equality and correctness, virtue, self-cultivation of one as nature is merit, and self-cultivation of the body is virtue. Commentary. In thought after thought, without interruption, every thought should be right. In thought after thought, without stopping, every Chapter 3 Doubts and Questions 179. Thought should be cultivation. This is merit. At first it is forced. But after a time it becomes natural, and the naturalness is merit. Always be even-minded and impartial, direct and without deceit. That is virtue. If you have not seen your nature, you must cultivate it. How do you cultivate it? By not giving rise to affliction. When someone hits you, think of it as if you had run into a wall. When someone scolds you, pretend that they are singing a song or speaking a foreign language. Oh, he is not scolding me. He is speaking Japanese, chi, chi, cha, cha, or is it Spanish? If you think of it that way, there is no trouble at all. If someone tries to stick at heaven, the stick just falls right back into his own face. If someone scolds you, but you take no notice, it is just as if he were scolding himself. When hit, you can think, I have run into a wall. It certainly hurts. Can you deny that it is your own karmic retribution returning to you? If you bump your head in the dark, do you hit the wall with your fist? If you do, your fist will hurt and there will be even more pain, no attention, then nothing will have happened. Maitreya Bodhisattva said, the old fool wears second-hand clothes and fills his belly with tasteless food, mends holes to make a cover against the cold, and thus the myriad affairs of life, according to what comes, are done. Scolded, the old fool merely says, fine. Struck, the old fool falls down to sleep. Spit on my face, I just let it dry. I save strength and energy and give you no affliction. Patamita is his style, he gains the jewel within. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 180. The wonderful. Know this news and then, what worry is there of not perfecting the way? This is wonderful, but not everyone can do it. The jewel within. The wonderful is not easy to obtain. Cultivation of the nature is simply not getting angry. How does one cultivate the body? Do not do bad things. Have no lust, hatred, or delusion. If you do not kill, steal, or lust, you cultivate the body. That is virtue. Sutra. Good knowing advisors, merit and virtue should be seen within one as own nature, not sought through giving and making offerings. That is the difference between blessings and merit and virtue. Emperor Wu did not know the true principle. Our patriarch was not in error. Commentary. You cannot say, I make offerings to the triple jewel. I have merit. It is not merit, just blessings. Therefore blessings and merit and virtue are different. If you perform acts of blessing, you will receive the karmic retribution of blessing in future lives. But you obtain the advantages of merit and virtue now in this life. Bodhidharma wanted to take the emperor across, but the emperor's ego was too big. Therefore, in order to break the emperor's attachment, Bodhidharma said that he had no merit and virtue. The emperor was most displeased, and from then on, he ignored Bodhidharma. No matter what Dharma Bodhidharma spoke, he would listen. Why should I listen to you? He said. He would not respond to Bodhidharma's compassionate efforts to save him, and so Bodhidharma just went away. After a time. Chapter 3 Doubts and Questions 181. The emperor died of starvation. Think it over, how could one with merit and virtue starve to death? He died of starvation because he had no merit and virtue. Bodhidharma had wanted to wake him up so that he would not have to die that way. What a pity that the emperor's view of himself was so big that Bodhidharma couldn't help him. Sutra. The magistrate asked further, your disciple has often seen the Sangha and laity reciting Amitabha Buddha, vowing to be reborn in the West. Will the High Master please tell me if they will obtain rebirth there, and so dispel my doubts? Commentary. The magistrate said, the clergy and laymen recite the name of Amitabha Buddha, the Buddha of limitless light. They all vow to be reborn in the land of ultimate bliss Sanshijou. High Master, will they actually be born there? The magistrate himself understood the principle, but he knew that others present in the assembly did not understand it. So he asked the sixth patriarch for an explanation. At that time, the reciters of the Buddha's name slandered the chapter and school 39. For further reference, see a general explanation of the Buddha speaks of Amitabha Sutra by Tripitaka Master Wat, the Buddhist Text Translation Society, San Francisco, 1974. 40. The five Buddhist schools each take a different approach to cultivation. The five are chapter and secret, Vinaya, teaching, and Pure Land. The Pure Land sect is associated with the recitation of the name of the Buddha Amitabha in order to obtain rebirth in the Western Paradise, the Pure Land of Amitabha according to the teaching of the Amitabha Sutra. The sixth patriarch as Dharma Juro Platform Sutra. 182. Chapter and school people eat their fill, sit down, shut their eyes and go to sleep. What kind of work is that? Lazy work. They don't compare with those who recite the Buddha's name. Recitation is the best Dharma door. The chapter and school fire back, you recite the name of Amitabha Buddha to gain rebirth in the West. In the past, before Amitabha Buddha, what Buddha's name did you recite? And so they fought, saying, you read wrong. You read wrong. Until, finally, nobody knew who was right. Sutra. The master said, Magistrate, listen well. When then? We'll explain it for you. When the world-honored one was in Shravasti city, he spoke of being led to rebirth in the West. The sutra text clearly states, it is not far from here. If we discuss its appearance, it is 10,800 miles away, but in immediate terms, it is just beyond the 10 evils and the 8 deviations within us. It is explained as far distant for those of inferior roots and as nearby for those of superior wisdom. Commentary. Shravasti is a city in India. Translated, it means abundance and virtue. In Shravasti, the 5 desires were abundant for fame, wealth, sex, food and sleep. The people of Shravasti had the virtue of much learning and liberation. They had studied a great deal and were not attached. In this city of abundance and virtue, the Buddha spoke of being led to rebirth in the land of ultimate bliss. The land of ultimate bliss appears to be 10,800 miles away, but if you discuss it in immediate terms, it is just beyond the 10 evils and Chapter 3. Doubts and Questions. 183. The 8 deviations within us. Actually, the Amitabha Sutra says that the Western paradise is 100 lands away, but the great master said 10,800 miles because he wanted to counter the prejudices of those in the assembly. In terms of its appearance, the Western land is far away, but in terms of our own nature, it is just beyond the 10 evils and the 8 deviations. Of the 10 evils, 3 are committed with the body. Killing, stealing, sexual misconduct. 3 are committed with the mind. 4. Greed. 5. Hatred. 6. Delusion or wrong views. 4 are committed with the mouth, and most dirty thing. 7. Foul language, talking about the affairs of men and women. 8. Lying. 9. Harsh speech. 10. Slander. The 8 deviations are the opposite of the 8-fold path. Shakyamuni Buddha taught the 8-fold path of right views, right thought, 3. Right speech, 4. Right action, 5. Right livelihood, 6. Right figure, 7. Right recollection, 8. Right concentration. The 8 deviations, then, would consist of deviant views, deviant thought, deviant speech, deviant action, deviant livelihood, deviant figure, deviant recollection, and deviant concentration. The Buddha spoke of the Western paradise as distant to those of common intelligence. To those of superior intelligence he spoke of the Western paradise as being on the other side of the 10 evils and the 8 deviations within their own self-nature. Sutra. There are 2 kinds of people, not 2 kinds of Dharma. Enlightenment and confusion differ, and seeing can be quick or slow. The deluded person recites the Buddha as man, seeking rebirth there, while the enlightened person purifies his own mind. Therefore the 6th Patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 184. Buddha said, as the mind is purified, the Buddha land is purified. Commentary. The 2 kinds of people are not white people and yellow people, but wise people and deluded ones. There is only one Dharma, deluded or wise, you cultivate the same Dharma. Confused people recite the Buddha as name and expect to be reborn in the Western paradise, while the wise recite the Buddha as name in order to purify their own minds. The pure mind is the Western paradise. If you understand that, then it is not 100 lands away, it is right here. If you don't understand, you don't know how many Buddha lands beyond. Even that number it is said. Confused, 1,000 books are few. Enlightened, 1 word is too much. When confused, you may study this sutra, study that sutra, investigate back and forth and still not understand. When truly awake, there is no need to study, 1 word is too much. But you must truly understand. Do not pretend and say, I don't have to recite the Buddha as name. That is just laziness. Once a man who was well read said to me, I have read many books, and now I find that they are all wrong, so I no longer read books. He meant that he had realized Buddhahood and he no longer needed anything. This is extremely stupid behavior. Understanding nothing, he faked understanding. You may try to brew tea in cold water, forcing it to steep, but you will never get tea. How can you brew tea in cold water? There are many strange people in the world, an uncountable number. Chapter 3 Doubts and Questions 185 Sutra Magistrate, if the person of the East merely purifies his mind, he is without offense. Even though one may be of the West, if his mind is impure, he is at fault. The person of the East commits offenses and recites the Buddha's name, seeking rebirth in the West. When the person of the West commits offenses and recites the Buddha's name, in what country does he seek rebirth? Commentary. Whether you are in the East or West, you must not commit offenses. If you do, you want to be reborn in any direction except that of the house, animals, or hungry ghosts. If you recite the Buddha's name and hope to be reborn in the Western paradise, you must also cultivate goodness. If you cultivate dhyana meditation, you must also cultivate good deeds. Unless you nurture merit and virtue, you cannot become accomplished in your cultivation. Magistrate, if the person of the East merely purifies his mind, he is without offense. The pure mind has no confusion, no selfishness, and no profit-seeking. It is without jealousy, obstruction, greed, hatred, and delusion. Purify your mind and get rid of all deviant thought. Then you will be without offense. Even though one may be of the West, if his mind is impure, he is at fault. This is an analogy. The sixth patriarch is not saying that Western people have impure minds, because those of the Western paradise are completely different from people of this world. They do not need to purify their minds, since their minds are pure to begin with. They aren't greedy, hateful, or stupid, and the three evil paths do not exist for them. Do not use this passage to try to prove that the sixth patriarch set people off. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 186. The West have impure minds. The people of the West have neither purity nor impurity. The person of the East commits offenses and recites the Buddha's name to be reborn in the West. When the person of the West commits offenses and recites the Buddha's name, in what country does he seek rebirth? This is another analogy. Those of the West never commit offenses. The sixth patriarch wanted to break attachments, and so he asked if people of the East recite in order to be born in the West, then when people of the West recite, where do they seek rebirth? If you wish to be reborn in the West, you must first have no offenses. If you have offenses, you will go nowhere but to hell. If those of the East are reborn in the West, where are those of the West reborn? Is there some other paradise for them? Don't be so attached. Sutra. Common, deluded people do not understand their self-nature and do not know that the Pure Land is within themselves. Therefore they make vows for the East and vows for the West. To enlighten people, all places are the same. As the Buddha said, in whatever place one dwells, there is constant peace and happiness. Magistrate, if the mind ground is only without unwholesomeness, the West is not far from here. If one harbors unwholesome thoughts, one may recite the Buddha's name, but it will be difficult to attain that rebirth. Good knowing advisors, I now exhort you all to get rid of the 10 evils first, and you will have walked 100,000 miles. Next, get rid of the 8 deviations, and you will have gone 8,000 miles. If Chapter 3 Doubts and Questions 187. In every thought you see your own nature, and always practice impartiality and straightforwardness, you will arrive in a finger snap and see Amitabha. Magistrate, merely practice the 10 wholesome acts. Then what need will there be for you to vow to be reborn? There. But if you do not rid the mind of the 10 evils, what Buddha will come to welcome you? Commentary. Deluded people do not know how to discipline their self-nature. They do not know that purification of their own mind is the Pure Land. Sometimes they vow to be reborn in the East, sometimes in the West. Those who are enlightened know that all places are the same. For them there is no north, east, south, or west. They are comfortable everywhere, because they make no discriminations. But if you continually think evil thoughts and do evil things, you will never arrive in the West. Magistrate, merely practice the 10 wholesome acts, then what need will there be for you to vow to be reborn there? There are people who do not dare to practice the 10 good deeds. 41. They say, if I do the 10 good deeds, demonic obstacles may arise. But they are not afraid of doing evil. They do not fear that demonic obstacles will arise when they do evil, because in doing evil, they are demons themselves. People can certainly be mixed up. They aren't afraid of doing evil, but fear doing good. But if you do not rid the mind of the 10 evils, what Buddha will come to welcome you? If all your life everything you do is evil and confused, if every poor from head to foot carries the monstrous karma of offensive acts, how can you be born in the 41 I.e., the opposite of the 10 evils? The Sixth Patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 188 West. Which Buddha will come to welcome you? If you do evil, you may seek it, but you will never be born there, because you are bound by your offensive acts. Although it is said, you may go to rebirth carrying your offenses, that is just a manner of speaking. You still must purify your own mind before you may go. What Buddha is going to welcome a criminal? Sutra. If you become enlightened to the sudden Dharma of the unproduced, you will see the West in an instant. Unenlightened, you may recite the Buddha as name, seeking rebirth, but since the road is so long, how can you traverse it? When men will move the West here in the space of an instant so that you may see it right before your eyes? Do you wish to see it? The entire assembly bowed and said, if we could see it here, what need would there be to vow to be reborn there? Please, High Master, be compassionate and make the West appear so that we might see it. Commentary. The assembly suddenly got greedy. They bowed and said, if we can see it here, then we don't need to vow to be reborn in the West. We all want you to be compassionate and let us see the Western Paradise. During the next lecture, the Western Paradise will be moved to the Buddhist lecture hall, but you will have to wait until then. Chapter 3. Doubts and Questions 189 Sutra. The Master said, Great Assembly, the worldly person, as own physical body is the city, and the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and body are the gates. Outside there are 5 gates, and inside there is the gate of the mind. The mind is the ground, and one as nature is the king. The king dwells on the mind ground. When the nature is present, the king is present, but when the nature is absent, there is no king. When the nature is present, the body and mind remain, but when the nature is absent, the body and mind are destroyed. The Buddha is made within the self, nature. Do not seek outside the body. Confused, the self, nature is a living being, enlightened, it is a Buddha. Commentary. The Sixth Patriarch said that he would move the Western paradise to the assembly, and I agreed to move into the Buddhist lecture hall. But if I were to move it would be a lot of work and trouble. So now we shall just change our own bodies into the Western paradise instead. Good knowing advisors, the worldly person as own physical body is the city, your very own body is the Western paradise. When your mind is pure, the Buddha land is pure. The pure Buddha land is bliss. In the pure mind there are no defiled dharmas, for the dharmas are purified when one is no longer turned by their defilement. Outside there are 5 gates, and inside there is the gate of the mind. The mind is called a gate because sometimes it thinks and sometimes it doesn't. The mind is the ground and the nature is the king. The mind itself is the fine golden sand-off. The 6th Patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 190. The Western paradise and the nature is Amitabha Buddha. The king dwells on the mind ground. Amitabha, your nature, dwells within your own mind. When the nature is present, the king is present, but when the nature is absent, there is no king. If you know that your own nature is constantly present, such unmoving, finally, completely, constantly bright, then the king is present. If you understand the mind and see the nature, Amitabha Buddha manifests. The Buddha is made within the self-nature. The Buddha is to be cultivated within your self-nature. Your mind is the Buddha. Your nature is the Buddha. If you work on yourself nature, you can realize Buddhahood. The self-nature and the Buddha nature are not two, but one. Therefore, if you wish to be a Buddha, you must apply effort to realize your self-nature by the purification of your mind and will, your heart and nature. Break your bad habits and correct your faults. If you do not get rid of the 10 evils, the 8 deviations, and your own imperfections, you will never become a Buddha. Do not look outside. Confused, the self-nature is a living being. If, in confusion, you lose your self-nature, or perhaps forget about it, you are just a living being. Enlightened, the self-nature is a Buddha. If you wake up and understand that bad dharmas should never be practiced and all good dharmas must be practiced, then you cut off bad and practice good. Just that is the Buddha Sutra. Kindness and compassion are Avalokiteshvara 42. And sympathetic joy and giving are Mahastanaprapta. Purification is Shakyamuni, and equanimity and directness are Amitabha. Others and self are non-super, and deviant thoughts are ocean. Chapter 3 Doubts and Questions 191 Water. Afflictions are the waves. Cruelty is an evil. Dragon. Empty falseness is ghosts and spirits. Defilement is fish and turtles. Greed and hatred are hell, and delusion is animals. Commentary. Kindness and compassion are Avalokiteshvara. Do you wish to be like Wang Yin Bodhisattva? It is easy. Practice the compassionate way. Practice the compassionate Dharma, and be compassionate toward all living beings. One of my disciples once said to me, "Your compassion is something new. I never understood before what compassion was." Not only that, disciple, who is American, but many other Westerners are ignorant about compassion. They are not taught compassion, and so they are unfamiliar with it. It is said, even when right in front of you, you do not recognize Avalokiteshvara, because you do not understand compassion. You do not know Avalokiteshvara. If you wish to know this Bodhisattva and be like him, then practice the compassionate Dharma. With kindness, make people happy, and with compassion, relieve their sufferings. This is genuine happiness, not like worldly pleasures such as gambling, horse racing, the movies, or dancing. Worldly pleasures are just a form of suffering. If you can lead others to true understanding and awakening, then you give them true happiness. To put an end to confusion, to cut off ignorance and manifest the Dharma nature, that is true happiness. 42. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, more well known by the Chinese, Guangxi Yin, contemplator of the world as sounds, is the Bodhisattva of great compassion. He stands to the left of Amitabha Buddha. Mahastanaprapta, the Bodhisattva who has attained great might, stands on Amitabha Buddha as right. The three are known as the three sages of the Western paradise. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 192. Sympathetic joy and giving are Mahastanaprapta. 2. Delight in giving is just Mahastanaprapta. Kindness, compassion, sympathetic joy, and giving are the four unlimited thoughts of the Buddhas. If you can give with joy, you are just like Mahastanaprapta Bodhisattva, who practices great giving. and great sympathetic joy. Purification is Shakyamuni, your own purification of the mind and will and heart, your own return to the original source, to your originally wonderful, bright mind, perfectly bright enlightened Tathagata store. All of that is just Shakyamuni, Buddha. Shakyamuni also means able to be human. Equanimity and directness are Amitabha if you can be perfectly impartial, without the slightest prejudice, compassionate and just towards all. This is just the behavior of Amitabha. This is an analogy. Do not say equanimity and directness are Amitabha in listening to sutras and hearing Dharma. Avoid giving rise to such attachments. To say, I heard the Dharma master say that equanimity and directness are Amitabha is to slight Amitabha. If you are fair-minded, that is the conduct of Amitabha Buddha. But the sixth patriarch said this, you say. Can't we believe him? Did he really say that? Why did I hear him? Others and self are Mount Sumeru. This phrase is important. Nothing is higher than Mount Sumeru. You evaluate yourself and others. You have your status and they have theirs. Sumeru is a Sanskrit word which means wonderfully high. It is wonderful because no one knows just how high it is. Arrogance and pride, notions of self and other, are like Mount Sumeru. Chapter 3. Doubts and Questions. 193. The analogies are to teach you to see Amitabha Buddha within your own self, nature, and to recognize the imperfections there as well. And deviant thoughts are the ocean water. Are you afflicted? Your deviant thoughts are the salty ocean water, and your afflictions are the waves. Small waves do not cause much damage, but big waves may rise tens of feet high and sink ships. How many ships lie on the bottom of the sea? No one knows. The ships were invited as guests of the Dragon King and escorted to the sea as bottomed by the big waves. Just so, big afflictions smother the brilliant wisdom of yourself, nature. Take care not to have affliction, waves. Cruelty is an evil dragon. Cruelty, the wicked dragon. King sends a wave to swamp your ship and bring you to his palace for a feast and some dragon wine. Empty falseness is ghosts and spirits. You say, I don't believe in ghosts and spirits. If they exist, why have I never seen one? They are empty and false, how could you see one? If you try to catch a ghost, you cannot grab him. You may see what appears to be a physical shape, but when you reach out to grab it, he remains right where he was. He is just a shadow, empty and false. He is not actually there. I will tell you about ghosts and spirits. Ghosts are black because they belong to the yin. Spirits are white because they belong to the yang. You may see them, but you cannot touch them. They are empty and false. Defilement is fish and turtles. Weariness of sense objects is represented by fish and turtles. I have explained sutras for you for a long time, and I have never told you that greed and hatred are hell. It is not that greed and hatred are hell, but thoughts of greed and hatred will certainly send you to hell. You plant the seeds of hell now with the sixth patriarch as Dharmajuro Platform Sutra. 194. Thoughts of greed and hatred, and in the future you will descend into the hells. Delusion is animals. When I explain sutras, I sometimes say that person is as stupid as a pig. Some people say pigs are intelligent. They eat and sleep and they don't do any work. These people think that not doing anything is intelligent. Such people would like to be pigs. As soon as they eat, they go to sleep. And when they wake up, they eat again. When the time comes, they are slaughtered for food. Animals are stupid, and yet, as meaningless as their lives are, they still wish to live. When you kill a pig, he screams, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. He begs for his life, but you don't understand his language. What a pity. If you understood, you might be merciful and spare him. Sutra. Good knowing advisors always practice the 10 good practices, and the heavens can easily be reached. Get rid of others and self, and non-superutables. Do away with deviant thought, and the ocean waters dry up. Without defilements, the waves cease, and cruelty, and there are no fish or dragons. The Tathagata of the enlightened nature is on your own mind, ground, emitting a great bright light which outwardly illuminates and purifies the 6 gates and breaks through the 6 desire heavens. Inwardly, it illuminates the self, nature, and casts out the 3 poisons. The hells and all such offenses are destroyed at once. Inwardly and outwardly there is bright penetration. This is no different from the West. But if you do not cultivate, how can you go there? Chapter 7. Doubts and Questions. 195 Commentary. Previously, I spoke about the small waves which represent the subtle thought process which takes place in the mind. You are unaware of these thought waves, but they are present. Nonetheless, the big waves represent big afflictions and the small waves the extremely subtle ignorance within your mind, which runs in a current like waves on water. Are you ignorant or not? With ignorance comes greed, hatred, and stupidity. You are greedy because ignorance tyrannizes you. It says, I want that thing. Go get it for me, and the greedy mind goes and gets it. Beauty and wealth, if he goes to get them, he flies into a rage. Like one of my disciples who says, I must have my way. Why? Isn't everything just the way I want it? Ignorance, anger. Waves. Small waves are not important, but big waves may get you an invitation to the dragon's party. Don't be cruel, don't hurt people, don't be a venomous dragon. If you end cruelty, the fish and turtles and dragons disappear. Your enlightened nature is the Tathagata. When you give rise to the light of great wisdom, it outwardly illuminates and purifies the 6 gates, so that the eye sees forms, but is not turned blind. Then the ear hears sounds, but is not turned by them. The nose smells scents, but is not turned by them. The tongue tastes, but is not turned by tastes. The body feels, but is not turned by feeling. And the mind perceives dharmas, but makes them disappear. The bright light of wisdom breaks through the 6 desire heavens, the heaven of the 4 kings, the heaven of the 33 San, the Suyama heaven, 4, the Tushita heaven, 5, the Nirmanarati heaven, and 6, Paranirmataupasavartan heaven. When the eye, ear, nose, tongue, body and mind are purified, you have broken through the 6 desire heavens. The 6th Patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 196. The causes, the seeds, of the 6 desire heavens are planted within your 6 organs. If you are fond of beauty, you may be reborn in a heaven of beautiful goddesses, turned by sounds. You may be born in a heaven where you listen to music all day long, much finer music than what is made by your guitars and mandolins. The smells in this world are so nice, you say. Certainly. The smells in the heavens are even nicer, and so you are reborn in a heaven full of good smells. When your nose is not turned by smells, you smash that desire heaven, and so forth for the remaining 5 organs. You ask, when the desired heavens are destroyed, is the earth destroyed as well? Empty space itself disappears, how much? The more so the earth. But where will I live? You can live in emptiness, and you need not return. That is the very best way. When you turn the light around and reverse the illumination, when you investigate and awaken to the Tathagata of the enlightened nature, then the three poisons are wiped away and the offenses of the house are destroyed. At this moment you are enlightened and understand that the nature of offenses is fundamentally empty. But unless you destroy ignorance, your offenses are not removed. Inwardly and outwardly there is bright penetration. This is no different from the West. Inside and out, there is bright light. Inside and out, there are no obstacles. The three evil destinies and the three obstacles exist no longer, and their absence is the Western paradise. For this reason we do not need to move the Western paradise to the Buddhist lecture hall, and we do not need to consult a travel agent for passports and visas. The Western paradise is right here. But if you do not cultivate, how? Chapter 3 Doubts and Questions 197. Can you go there? Then it is very far away. It takes several days just to go to the moon. The Western paradise is 10 billion Buddha lands away, millions of times farther than the moon. Then how do you go there? You purify your mind. Sutra. On hearing this speech, the members of the Great Assembly clearly saw their own natures. They bowed together and exclaimed, "This is indeed good. May all living beings of the Dharma realm who have heard this awaken at once and understand." The Master said, "Good knowing advisors, if you wish to cultivate, you may do so at home. You need not be in a monastery. If you live at home and practice, you are like the person of the East whose mind is good. If you dwell in a monastery but do not cultivate, you are like the person of the West whose mind is evil. Merely purify your mind, that is the West of your self-nature." Commentary. Fundamentally, our own bodies are the Western paradise. The assembly exclaimed, "But we did not understand because we did not know how to use them." Those present in the assembly saw their nature really good. They exclaimed, "We have never before heard such wonderful Buddha Dharma. Inconceivable. May all who hear it become enlightened immediately and certified to the fruit." The sixth patriarch had made himself manifest in a as body in order to speak the Dharma. After his enlightenment, he did not leave home, but went to live with hunters for 15 years. Instead, during that time he cultivated and worked hard. So the sixth patriarch, as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 198 said that it is not necessary to be in a monastery to cultivate the way. Sutra. The Honorable Way asked further, how should those at home cultivate? Please instruct us. The Master said, I have composed a marvelous verse for the great assembly. Merely rely on it to cultivate it. You will be as if always by my side. If you cut your hair and leave home, but do not cultivate, it will be of no benefit in pursuing the way. The first runs. The mind made straight, white oil following rules. The practice short of what use is dhyana meditation. Filial deeds support the father and mother. Right conduct is in harmony with those above and below. Deference, the honored and the lowly in accord with each other. Patience, no rumors of the evils of the crowd. If drilling wood can sting smoke into fire, a red-petaled lotus can surely spring from mud. Good medicine is bitter to the taste. Words hard against the ear must be good advice. Correcting failings gives birth to wisdom. Guarded errors expose a petty mind. Persist daily in just, benevolent deeds. Charity is not the means to attain the way. Search out body only in the mind. Chapter 7. Doubts and Questions 199. White oil outside in search of the profound. Just as you hear these words, so practice. Heaven then appears, right before your eyes. Commentary. The way must be walked. If you do not walk it, how is it the way? Virtue must be cultivated. If you do not cultivate it, how is it virtue? The straight mind is without greed, hatred and stupidity. Precepts are designed to protect you from these three poisons. But if your mind is straight, what function do the precepts serve? The straight mind has no waves, no ignorance, and does not need to toil at holding the precepts. The straight mind is chapter N. Chapter N is used to rid you of your faults. Someone says, the sutra says, white oil and following rules, so I want to hold the precepts. Is that person as mind straight or not? He doesn't care whether or not his mind is straight and his conduct short. He just cares about not having to follow any rules. If his mind is not straight, how can he not hold precepts? If he continues to be selfish, greedy, habit-ridden, envious, and obstructive, how can his mind be straight? Your parents gave birth to you. You should repay their kindness by being filial and good to them. The honored and the lowly, the master and the servant, should be courteous and polite to each other. What is patience? Refusing to speak of the shortcomings of others, not slandering, not being jealous or obstructive. Oh, that is the sixth patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. 200. Patience. Do not say, this man is evil. I saw him shoplifting. The incident never occurred, but the rumor spread. He took the precepts and then went out drinking. It never happened, but someone started talking. Do not discuss people as bad points. Bring up their good points. The impatient person never speaks of the good, only of the bad. If you have no bad points, the impatient person will create them for you. In China, about 4,000 years ago, wood drills were used to make fire. Wood was drilled and drilled until fire flared up. If wood can make fire and the mud can grow a red lotus, then it is not absolutely necessary to leave home in order to cultivate. If you cut off your desire while still at home, you can have success. One who criticizes you is your good-knowing advisor. Just as bitter medicine cures your disease, the critic, as words may be unpleasant, but they are sound advice. Do not be lazy, says the teacher. Do not go to sleep. The student says, all you ever do is watch over me. Americans in particular respond that way, because they are so remarkably independent. They don't listen to anyone else's advice. They want to be unsurpassed and supremely honored. Right or wrong, they say, I listen only to myself. I don't care what anybody says. I may turn into a senseless block of wood, but nonetheless I am going to stand on my own principles. I understand Americans. They don't like to hear words which are hard against the ear. Correcting failings gives rise to wisdom. If you do not change your faults, you are stupid. That need not be discussed in detail. Guarded errors expose a petty mind. If you indulgently cherish your problems and make excuses, say no. You. Chapter 7. Doubts and Questions. 201. Don't understand. There were extenuating circumstances. It wasn't that way at all. I had to do it. You see, you become your own lawyer and argue your defense with flashy rhetoric. I have many such disciples. They think that I am stupid and that they can deceive me. Do what you are supposed to do every day. Be just and benevolent, always benefiting others. But do not say, I gave 10万美元. I have bought Buddhahood. Charity is not the means to attain the way. You have to cultivate by searching out Bodhi only in the mind, not outside. Although we have been discussing the Western paradise, the verse refers to the Christian heaven as well. Heaven is not just in heaven. Heaven is right before your eyes. Sutra. The Master continued. Good knowing advisors, you in this assembly should cultivate according to this verse. To see and make contact with yourself, nature, and to realize the Buddha way directly. The Dharma does not wait. The assembly may now disperse. I shall now return to T.S. Aoshi. If you have questions, come quickly and ask. At that time, Magistrate Wei, the officials, and the good men and faithful women of the assembly all attend. Understanding, faithfully accepted, honored the teaching, and practiced it. Commentary. How did the people in the assembly attain understanding? Don't pay attention to them. You must find a way to understand for yourself and leave it at that. 203 Chapter 4 Concentration and Wisdom Sutra. The Master instructed the assembly, good knowing advisors, this Dharma, door of mind has concentration and wisdom as its foundation. Great assembly, do not be confused and say that concentration and wisdom are different. Concentration and wisdom are one substance. Not two. Concentration is the substance of wisdom, and wisdom is the function of concentration. Where there is wisdom, concentration is in the wisdom. Where there is concentration, wisdom is in the concentration. If you understand this principle, you understand the balanced study of concentration and wisdom. Students of the way, do not say that first there is concentration, which produces wisdom, or that first there is wisdom, which produces concentration. Do not say that. The two are different. To hold this view implies a duality of Dharma. If your speech is good, but your mind is not, then concentration and wisdom are useless because they are not equal. If mind and speech are both good, the inner and outer are alike, and concentration and wisdom are equal. Self-enlightenment, cultivation, and practice are not, and matter for debate. If you debate which comes first, then you are like a confused man who does not cut off ideas of victory and defeat, but magnifies the notion of self and the sixth patriarch as Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra 204 Dharmas and does not disassociate himself from the four marks. Good knowing advisors, what are concentration and wisdom like? They are like a lamp and its light. With the lamp, there is light. Without the lamp, there is darkness. The lamp is the substance of the light and the light is the function of the lamp. Although there are two names, there is one fundamental substance. The Dharma of concentration and wisdom is also thus. Commentary. Concentration comes from holding precepts. With concentration, one can bring forth wisdom. Precepts, concentration, and wisdom are the three studies which have no outflows. If you wish to obtain concentration, you must begin by holding precepts. That is, all evil not done, all good respectfully practiced. The sixth patriarch said, although you are good knowing advisors, don't be attached and say that concentration and wisdom differ. In this sudden teaching Dharma, door of mind, concentration is wisdom and wisdom is concentration, although there are two names, there is only one substance. What is the function of concentration? Concentration produces wisdom. When wisdom is produced, concentration is certainly within it. If you understand that concentration and wisdom are one substance with two different functions, then you understand the balanced study of concentration and wisdom. If the speech is good, but the mind is not, if your mind is full of jealousy, obstruction, insolence, conceit, deviant views. Chapter 4 Concentration and Wisdom 205 Greed, hatred, and stupidity, concentration and wisdom are useless, they are not present, because they are not equal. But if your mind and speech both are good, then your mouth says what is in your mind, and concentration and wisdom are equal. You should understand and cultivate on your own. Do not argue with people in order to show off your cultivation and advertise yourself. To debate whether concentration or wisdom comes first is to be like a confused person who does not cut off ideas of victory and defeat. In debate, thoughts of victory and defeat stand in contradiction to the way, giving rise to the mind of four marks. How can one obtain samadhi? Attached to the mark of self, others, living beings, and a life. How can you obtain samadhi? As soon as you argue, you have no concentration and, consequently, no wisdom. This is extremely stupid. When you argue, you give rise to the attachment to self and dharmas, and then the four marks arise. With attachment to self comes attachment to others, with attachment to others comes attachment to living beings, with attachment to living beings comes attachment to life. The analogy of the lamp and light illustrates the identical substance of concentration and wisdom. As a lamp produces light, so concentration produces wisdom. As light is the function of a lamp, so wisdom is the function of concentration. But, despite the discrimination, concentration and wisdom are fundamentally one. The sixth patriarch, as Dharma Platform Sutra 206 Sutra. The Master instructed the assembly, good knowing advisors. The single conduct samadhi is the constant practice of maintaining a correct, straightforward mind in all places, whether one is walking, standing, sitting, or lying down. As the Vimalakirti Sutra says, the straight mind is the Bodhi Mandala. The straight mind is the pure land. Do not speak of straightness with the mouth only, while the mind and practice are crooked, nor speak of the single conduct samadhi without maintaining a straight mind. Simply practice keeping a straight mind and have no attachment to any dharma. The confused person is attached to the marks of dharmas, while holding to the single conduct samadhi, and saying, I said unmoving and falseness does not arise in my mind. That is the single conduct samadhi. Such an interpretation serves to make him insensate and obstructs the causes and conditions for attaining the way. Good knowing advisors, the way must penetrate and flow. How can it be impeded? If the mind does not dwell in dharmas, the way will penetrate and flow. The mind that dwells in dharmas is in self-bondage. To say that sitting unmoving is correct is to be like Shariputra, who sat quietly in the forest but was scolded by Vimalakirti. Commentary. You should not speak of the reckless and act dishonestly. If you greet rich people with smiles and compliments, saying, Chapter 4 concentration and wisdom. 207. Welcome, welcome, when in fact it is not the person you welcome, but their money and power instead. That is flattery. If you speak about the single conduct samadhi, but you act improperly, such hypocrisy betrays a crooked mind. But if you practice keeping a erect mind, then your mind is the Bodhimanda. You should manage all your affairs with a erect mind and have no attachments. A stupid person gives rise to a dharma attachment. I said here, unmoving and I have no false thinking. This is the single conduct samadhi. He is completely wrong. One who thinks this way turns into a vegetable. The way should flow without obstruction. If you stop your thought, you turn into dead ashes and rotten wood and become useless. You should produce that thought which is nowhere supported by attaching yourself neither to emptiness, to existence, nor to dharmas. Attachment to dharmas results in attachment to existence, and attachment to existence results in perishing in emptiness. But when you are unsupported, the way will circulate freely. The mind that dwells in dharmas is in self-bondage. If you get attached to the meditation, dharma and sit without moving, you tie yourself up and become a prisoner. Shariputra, the foremost of Shakyamuni Buddha, as disciples in wisdom, sat in the forest, quietly meditating, but the layman Vimalakirti reprimanded him, saying, "What are you doing? What use are you sitting there like a corpse?"